meeting, and we just needed a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Ready to go.
Thanks so much. Okay, good morning, everyone. We are starting just a few minutes later than we anticipated. Before we get started officially, I need to take a roll call because we are using a virtual platform. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning, I'm here.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, and we'll get started. Again, my apologies for just starting a few minutes late. We just had our agenda setting meeting with our entire team, and we have had quite a bit of work to accomplish in that meeting, and we just needed a couple of minutes to regroup. So thank you for your patience. I am calling to order today this meeting of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. It is Wednesday, December 14th, and it's public meeting number 411. Before I turn to our general counsel, I'd like to make a few introductory remarks. And for those of you who have attended prior meetings of the Gaming Commission where we've been evaluating sports wagering applications, these statements will sound very familiar. And I thank you for your patience. But it's important for me to reiterate them because today we do have a different applicant and we also have different stakeholders. We're reminded that the MGC's licensees will be held to the highest standards of compliance, including an obligation to maintain their integrity on an ongoing basis. As we have said in the past, the award of a gaming license in the Commonwealth is a peerless privilege, and our laws require gaming licensees to be held to those highest standards. The MGC mission commits us to creating a fair, transparent, and participatory process that engenders the confidence of the public and participants. By law, that process is to maximize the benefit to the Commonwealth, but critically, it must minimize potential or realized negative or unintended consequences. Again, and I wish to thank my fellow commissioners for your commitment to that mission and for your thoughtfulness and diligence today over the course of our last week and over the next several weeks as we evaluate these applications. I feel very fortunate to serve with you, particularly as we work tirelessly to implement this new law, the public's interest in the forefront. Our last several months and the months ahead have been demanding and will continue to be demanding on our MGC team, a team I've described, and I know my fellow commissioners join me in describing it as a team of excellence. We're grateful for the contribution each of you are making, sacrifices that you are enduring, and those contributions you make individually and as collaborating colleagues. We thank you for your dedication as public servants and commitment to the MGC mission. With that, let me give a brief overview of today's agenda. First, you'll hear from our General Counsel, Todd Grossman, who will review the statutory and regulatory framework that will guide us as we evaluate the applications. Then, American Wagering, Inc., doing business as Caesars Entertainment, will present its application for a Category 3 license tethered to Encore Boston Harbor. After that presentation, we'll likely take a short break, and then we'll hear from GLI, the IEB, and RSM relative to the technology, suitability, and finance components of the application. And that will lead us to a section-by-section analysis of the application during which the applicant will answer our questions. Staff members in our legal team, in addition to GLI, IEB, and RSM, will be available to answer questions as well. To ensure that we have ample time to reflect, finalize any personal notes, memorializing our impressions, and follow up with any unanswered question, we may break for 5 minutes or so at the conclusion of each section or a series of the sections. And then after any further questions For purpose of review of the application, I'll seek from the group comments in a sense as to whether we have a consensus regarding the quality of the applicant's response to that section. Did the applicant not meet expectations relative to the standard of review outlined by General Counsel Grossman? Or did the applicant meet our expectations, or did they exceed our expectations? And also, at any time during this public meeting, the commission may determine that an executive session is required for us to fully review and evaluate certain information in the application as set forth in the agenda. And should we vote to go into an executive session at this time, it would be anticipated that we would return to this public forum. After our review of the application, we will consider whether we wish to proceed with our determination process fully or in part, or defer that decision entirely to another day. That's our process. And with that, I turn to General Counsel Grossman. Good morning, Todd.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, and to all who are joining us here today. Certainly prepared to walk through my remarks. Before I do so, I just wanted to make sure that would be helpful. I know I went through them yesterday, and they were related to American wagering as well, since they were on the agenda. And I know some of them were here. So would it be helpful to go through them once again, or just rely on the record from yesterday? Okay, I'll go through them again. That's not a problem. So we're here to, of course, evaluate the application received for a Category 3 tethered sports wagering license submitted by American Wagering, Inc., which, as you referenced, Madam Chair, is affiliated with Caesars Entertainment, Inc. Prior to commencing the review, it may be useful to set the stage by walking through the legal provisions and principles that will inform the Commission's decision-making. So with that, I'll highlight a few provisions of the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Act, which has been enacted as Chapter 23N of the general laws, and then we'll take a look at a number of sections of the Commission's recently adopted regulations. So with that, allow me to begin with Chapter 23N, and the first place to look at is Section 6B3, which says that the Commission may issue a Category 3 license to any entity that offers sports wagering through a mobile application or other digital platform that meets the requirements of this chapter and the rules and regulations of the Commission, provided, however, that the Commission shall issue no more than 7 Category 3 licenses that are not connected to a Category 1 or Category 2 license. In this present matter involving American wagering, the applicant is connected to a Category 1 licensee, specifically Win Mass LLC, which was, of course, awarded its Category 1 license last week. We've used the term tethered to describe that connection. So what this means is that the 7 license limit does not apply to this type of licensure that the Commission will be evaluating today. Before we look at the Commission's regulations that govern the licensing process for a Category 3 applicant, let's take a look at what a Category 3 sports wagering operator license is. And that term is defined in Chapter 23N, Section 3, to mean a license issued by the Commission that permits the operation of sports wagering through a mobile application and other digital platforms approved by the Commission. Just to place the present application in context, it's important to recall that the Category 1 license holder, Win Mass LLC, is permitted to conduct sports wagering operations through not more than 2 individually branded mobile applications or other digital platforms approved by the Commission, provided that those mobile applications are qualified for and issued a Category 3 license. So the applicant before the Commission today seeks to operate one of those 2 digital platforms that go along with WIN's Category 1 license. Now we will take a look at the Commission's rules and regulations that have to be met by the applicant in order to be issued a license. The best place to begin here is with 205 CMR 218, which, as you know, is the section that sets out the application requirements, standards, and procedures. The process itself has, of course, already begun. An administrative sufficiency review was performed upon the submission of the suitability portions of the application. And then the commission convened a public meeting earlier in the week in order to receive public feedback on the tethered Category 3 applications. Momentarily, we'll walk through the factors and standards the commission has set out for the award of a license. But prior to doing so, there are a few other provisions and principles that are important to keep in mind. First, the regulations provide that the commission shall analyze the factors and considerations set out in the regs, but need not do so in any particular order or give any individual factor any particular weight. And in fact, it can assign a factor no weight at all if it's deemed appropriate to do so. Next, you'll recall that the regulations provide that the commission may require or permit the applicant to provide additional information or documents as the commission deems appropriate in its review of the application. So if you're evaluating the information provided in an application relative to a particular factor and you determine that that further information is required, you may direct the applicant to provide it. Similarly, if during the course of the commission's evaluation, the applicant observes that there is additional information that was not provided that may be of use to the commission, it may request an opportunity to provide it. It's further noteworthy that the present review is being conducted as part of a regular public meeting under the open meeting law and not in an adjudicatory proceeding. That means a number of things, including that the deliberations here must take place in public, and that if necessary, the executive session provisions of Chapter 30A may be utilized. As it pertains to the instant matter, Section 21A7 of Chapter 30A allows the commission to move into executive session to comply with or act under the authority of any general law. In the present situation, there is a general law that gives the commission authority to move into executive session. Specifically, Section 6I of Chapter 23N provides that applications for operator licenses shall be public records under Section 10 of Chapter 66. Provided, however, that trade secrets, competitively sensitive, or other proprietary information provided in the course of an application for an operator license under this chapter, the disclosure of which would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage, may be withheld from disclosure under the public records law. So in sum, if there is any specific information that the commission would like to discuss, but that the applicant identifies as falling within that provision that I just referenced, and the commission agrees, it may move into executive session to discuss that specific information. While the statutory provision in Chapter 23N relates to the public records law and not the open meeting law, to require that the subject information be discussed publicly would nullify the whole purpose of the provision, which was designed to protect such information against. Accordingly, application of the executive session provision I referenced is appropriate in this situation. And finally, before moving into the factors themselves, it's also important to recall that any finding the commission makes must be supported by substantial evidence. This term is defined as such evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. So when making a determination as to whether there is support in the application to find that a specific factor has been satisfied or has not been satisfied, the commission will have to ensure that there is substantial evidence in the record to support the conclusion. The one exception to this rule, in an area in which there is a heightened standard that applies, relates to the review of an applicant's suitability. By the terms of Section 215 of the regulations, any durable finding of suitability must be supported by clear and convincing evidence, not just substantial evidence, which is a slightly lower standard. Our jurisprudence tells us that clear and convincing proof exists when the evidence induces in the mind of the fact finder, which in this case is the commission, a reasonable belief that the facts asserted are highly probably true, that the probability that they are true or exist is substantially greater than the probability that they are false or do not exist. For evidence to be clear and convincing, it must be sufficient to convey a high degree of probability that the proposition to be proved is true, and it must be strong and positive and full, clear, and decisive. So those are the two standards of review, if you will, that are in play during this evaluation. Now let me lay out the factors included in section 218. And one way you may choose to walk through the evaluation that will follow when we get to that part of the proceeding would be to take the application factor by factor and begin to draw conclusions as to the quality of the information supporting each one. You'll recall that the commission included sub-factors under each of these factors as well. So prior to engaging in final deliberations relative to the applicant, it may be helpful to outline each of these sub-factors, though I will not do that right now. The factors are included in section 218.06, subsection 5 of the regulations. Each factor falls under the umbrella standard that the commission included in the regulation, which directs that in determining whether to award a sports wagering operator license, the commission will evaluate the application to determine whether a license award would benefit the Commonwealth. So that's the main standard that will have to be met in order to award a license. In reaching that conclusion, though, the commission provided that it will consider the following factors. And you'll recall, of course, that the application itself was designed to elicit information within each of these categories. Number one, the applicant's experience and expertise related to sports wagering. Number two, the economic impact and other benefits to the Commonwealth if the applicant is awarded a license. Number three, the applicant's proposed measures related to responsible gaming. Number four, a description of the applicant's willingness to foster racial, ethnic, and gender diversity, equity, and inclusion. Number five, the technology that the applicant intends to use in its operation. Number six, the suitability of the applicant and its qualifiers. And we'll come back to this one momentarily. And number seven, any other appropriate factor that the commission in its discretion deems appropriate. So those are the factors that we will review. You'll recall that there are a few additional factors that the commission included in the regulations relative to category 3 evaluations. However, those considerations are specific to untethered applicants, not the tethered sort before you today. So I'd also just like to, at this time, circle back to the suitability factor for a moment. As you know, the commission has adopted section 215 of the regulations to govern suitability determinations. And it included provisions allowing for two types of a suitability finding. The first is a durable findings of suitability, which is the so-called final suitability determination. The second is a preliminary finding of suitability. You may choose to award a durable finding of suitability if you conclude that the applicant and each of its qualifiers has demonstrated its suitability by clear and convincing proof after having undergone a probity investigation. Alternatively, you may award a preliminary finding of suitability to an applicant that has satisfied section 215.012 based upon a certification submitted by the applicant and an investigatory report submitted by the IEB. If you find an applicant to be preliminarily suitable, that makes them eligible to request a temporary license under the process described in section 219 of the regulations. The entity would not receive a full license at that juncture. The process here is designed to allow the customary full background investigation and supplemental suitability determination to be conducted by the IEB and the commission respectively. So those are the factors that the commission must consider in order to make a licensing decision. As you work your way through the evaluation, though, it may become clear that a condition of licensure will be appropriate in a particular area. For example, you may find that information relative to a particular factor is lacking. In that event, it does not mean that the applicant cannot be awarded a license. It may simply mean that an area may require to be supplemented with an appropriate condition. License conditions are described in section 220 of the regulations. You'll recall that there are a number of automatic conditions, like an obligation to obtain an operation certificate prior to commencing operations, and that an operator must comply with Chapter 23N and all commission regulations. But there is also a provision that allows the commission to impose any other conditions that it determines appropriate to secure the objectives of Chapter 23N and 205 CMR. Once the Commission has made its way through all of the enumerated factors, but before any final decision is made as to whether to award a license or a temporary license, the Commission should shore up what those final conditions will be in the event that the Commission is inclined to award the license. Once that is done, the Commission may decide whether it will award the Category 3 license outright, determine that the applicant is eligible to request a temporary license while a complete suitability assessment is performed, or it can deny the application for failure to meet a requirement of the regs or for having violated Section 6E or 9 of Chapter 23N. To be clear, receipt of a Category 3 license in the fashion the Commission is reviewing today, whether temporary or full, does not permit for the untethered mobile operation, just for tethered operations as one of the two Category 1 mobile or digital operations. After the decision is made, a written decision will be prepared and issued commemorating the Commission's decision. Oh, pardon me, my home phone is ringing, which never happens, but I'm sorry for that. I don't know who's calling me.
Do you want to take it, Tom?
I don't even know my home phone number, so I don't know who's calling me, but I'm sorry about that. Hold on one second. Okay. So the award of the temporary license, again, does not mean that the operator has a green light to commence operations. It simply means that they're eligible to work towards the award of an operation certificate, which is a prerequisite to conducting sports wagering operations. That process is described in Section 251 of the regulations and requires submission and approval of such things as the internal controls, including the House rules, and compliance with any conditions that may be imposed, as we just discussed. So with that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'll pause and turn matters back over to you, Madam Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Commissioners, all set? Okay. So to our applicant, I know that you've exercised a lot of patience, and as General Counsel Grossman alluded to, you probably heard much of what was already set forth yesterday, because you were waiting in the wings, and so for your time, we are grateful that you've exercised patience. We're going to start though now with American Wagering Inc.'s presentation, and perhaps a demonstration of the technology that's proposed. I will be referring, and Commissioners, I think we can be comfortable, given the application, to either saying AWI or Caesars. The application refers to. Is that fair to the applicant?
Yes, hello, my name is Jeff Hendricks, Assistant General Counsel for Caesars Entertainment. Pleasure to be in front of you. That's all very fair. I might note that we might also refer to the business as Caesars Sportsbook or Caesars Digital, all of which would refer to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So thank you again for your patience, and now we're looking forward to your presentation.
My pleasure. We're going to place the presentation up on the screen here. Thank you very much, Lisa. Chair, Commissioner, before I begin, can you see the presentation in front of you?
We can. It's not completely the full. If you want to get, it depends on how you want to present. It's good. It's good.
All right, great. Well, then we will most likely use this format. We might expand it as we move forward. So, by way of introduction, I just introduced myself. As I noted, I'm Assistant General Counsel for Caesars Entertainment. I'm in charge of our regulatory and compliance functions. With me today, I have a number of colleagues who I'm going to introduce and describe the sections that they're going to present in our application requesting approval for a temporary Category 3 license for American Wagering Inc. doing business at Caesars Sportsbook. Before I get into the introductions, I do want to note at the very front, we very much appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you today I know there's been a lot of work in a very short amount of time to get us here. So thank you to the staff. Thank you to you commissioners for reviewing our materials. And as we present, we intend to address each of the elements that Mr. Grossman described pertaining to our application for finding of suitability. If you have questions about any of those materials as we go, we will be happy to answer them during the presentation or at the end. We endeavor to hit all of the high points of our application. But if there's anything that would require some additional information, we're happy to discuss at your convenience. If we'll go to this next slide. As I noted before, we have designed this presentation to address each of the core elements of the finding of suitability. With me today, my colleague Eric Hession, our president of Caesar Sports and Online Gaming, will provide information pertaining to several sections, most predominantly our applicant's experience and expertise related to sports wagering. Additionally, my colleague Ken Fuchs will provide additional information on our advertising and operational plans. My colleague Heather Rapp, our Senior Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility, will give some insight into our willingness to foster racial, ethnic, and gender diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then my colleagues Floyd Baroga, our Vice President of Product Compliance, and Nick Arcuri, our Technology Product Leader, will lead a product demonstration to show you how the platform works and describe some of the regulatory components related to our KYC, geolocation, and ITL certifications. So with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague Eric Hession to begin walking us through our applicant's experience and expertise related to sports wagering.
Thanks, Jeff. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commission members. As Jeff mentioned, I'm Eric Hession, and I serve as the president of our digital operations, which includes the online sportsbook. I'll take a few slides and go through our general background as to how our company got to where we are and how our experience has been growing over the number of years that the product's been in the market. But please feel free to stop me at any time if you have additional questions or anything that you'd like to have more information on. So we operate as American Wagering, which is a subsidiary of the public company Caesars Entertainment. I know in your remarks earlier, we go back and forth between them, but we're essentially a division within the company. We have the largest footprint of any sports betting company in North America, with sports betting operations in 27 different jurisdictions. We offer retail sports betting in over 180 sports books across 22 of these jurisdictions, and mobile sports betting in 19 of the jurisdictions. We own the majority of our core sports betting technology platform and control the development of the few parts that we don't fully own. Our newest and most advanced platform is referred to as Liberty internally, and we use that in nearly all of the jurisdictions in which we operate. And that's the version of the platform that we plan to use in Massachusetts. So it'll be our most current and updated and advanced product that we'll be planning to roll out. We have over 1,750 employees in our sports and online division. And included in that are a number of dedicated teams in areas such as technology, marketing, trading and risk management, customer service, compliance, financial reporting, and responsible gaming, among others. In terms of general background, American Wagering was operated as a subsidiary of William Hill PLC, which was a public company traded in the UK for approximately 10 years. We acquired William Hill and closed on the transaction in April of 21 and subsequently divested all of William Hill's international operations. William Hill had been developing their own technology platform, which we then accelerated the development and invested in to roll it out across the United States. Just 100 days after the acquisition, on August 2nd of 2021, we launched a nationwide upgrade and rebranded the William Hill app in 8 states to become the Caesars Sportsbook app. It provided a highly elevated experience for customers and it incorporated the Caesars Rewards program. Since the acquisition, we've significantly increased our investment in technology, customer service, payments, and other areas that are important for our customers. We plan to continue to invest at an elevated level for the foreseeable future. And in addition, we've earmarked resources so that we're able to launch our product in new states as they come available, such as Massachusetts. From a platform perspective, we plan to offer the platform in coordination with Encore Boston Harbor, as you mentioned earlier. We have a strong working relationship with that company, and we've partnered on similar arrangements in other states, and we don't have any concerns with working with them. We also intend to limit participation in sports bet events based on the regulations that you set forth. Our systems have the capability to restrict any markets that aren't permissible and to do custom offerings based on the regulations. Currently, we do that in other states where there are some state-specific requirements or limitations, and it's managed out of our trading team here in Las Vegas, and they're able to manage that across all the different states in which we operate. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions before we move on to the next section.
I think that we've been typically holding all of our questions till later in the day, so thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Then I'll charge ahead here then. So in terms of the economic impact and other benefits to the Commonwealth, starting out, as I noted, we're a subsidiary of Caesars Entertainment. If you looked at our last quarterly report from the third quarter, we had roughly $1 billion of cash and $2 billion of availability on a revolver. So totaling approximately $3 billion worth of available liquidity. From a sportsbook and online business perspective, earlier in the year, as our technology advanced, we were able to reduce our nationwide spending, and we shifted our focus really to Caesars promotional spend, and it allowed us to fine-tune our reinvestment levels and focus more on high-value customers. We're also able to offer the Caesars Rewards loyalty program in a much more integrated way. And what that's done is it's created additional customer value and it's improved our retention abilities. We plan to continue to refine our marketing and operational strategies to adapt to the market dynamics. From our history in the retail casino space, we've established a protocol of test and control where we test certain actions and then evaluate them and continually refine our approach to marketing. It's been very effective on the retail casino side, and we are employing the same approach on the online and digital side as well. In addition to the strong corporate balance sheet and cash position, we're in a solid position to weather any downturns that we could see in revenues. However, we haven't seen any indications of that at this point. And of course, if you'd like additional information, we can obviously answer it in the Q&A, but we also provided links to our 10Q and last quarter's earnings release. In terms of maximizing the revenues to the state, we plan to use a variety of media sources to reinforce the quality of the Caesars experience and brand, our commitment to responsible gaming, and to provide unique offers to the sports fans and bettors. Our approach to forecasting and spending media is highly data-driven and optimized. As I mentioned, we trial things, take the feedback, recalibrate, and make modifications to further refine how we approach marketing. We'll leverage our experience from other states as well to successfully launch in Massachusetts, acquire the new customers, shift current sports bettors from unlicensed competitors, and sustain engagement over a period of time. Although we don't have a finalized marketing plan at this point, we're in the process of putting that together. Our plans typically include TV, radio, and billboards, and we use those to create awareness and provide education about our product. We often do direct response media where there's a call to action, and that's typically from email, direct mail, affiliate programs where allowed, and then we use the Caesars database of customers that have established accounts with us on the retail side, and that's also some social media and some search components of that. We plan to have some grassroots partnerships, which are commonly in local bars, venues, and other events throughout the state to provide a local engagement and to drive further affinity with our brand. We have media and league partnerships as well. And our marketing materials are regularly reviewed to ensure that we're treating everyone respectfully, offering a healthy and responsible sports wagering experience. In terms of the surrounding states are effectively all legalized for sports wagering, except for Vermont at this point. And so we believe that the biggest opportunity is to convert customers that are currently using the illegal markets and get them to participate in the online legal sports betting market. And so if you go to the next slide, Lisa. In terms of the legal market, what we believe and what we've seen in other states is that people want to do the right thing, and I believe and we believe that they want to convert to a legal offering as long as the product is competitive and it is close to the quality that you can get from the illegal books. We believe that our product, the wagering experience that we've cultivated for the customers, the customer service that we provide, and very importantly, the reputation and the regulatory structure that we're talking about today does exactly that. We offer a wide variety of options for people to bet, including sports markets all around the world, 24/7, there's something going on. We offer an in-play product with very minimal downtime and suspension of markets so that customers can get the same experience or better than what they can get from an internationally legal operator. We offer a wide variety of account funding options and the ability for customers to receive their withdrawn funds quickly, which is very important to customer feedback. We also offer attractive promotions and bonuses as a way to retain the customers after they sign up. And we've integrated the Caesars loyalty program into our app so that customers earn Caesars rewards, which further enhances the retention capabilities of our product. And finally, we provide excellent customer service. We have live agents available via phone, which is very unusual right now in our industry. We also have email, chat, and then we have kind of an automated.
Did I lose?
Okay, I thought it was me.
I thought it was me too.
Madam
the
Chair,
same
we all
expression.
lost him.
Huh?
We
We
all
all-
lost him.
It's very interesting, even with the sidebar, to see everybody's expression saying, "Is this me?"
I'll call Eric right now and we can either have him redial in or we'll pick up his slides for him.
Yeah, am I back on, Jeff?
We're back on, and we have no problems with these kinds of technicalities. But I laughed because we all had the same expression, wondering if it was on our end.
We
We're
can
all
hear you,
taking
but we
notes.
can't see you.
I can see him.
I can't see him, so maybe.
See if
it's
you can
me.
scroll down, Commissioner Skinner, if he pops up on your sidebar.
Yeah, no, it's completely black.
Maybe when he speaks again, it will come back. Eric, let's see if
Yeah,
we can hear you certainly, and I can see you. But you just finished with the excellent customer service statement. That was
okay, great. So one of the areas that we've really focused on in the last year is our customer service program, where we offer live.
Oh. We do have the it's funny because nothing's changing. And Commissioner Skinner, did he never pop up visually for you?
He never appeared visually.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on. I can see everyone else, but.
Madam-
Chair and Commissioners,
Madam-
it appears he may be frozen visually. He's also black on my screen as well. The screen is completely dark. So I think he just needs to turn off his video and stop his video and re-enable his video in order to see him visually. If he's on a Wi-Fi connection, then he might just need to do audio.
Would it be acceptable to the commissioners if we had Eric turn off his video just to limit the bandwidth? That might help on his end, and then we could present those next two slides.
Yeah, yes, I think we do like to see if it works visually, and Katrina was just offering that, but otherwise we'll be fine with audio. Did you hear her recommendation, Jeff? It was, I think, if I heard it correctly, and correct me, commissioners, but maybe he basically reboots and tries, or
No, not to reboot, Madam Chair, but to just turn off his video if he's on a Wi-Fi connection, the bandwidth maybe consuming both.
that's what Jeff was recommending. But that means we'd go without video altogether, correct?
Of the individual, yes, but the presentation should still work.
Hello, I'm back on. Can you all hear?
There you are. There you are, Eric. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, while I'm talking, I'll just have my screen off as you suggested. So I apologize, for
No problem.
for the Wi-Fi issues here. I believe I've finished the slide a few times. Were you able to hear it? At least.
No, you stopped at excellent customer service and we really haven't moved on. So
Okay.
that slide is still up.
Okay, great. So yeah, well, that was my final point, was that we do provide and focus on customer service and make sure that we're available. We have phone live 20 hours a day, and then live chat 24 hours a day. So customers are always able to get in touch with us should they be having a problem. And then from an employment perspective, we're predominantly located in Las Vegas. However, we do have operations in Jersey City, New Jersey. And as such, our base in Nevada and New Jersey is where most of our employees are located. We do have an option for a number of employees to work remotely where that's applicable. And so we have 7 full-time employees in Massachusetts currently. And depending on some of the local strategies that we deploy, we may end up with more employees doing local activations. So I'll pause there, and I guess turn it back over to Jeff, I believe.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, commissioners. I'm going to begin a discussion of our proposed measures relating to responsible gaming, our commitment to responsible gaming, and our advertising plans. I'll apologize. I'm getting over one of the many bugs that's out there right now. So if I have to mute during this presentation to cough, I apologize. So I want to begin with noting that responsible gaming is a core part of our culture here at Caesars. Our longstanding position is that we want customers to be playing with us for one reason, and that's to have fun. We also sponsor various public awareness, education, and other campaigns regarding problem and underage gambling. Within this section, I'm going to walk through a number of elements of our responsible gaming program. We're going to discuss the responsible gaming program that will apply specifically to the product that will be available in Massachusetts. We'll talk about some of the features within the product that will allow guests to self-select various responsible gaming options. I'll also discuss Caesars corporate responsible gaming program, which will also apply to all of our advertising and marketing within the Commonwealth. And then we will get into discussion of the principles that we apply to our marketing programs in general and various sponsorship agreements that the company participates in. Following that, I'm going to turn things over to Ken Fuchs, our Chief Operating Officer of Caesars Digital, to give you some insight on what those promotions will look like and advertisements will look like specifically if we were able to launch in the Commonwealth. One element that we think is unique to our responsible gaming platform and that will be available to customers in Massachusetts is the availability of our responsible gaming ambassadors. Caesars has a long-standing tradition of taking certain team members and giving them additional training to interact with customers, to provide information regarding responsible gaming issues, have conversations that might be more difficult to have in a broader context, and give additional and specific information to our customers about how they can address responsible gaming issues. When Eric described the integration of our two companies earlier, and one of our major objectives following that integration was to train new team members as responsible gaming ambassadors. They're able to interact with our sports betting customers and provide that unique service to customers across the country, and that will be available if we're able to launch in the Commonwealth. Also, as I noted, There are various responsible gaming tools in the application that provide resources to customers, informing them of the risks of problem gaming and tools that are available to them if they want to limit their experiences in certain ways. I'm not going to spend too much time at this exact juncture because during our product demonstration, we'll show you exactly how those features work within the application and walk you through each of those tools that are available to our customers. I also want to note at the outset that Caesars Sportsbook will be a full and unequivocal partner with all of the agencies working in the Commonwealth to support responsible gaming, whether that is the Commission or any other agencies that provide support to customers within Massachusetts. Additionally, Caesars has memberships with many councils that provide problem gambling support across the country. And we're proud to support the National Council on Problem Gambling and the International Center for Responsible Gaming, amongst many other organizations. When we look at our demonstrated commitment as a company, I hope you'll see that Caesars really stands alone with the amount and breadth of commitment that we've made to responsible gaming. The list in front of you describes various responsible gaming milestones that the company has accomplished over its long history, and we're eager to continue to add to this list. Within our application, we've taken several steps to ensure that we can prevent wagering by prohibited persons, including underage persons and problem gamblers. One of the predominant ways in which we do that is ensuring that only individuals over the age of 21 are able to create an account. So as we look at ensuring that the right sort of customers use our product, and again, as you'll see in the product demonstration, only individuals over the age of 21 can create an account. And all of those individuals have to go through several controls, including review by a third-party KYC provider before an account can be created. So as we look at our marketing efforts and our customer engagement efforts, all of which is driven under the core principle that only individuals over the age of 21 can use our product. Additionally, and while this presentation is predominantly focused on our mobile offering, in our retail environments, we also take numerous steps to ensure that only individuals over the age of 21 are able to use our retail sportsbook services as well, including carding anyone who looks under the age of 30 and providing substantial and repeated training to our team members on the importance of only allowing individuals over the age of 21 to use our products. Within our application, we submitted 2 different policy documents for your review. The first is a document that will be specific to the sportsbook application within Massachusetts. And within that document, you'll see numerous controls that describe much of what we've spoken about here, the sorts of self-exclusion options that will be available to our customers, the steps that we'll take to make sure that anyone who is identified as self-excluded is prohibited and banned from using our platform, and then all of our kind of cool-off and other tools available in the platform. Additionally, we provide information to our customers explaining how they can reach out to a third party if they have questions about responsible gaming, if they're seeking treatment, or if they want to speak to someone independent of the company to obtain additional information about approaches to safer gaming. So that's the first document. The second document that you see is Caesar's overarching responsible gaming program. And this document applies to the entire enterprise, not just specific to our sportsbook platform. And again, ensures that we offer a number of tools to our patrons to provide a safe and responsible gaming environment. So within our program, we ensure that if any patron wishes to restrict any of our company's services, they can sign up for a self-exclusion. They can do that through the application. They can also reach out through any of our properties or reach out to the corporate office and request a limited or lifetime self-exclusion. And if they choose to elect that option, then that exclusion would prohibit them from using Caesar services across the portfolio at our brick and mortar properties and within our mobile platforms as well. Additionally, we train all of our team members to kind of be on the lookout to affirmatively identify signs that might indicate to our team members that a customer is dealing with a responsible gaming issue. If a team member does identify such information, we have a mechanism in place where they can refer that information to what we call a responsible gaming committee. That committee will review the patron's comments, information relating to the patron's play, and make various recommendations that can range from reaching out to the patron through a responsible gaming ambassador, provide them information on resources that are available to them locally, resources that are available to the company, or in some cases, the company can choose to self-exclude or choose to exclude an individual rather, based on the company's discretion, if we think that that individual is not using our products appropriately. And then, lastly, as we noted, this policy applies to all of our businesses and would support the responsible gaming policy that is specific to Massachusetts, should we be able to receive a license. Within our responsible gaming program, we also adhere to a document that we refer to as the Marketing and Advertising Code, which I might call the MAC or the code. And this code is very similar to other documents you may have seen in the space, like NAGA Code of Conduct. Our MAC is specific to Caesars and really is kind of the guiding principle for how we look at our relationships when it comes to marketing and our relationships when it comes to third parties. So when following the MAC, Caesars Sportsbook first ensured that our initial launch campaign included a responsible gaming advertisement. The initial one used actually the Manning family, the primary ambassadors for our company, that reminded users of the responsible gaming tools available within our application and reminded our customers to always use our products responsibly. Additionally, we adhere to all of these following principles. We do not promote gambling at any event where the majority of the audience is reasonably expected to be below the legal age to gamble in a certain jurisdiction. Our advertising does not depict, encourage, or condone excessive or irresponsible activities. We never imply that gambling is a rite of passage for young adults, nor do we imply that gambling or gaming is an acceptable alternative to or means of satisfying work or family commitments. All of our advertisements and all of the advertisements that will be displayed within the Commonwealth include a toll-free helpline for problem gamblers and their families. All of our materials, regardless of a sponsorship agreement or a marketing approach, are focused solely on reaching individuals over the age of 21, including partnerships with third parties like major sporting programs. When we look at our partnerships in a certain location, like a stadium and an arena, we also ensure that the marketing materials are confined specifically to those locations, and that the average age of an attendee will be well in excess of the legal age to wager in that jurisdiction. And then lastly, as we mentioned earlier, we have a zero tolerance policy for directing marketing materials towards anyone under the age of 21. And further, we have a zero tolerance policy for ever allowing anyone under the age of 21 to use our products. So we have applied all of these sorts of responsible gaming controls and marketing and advertising commitments as we've looked at all of our sponsorships and third-party relationships. So I'm about to turn this over to Ken as he's going to walk through the advertising plans for the Commonwealth. I know we mentioned that questions might come at the end, but I would certainly be welcome to answer any questions about responsible gaming before we proceed. With that, Ken, please take it away.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners. I'm Ken Fuchs. I'm the COO of Caesars Digital, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about Caesars license. From an advertising standpoint, Jeff touched, of course, on responsible gaming as a core pillar. We really feel that our advertising is a representation of the Caesars mission and our brand. And ultimately, our DNA is centered on hospitality. It's fun, it's aspirational, it's about trust, and it's, of all things, customer centric. And so the narrative of our advertising since our rebrand last year has tried to envelop those qualities in our creative. It's less about giant checks, it's more about the story around sports betting and why it's additive to the sports experience for the sports fan. As we think about our advertising, we really center on three different components to it. The first, as Eric mentioned, is we've really shifted and learned a lot as we've launched in the last year and a half or so, launched or migrated about 10 different states and jurisdictions. And we've honed our strategy with every single one. As we've done it, we've recognized that as we've built a national brand, that local activation often provides the best return and the highest quality customers. You get to know the local markets. So we spend a lot of time understanding the local market. As Caesars, we have customers everywhere, including many, many customers in Massachusetts already. And so we leverage our knowledge of the local market and our local customer. And we've provided in the application examples of potential media breakouts by channel in terms of how we might think about a Massachusetts market activation across a variety of methodologies. We also are very data-driven. We establish KPIs up front that we are trying to hit in terms of brand awareness, number of new customers, which we might refer to as first-time depositors, revenue, market share targets. And then we model our media spend based on our targets and the quality of the execution. We build targeted marketing journeys, thinking about the funnel of conversion of people into our product and then retention over time, which is getting them exposed to our product, understanding what Caesars offers in the space, and then providing promotions and opportunities for them to sign up and incentives to sign up as well. We continually assess the quality of the marketing and the results, and then on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, we refine as we go so that we're always out front of what we see. Then lastly, education is a major component, be it responsible gaming, education about the product itself. We want to make sure that people understand what the product is, and we want to be very clear and concise about what we offer. An anchor around around our advertising and marketing is Caesars Rewards. Caesars Rewards is a connective tissue for any customer of Caesars, regardless of what vertical, regardless of what location you're in, regardless of what digital product you're in. You can be a digital rewards customer, or you can be a Caesars Rewards customer, enjoy the benefits of a the best-in-class rewards program in our space. We have over 65 million members worldwide. And for us, we really view Caesars Rewards as a component that provides the enticement for customers to be loyal to Caesars and provide them a great experience beyond just a sports betting experience. It's part of a wider environment with tickets, restaurants, experiences, and other types of rewards. For Caesars Rewards, it really has several components. It has personalized offers, and with every bet you make, you also achieve reward credits that you can turn in to use for various promotions or for those experiences. It also has a tiering system, as you can see here on the slide, with 6 different tiers with progressing benefits for every single tier that include personalized offers, birthday bets, hotel discounts, and other things as you elevate your tiers. Caesars Rewards also has a number of partners, which allows it to have truly the broadest array of potential value for the customer, including with the NFL, cruise lines, Hearst, Wyndham, Vivid Seats, and others. So it's not just about Caesars experience, it's an ecosystem for customers to truly leverage a reward system that provides benefits across both Caesars and its partners. It also has an app in the App Store. The app has 173,000 ratings and has a average rating of 4.8 stars. So we very much integrate this throughout our experience, and we're very proud of the program. And then lastly, part of our marketing effort is not just about media. It's about leveraging our partnerships and high touch opportunities out in the local markets. So as Eric touched on, we have a field marketing team, which consists of both local vendors that are licensed as well as employees that can activate a variety of different types of experiences for customers to both learn about the Caesars Sportsbook, to sign up, and to recognize our loyal customers. We often work with partners around those. In other states, those can be sports teams, they can be movie theaters, they can be suites at games, it can be bars and taverns, it could be other types of fan-based gatherings But we're very well established in terms of running these events, running them under tight regulations, training the staff appropriately around responsible gaming and around our products. And it's a great way to educate the fan around sports betting, because it can be a complex journey to sign up. And it is a new industry. And we think it's very important to have that concierge type service with people that are well trained as ambassadors to be able to talk to customers, explain the app, take them through the sign up process as they might need help or have questions. And of course, answer questions about sports betting in the vernacular of something that can sometimes feel complex. We also have partnerships. I mentioned the NFL. We also partner with CBS Sports and ESPN. We have integrations with both of them across a variety of their media properties, both digital and on air. We power all of the odds that you hear on ESPN and on their site. And we're integrated into products like their websites, their articles, fantasy sports, and other parts where you can click and sign up, or you can click into markets to bet from their various properties in states where we are regulated and sports betting is legal. These are some examples of the creative and promotions that we offer. We offer a variety of different types of sign up and retention offers. For example, we might, in previous iterations, we might say first bet on us up to $1,500. So if you lose your first bet, you get another chance at it. It might be after your first bet, you might get a $100 bet credit, or you might get rewards points of a certain sort. But we also are shifting and focusing quite a bit on retention. We want to make sure that the people who have invested their time and their money and their experience in us have a great experience on an ongoing basis. And a lot of our promotions are geared towards introducing new products, as well as introducing people to different parts of the application. We typically have two different types of reinvestment strategies. One is open to the public, where everybody can access a certain type of promotion, and it might be based on a certain game or a certain product type. We also have segmented and personalized promotions based on the type of player you are, which is really tailored to you as an individual sports bettor with us as Caesars. We've made a big effort over the last year to become more and more data oriented and more tailored around those types of promotions, so that we're offering the right type of promotion to the right customer at the right time. Sometimes we also offer contests as well. So it's not just about bonuses and promotions, but we have a lot of experiences through our partners. So we offer contests and ways to access the Caesars universe beyond just the sports betting promotions. And with that, unless there are questions, I'll turn it over to Heather Rapp, who's our SVP of Corporate Social Responsibility.
I'm not seeing Heather, but I only see a portion. Let's just see. I'm looking now. I see Heather as I scroll. Heather, do you want to see if we can hear you? Sounds like.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can, yes.
I apologize. I've had some technical difficulties this morning and have had to reboot a few times. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, and staff. As Ken mentioned, my name is Heather Rapp, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility. As part of my role, I oversee all things CSR and ESG related for Caesars Entertainment. At Caesars, our corporate social responsibility philosophy is built around our people, planet, play framework. And today I'll be sharing more on our work within the people pillar. As you can see below, our focus on people centers on supporting the well-being of our team members, guests, and local communities. Beginning with community engagement, our community engagement efforts stretch across civic engagement, strategic philanthropy, and team member volunteering. And we strive to be an integral part of the communities where we are privileged to serve. Caesars supports vulnerable and underserved populations through education programs, tools, and platforms, and facilitating equitable opportunities to participate in economic life. If we move into diversity, equity, and inclusion, the way that we look at DEI is across 5 pillars of commitment: team members, guests, communities, suppliers, and advocacy. And we strive to embed DEI into everything that we do. I wanted to take a moment to highlight two of these pillars for you here today, starting with our responsible procurement practices. Caesars Sportsbook and Caesars Entertainment, we participate in our DEI initiatives and overall and specific goals pertaining to minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned business enterprises. We strive to lead fair, equitable, and inclusive procurement practices and processes that apply key principles such as welcoming fair competition, supporting diverse female veteran-owned businesses, and obtaining relevant certifications, and helping support them in growing their businesses overall. While Caesars Sportsbook is primarily managed out of the centralized services function in Nevada and New Jersey, it will be apply the responsible procurement policies to vendors in the Commonwealth wherever possible. Moving into our team member practices, I'm very pleased to share our efforts to embrace diversity and create an inclusive environment that celebrates our team members as individuals. We've set very aggressive targets to achieve 50% female leadership and 50% people of color leadership by 2025. As of our performance in 2021, we reported 46% women in mid-level leadership roles, 32% women in senior leadership roles, and 43% people of color in leadership roles. Our work to achieve these goals is woven through all facets of the organization, beginning with talent acquisition and recruitment, to talent development once team members are within the organization, and throughout our day-to-day operations in all of our properties. While we do have one additional slide prepared with information on the work within our play pillar, which focuses primarily on responsible gaming, I believe Jeff covered that at length within his presentation earlier. With that, I know you said you're holding questions until the end, so I will happily pass that on to Floyd Baroga to speak on our technology.
Thanks, Heather. Can everyone hear me? So, good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I'm Floyd Baroga, Vice President of Product Compliance. It's good seeing everyone today. And today I'll be highlighting our Liberty Digital platform, just walking the Commission through the technical requirements and regulations that our platform meets or exceeds, and also outline the architecture as far as how does that architecture meet the technical standards and the evaluation of the product, say through GLI or the regulatory test labs. Also to note, the system has the ability for daily financial reporting and to meet any responsible gaming and self-exclusion requirements as required by our current jurisdictions, as well as the requirements that Massachusetts will plan to incorporate. So there's really two aspects of this system, or in what we call the Liberty Digital platform, covering our website and our mobile apps. So the first aspect is operational support, the back office, if you will. Our player account management system incorporates a number of tools as far as marketing, email tools, customer service, and payment processing. And also we have 27 support through our IT data centers. We will incorporate, if licensed, data centers within the state of Massachusetts to cover the WIRE Act. Also have 24/7 development operation support, so engineering support available at any time. And also we incorporate a stringent change management policy that identifies any changes, any modifications to the system for auditability of the MGC. And then later in the presentation, Nick Curry will provide a user experience demo. Our digital platform provides 3 different verticals, an iOS application, an Android app, and the website as well. And just to note, the Liberty platform has been live in New Jersey since 2019, but Caesars Digital or Caesars Sportsbook also operates our legacy platform in a number of jurisdictions. So we can leverage that experience across the board, along with having the product vetted out by a number of regulatory markets. So Lisa, next slide, please. As far as the Caesars technology advantage goes, Caesars utilizes the latest and greatest technology tools to allow for modular updates to the system, whether it's incorporating new states such as Massachusetts, or if the industry incorporates new security enhancements, our team can go through and incorporate those updates into the system, as well as testing and provide support for data retention. Also, the betting engine, and if you can go back, also the betting engine and all of our experience within, US and previously Europe, as far as offering pricing, odds, that experience as far as our traders go, that is also incorporated within our system. Next slide, Lisa. And then here are some screenshots of our mobile application, iOS, and our website. So it provides a similar look and feel across the board so that the user, whether they go within Massachusetts or say New York, New Jersey, and some of our other markets, you'll have that same look and feel and allow that familiarity with all the players. And right now I'm going to hand it off to Nick Curry, our product lead. He's going to provide a demo of our mobile application in New York, walking us through the various features of the mobile app and the system.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, for allowing us to present. Happy to be here. I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see, it should be a mobile iOS. Let's see if this works. One second. All right, I'm gonna have to restart. I'll be right back. Sorry, it's giving me a hard time sharing my phone. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Apologies. Oh, there we go. I'm here.
Right,
Okay, can you see?
we can.
Okay, great. All right, sorry about that. So what you're looking at right now, we are in a logged out state. So I'm not logged in at the moment. I'm in the state of New York at the moment, and I'll show you a couple features before I log in. I'll also go through a registration process so you guys can see the journey for a brand new user and see some of our controls around legal age, KYC, etc. So just taking you guys, giving you a familiarity of the app. At the very top, we have the welcome information, which tells you, you're here. It's the home of Caesars Rewards. You have information around which games and leagues that we have here. This is all customizable by our editorial team. We like to obviously put NFL and World Cup at the top of that list because they're the most popular sports and leagues. Further down, you have some of those promotions that Ken took us through. And we also have a promotions page down at the bottom. You can see the promos. And then you have our basic events, sports, and all the different markets that we offer right within the homepage. So as I'm scrolling down here, you can see all of the NBA games that we have, some college basketball, and then finally the NHL. These are kind of our featured markets that allow users to find the most popular events quickly, but they can always go into any sport or league to find more information of what they're looking for. So I'm going to first go in and log in. And the next thing I'll show you guys are some of the responsible gaming controls. And then we'll do some betting to actually trigger some of those so we can see them in action. So when I click the top right, it looks like a profile picture. I'm actually going to use Face ID to log in because New York has that set up. I can show you the other way to log in as well. But you'll see a quick Face ID show up, give me a check. And now I'm logged in. It does say, Michael, this is a test account registered with the state of New York, fully whitelisted to allow for this. This is not real money. It's all test money. But as you can see, the very top has changed. It says, hi, Michael. It shows my gold membership for Caesars Rewards. And on the top right corner, you can see my balance of $10,600.01, along with my 10,100 reward credits. I can also go into my profile, MT, and it's going to show me a little bit more information. So again, cash balance and bonus balance. I don't have a bonus balance right now, but if I did have a bonus balance, it would show there. There's a difference between a cash balance and a bonus balance. Cash balance cannot be withdrawn. Sorry, cash balances can be withdrawn and bonus balances cannot be withdrawn. You can see my Caesars Rewards information, account, preferences, bonuses, responsible gaming, support, and the ability to log out. Plus we have any information. This is what New York controls. We have our bet with your head, not over it, the support hotline, and any other information required by a particular state and jurisdiction. We have that on every single home page in our footer. That way it's always available to a user, no matter where they're navigating within the application. So I'm going to go into responsible gaming here. I have a couple options within responsible gaming. I have our gaming limits, which are around time spent, deposit amounts, and spend for daily, weekly, and monthly. I have our ability to cool off, which does not, it suspends your account for 3 to 30 days. It does not allow you to deposit or make bets. It does allow you to withdraw in that state. And then self-exclusion. This allows you to self-exclude and completely suspend your account for 1, 2, or 3 years. Depending on the state and jurisdiction, we can adjust that setting no matter what the jurisdiction is asking for there. And that also allows you in certain states to self-exclude across all operators there. So you're not tempted to go to another operator if you have a gambling issue that you're working on. Then you have your history of any changes. So I'm first going to go into gaming limits. So you're going to see a few here. So it's going to tell you about the information from the particular state. And then we have 3 on this from New York. We have deposit limit, both daily, weekly, and monthly. So I've had it set for a monthly limit of 1,000. So I don't want to deposit more than 1,000. If I try that, it will block my deposit. And that's obviously additive. So it's not a one-time deposit of 1,000. If you deposit 500 one day and try 600 the next day, obviously that's going to block you because you're going over your limitation for the month. You have betting limits. So we have a weekly betting limit of 500, a monthly of no limit, and a daily of no limit. I'm actually going to change this the daily here. I'm going to open that up. It's going to give me a drop down, some options. Certain jurisdictions, we allow the user to actually type that in, but most control usually drop down to allow for easy access for the user. So I'm actually going to put a daily limit of 100 here. And I have a daily time limit right now at 4 hours. I'm going to try to reduce that to 1 hour. And you'll see a kind of a different approach here when I hit apply. The 1 hour reduction, anytime you're reducing a limit, it will not let you do that right away for that particular day. Or if you're trying to increase a limit on your spend, it is going to delay you either a day, week, or a month for that to happen. So you can't right away say, oh, I need to put more, deposit more, or spend more that day. You have to take a full day, week, or month, depending on which limit you're changing before you can actually adjust a limit in the, I would say, the more aggressive direction, either less time, we go less time spent on the site or more time spent on the site. Actually, so I actually did the wrong thing. So I want to go 6 hours here. Decreasing, apologies. Yeah. Now, when I hit apply here, you'll get a kind of confirmation screen. And key thing you can see here, my daily spend limit, since I'm adding a spend limit, there's no issue with that. That'll go right away, $100 for the daily spend. But since I increased my time limit, it won't happen today. It'll happen tomorrow. And it'll say 12/15/2022 is when that will happen. And today it'll be still 4 hours. So I can hit confirm here. And it tells you also at the daily time limit, it will increase to 6 hours on 12/15/2022. So that tells you that, you have 4 hours today, but tomorrow, in this case, you can go up to 6 hours. Okay, if I close that down, I'm going to go into the history just to show those changes in your history. That way, you know what changes you made. So the 2 changes I made, you can see the daily spend limit is at 100. The daily time limit is at 6 hours, and the due date is when that's due to take effect. So you can see that 12/15 at 11:35 a.m. Eastern, which is the time it kind of turns over for us. It's yeah, that's right. And you can see a few other things I was testing. On Monday. You can see I made some changes on Monday, and you can see all of those changes there.
Go right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. If I wanted to reduce the time limit rather than increase it, does that also not take effect until the following day?
It will take effect right now. So if I'm saying, hey, I only want 1 hour now, it will change to 1 hour. And I'll confirm that. And it's actually at 1 hour immediately because you're being more conservative with your time, and we want that to take place right away.
And is it the same for the betting and spending limit?
So it'd be the opposite for betting and spending. So if you want to reduce spending, or your deposit limit, same thing, it would take effect immediately. So if I change my weekly limit from 300 to 500, you see there's no change there. It's no warning saying it's tomorrow or next week. It's immediate 300, and that's now my weekly limit is at 300.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll quickly show the cool off. I'm not obviously going to go through cool off because I want to show a few more things here, but you have the ability to cool off. You can see the number of days that we have options here. This is customizable, and it tells you everything. You will not be able to bet, deposit, or make changes, but you will be able to withdraw during that time of cool off.
Your withdrawal process is pretty instantaneous, right?
Depending on the way we withdraw. So if it is for a debit card, it is instant. Some other methods, PayPal is very, very quick, but there are other methods that take a little bit longer. ACH and others need approval, and they may take up to 24, 48 hours. Just depends on the provider and our approval, because a lot of the times we do manual checks on most of our withdrawals. We also run it through some automatic checks to make sure there's no fraud or other things going on. And if there is, it gets held up. But we do have an instant withdraw around debit cards that we've implemented in the last few months. And I'll show you the options that we have for deposit and withdrawal in a moment. Self-exclude, I will quickly go through this. This is in New York. So you have two options: self-exclude just from Caesars or the entire state of New York. We have different options for different states, all customizable here. Okay, anything else on responsible gaming on this screen? I'm going to trigger that $100 limit that we just put in there so you guys can actually see it in action and what actually happens. Okay, let's go and do that. All right, so I'm going to take a bet here that the World Cup coming up at 2 p.m. I think this is going to go into extra time, so I'm going to take the draw. You're going to see that information come up. This is our quick bet area. Allows you to quickly make a single bet. And at first, I'm going to bet $50, which is under our limit. So this bet is going to go through. I'm going to place that bet, and it's going to give me a receipt. Oh, I'm being reviewed by our trading team. There we go. It's approved. So we have a success here. It gives me my wager of $50, the total payout of $197. It tells me exactly the bet I'm placing here. It's telling me by processing my rewards and tier credits. That's fine. It'll take may take up to 24 hours for that to appear. So I can also go into my open bets, and you can actually see that bet there. So you have the draw. I have a cash out price, which allows me to take. I bet $50. I can immediately take out $47.50 if I want during the game. If Morocco goes up and I want to take out some of my money, or France goes up and I want to take out my money, or it's a draw through 85 minutes and I want to take out my money, I can do that. And I have a price that instantaneously updates based on the state of the game and what's happening, and then coordinated with the bet I've placed. And now it is showing my 29 reward and 29 tier credits, which I've earned from a rewards perspective for that bet. And here's some other bets that I've placed in the past few days. And you can also look at settled, which are bets that were placed and have been settled. So the game has ended. And here's one that I've won on the Monday Night Football game with the Patriots winning that game. And then here's a parlay that I lost. You can see I won 2 legs, but I lost that Atlanta Hawks leg. It gives me that information. And if I have like a void, or here's one that I cashed out, it tells you that right above in that little, you can see the green box there, it tells you kind of the status of the bet. We do a little, more special thing on the win. So if you want to share that to your friends, it's Caesars and, helps promote the fun. All right, so now let's take an NBA game and I'm going to try to put over my $100 limits. I already have 50 today. So on the Pistons, I'm going to try to put 60 on the Pistons here. And right away, it tells me this bet would exceed your previously set gaming limits. So that means I'm trying to go over the $100 limit that I have today. So if I want to place this bet, it has to be $50 or less. So I'm actually just going to place a dollar bet just to show you guys that it will go through. And that dollar bet on the Pistons has gone through because now I'm at $51 of my $100 total spend for the day. I do also want to show you guys quickly how to create a parlay. It's very easy and simple. So I'm going to bet again. I really like that Pistons game. I want to actually add more bets. So instead of clicking a wager amount, I'm actually hit add more bets. It's going to show me I have one straight add more bets to build a same game parlay, which is SGP, or I'm actually going to go in and do a 3-game parlay. I want the Hawks, and I'm going to take the Golden State Warriors. And you can see at the bottom of that screen, it's telling me I have a 3-leg parlay and it gives me the price. And if I open that, I can see the 3-leg parlay. I can put a bet in just on that 3-leg parlay, or I can choose those games separately as singles. And I can bet that all in one click, or I can click one at a time. So I'm just going to put a dollar bet on this parlay here. You can see when I put a dollar in, it tells me it pays out $6.96. And I'm just going to place that bet there. So I've placed that bet. There it is, instantaneous. That bet is in there. And now it's now also in my open bets. Let's see, I'll show you some same game parlay information very quickly, and then we'll get into some of the customer service, some of the payments, withdrawal process, and then we'll finally do kind of registration at the end of a new customer. So if I actually click into one of these events, I'm going to go into this Pistons Hornets game. At the top, I have these tabs here. And one of the, things that operators and our customers love the most is a same game parlay. I'm a big Pistons fan. I'm going to watch this. So I have a really good hunch that a few things are going to happen in the game. So I think the Pistons are actually going to cover this. I think it's going to be over 226 points. And I think Mason Plumlee is going to go under 9.5. So now I have a 3-leg same game parlay here. And I'm going to be able to place that bet. And that's, 3 legs that are all kind of related to each other in the same game. So I've placed that bet. That's a great feature that I think, our customers love and we also love as sports fans. And then any other questions on betting before I go into some of the other features and functionality that we'd like to touch on? I can always go back if something comes to mind.
You didn't cover last night's game, Nick.
I didn't. All right, here we go.
No.
I'm going to go into deposit first, and then I'll go into withdraw. So really big call to actions here for deposit and withdraw. So if I click deposit, you'll see a few different methods. And these are methods that have been approved by this particular jurisdiction, New York. If a jurisdiction says, hey, credit cards are not allowed, like in New York, you will not see a credit card option. You can see online banking, debit, PayPal, ACH, Pay Near Me, or our Play Plus prepaid card. But if we have credit cards are allowed, you'll see credit cards as another option. We're working on Apple Pay, Venmo, and a few other items that, depending on the jurisdiction and approval, we can mix and match of what is allowed and what's not allowed.
Commissioner Brown, do you want to ask you a question about secondary credit here, or do you want to wait? I want to put her on the spot.
I mean, I can ask it now if you want. I mean, I was going to circle back to it at the end. It's the same question I had the other day, which is, and the answer we got yesterday for your edification, since you guys probably weren't watching the entirety of yesterday's hearing, had to do with not only the statute in Massachusetts bars credit cards. We're having another conversation about the one-step remove use of credit cards. And it's my understanding some jurisdictions do ban that as well, and that there's a mechanism to stop that. And I'm assuming the answer is the same from you guys, that if the statute and the regs in Massachusetts say no credit cards, either directly or one step removed, that there's a mechanism for you to make sure that that's not going to be a deposit method on your app.
Correct. So something like PayPal through a credit card, we can turn off the credit card option within PayPal, or if we can't do that, we can turn off PayPal in general and only have the direct non-credit card options. That's good.
Yeah, I can supplement that answer as well. So Nick is right. If credit cards are not permitted, we turn it off in the primary instance. Then in the secondary instance, PayPal doesn't even accept credit cards at this point. So it's a non-issue everywhere actually. And then for things,
it doesn't accept credit cards. You mean in this setting?
For sports betting, it does not.
Sports betting, that's their policy. Okay.
Accounts. And then for Sightline, anything that is a credit card, we reject immediately, regardless of whether it's primary or secondary. We also work with the teams and our processors around regular audits as well to make sure they're applying their processes and protocols appropriately. Yes, so we have controls in place around credit, both direct and secondary as well.
So I also have some follow-up questions in terms of the failure that happened in Iowa. I think it's some other places. So, but I can save that for the suitability and compliance discussion.
That would be great. But for me, that's really helpful on the PayPal. And I just am not familiar with all of these mechanisms. So if we were to adopt, by statute, credit card is prohibited. So if we were to delve into the secondary credit card issue, how many would there be any exclusions from just this New York list here?
We wouldn't. So what would be excluded would be for our Player Plus card, which is powered by Sightline at the bottom there. Okay. We would only allow debit cards to fund those as opposed to any credit cards. So credit cards would be prohibited.
But otherwise, in this list, and I just know it's not exhaustive, but in this list here, there would be arrangements that could be made on the secondary credit.
Nothing else would have a secondary credit card.
Okay, none of them have it. Okay, excellent.
Okay. PayPal at some point may change its policy, in which case we will take all required protocols to make sure that nothing goes through.
I think my spouse wishes it applied to Christmas shopping. So thank you. Very helpful.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up question?
Sure.
Ken, I know the answer, but I just want to hear it from you. So if I choose to do an online banking and I have 3 or 4 accounts and I try and sneak in my credit card, there is technology that will recognize that's a credit card and not a debit card?
Correct. We know based on the BIN that it's a credit card and we will reject it.
Excellent. Thank you.
So for me, it was really helpful to see this visual, Commissioner Hill, that all of these could be still options for the patrons, but just not through the credit card, even on a secondary basis. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Great. I'll click in. I'm not going to actually deposit, but I'll just show you kind of what this looks like here for debit card, right? I can add a new one, the same normal controls that you would see on any payment screen across the web. And it allows you to kind of choose your amount at the bottom and continue and give that information. Then we save that information for, ease of use the next time. It's a very, familiar interface for anyone that's bought anything online. And withdrawal, this might get blocked because it's a test account. Yeah, so it's blocked. But you would have different options or, a reduced set of options for withdrawal. Sometimes we have deposit only options and then withdrawal options, but it would look very similar to the last screen. Since this is a test account, there's no way to withdraw that money because the money's not real. Okay, want to quickly look at the Caesars rewards. So as mentioned earlier in the presentation, this is one of our, really great features that our customers love and provide not only, rewards within, online or retail sports betting, but also at hotels, events, and merchandising. You can see all that here. So I can redeem it right away. When we first start, I have gold membership. I have 10,102 credits. It's telling me how many credits I need for that next level of tiers. And if I hit view tier benefits, I can see exactly what I get with gold and platinum and diamond plus, 7 stars, etc. And then here you can see all the different options for redemption. So you can book a hotel or go to an event like Adele or buy some merchandise from your favorite teams, all through your reward credits, or you can redeem it at the top. You can see that 10,100 rewards actually applies to $101 in bonus cash. So you can redeem it direct to use within the application if you're not planning a visit to one of our properties and want to use it for hotel or events or dining or whatever you might use it on property for us. But it does give a very kind of broad and, like I said, extensive kind of options for using those rewards when you do travel to one of our many properties across the US. And information about earning credits and FAQ right there. And as mentioned, if you want to download the separate rewards app, it's right there at the bottom with the link to the iOS App Store, because I'm on an iPhone here. And if you're on Android, it will take you to the Android, the Google Play Store on Android. Okay, I'm going to go over to some customer service here. And I'm going to click in the account on the top right, and we have an entire support section. So as Eric was talking through and unfortunately got disconnected a few times, here are all our customer service options. I'll take you through most of them so you can see. So you have live chat, contact us, help, your feedback, which gives us feedback on the application or anything else. Betting 101, which is kind of like, hey, I'm brand new to betting. Give me some examples. Doc upload might be needed if you failed Know Your Customer and you might have to upload a document and you don't have it right at the moment. You can get back to that page. And then close account, which we in some states is necessary part of you have to actually close the account instead of either suspending or cooling off or self-excluding. There's also a close account option. So I'm going to show you the live chat quickly. When I click in this, it's going to take me over to a live help page. And this is going to first go to an automated chat bot, which we hope can kind of help your problem and get you an instant answer. But if not, you could then go to a live person for chat. So I can go in here and say, hey, I'm located in New York. I'm going to autofill my information here. Hit submit. Now it's telling me Betty is listening. Greetings, Emperor. What information can I help you with? So maybe I want to ask about responsible gaming. So if I click that and hey, how do I set my limits? I can click limits. You can click here to learn more, and that'll take us back to the responsible gaming page that I showed earlier. Or you can say, hey, I want to go into my spend limits. And then it tells you exactly how to do that. Go to account and gaming limits, and then you can set your maximum spend limit for a daily, weekly, or monthly. Do you need help with anything else? And if I wanted, I could type like account and hit send. And it'll give me a few options related to account. And this is all automated chatbot. This gets, I think it's about 60% of our users that use the live chat get their answer, get their question answered immediately with the chatbot without, using a live agent on phone or chat. And that allows our live agents to spend time with our customers with the more complex questions and inquiries, and can do a better job in giving them that customer service. And through the chatbot, if you can't get your answer, you can always get a representative, and we'll go through to the live chat person who can actually give you more information, or you can give us a call. I'll quickly go back into the app.
Madam Chair, can I ask a very quick question? I know we save them to the end, but I think this is quick.
Sure.
During your presentation, I think I heard you say that your phone or to contact someone live is only 20 hours a day, whereas the chat was 24 hours a day. So this is an issue that this commission cares deeply about, that if someone's having issue getting paid or something pops up, that you're able to contact somebody immediately. So did I hear you correctly? And if I did, what are the hours of operation for a
Yes.
for a live person?
Commissioner, this is Eric Hession again. You did hear us correctly. We're getting very little volume on the call side, and so we shut it down between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. Pacific time. And then the chatbot is, or not the chatbot, the chat live agents are 24/7. I would say that we are one of the only, if not the only operator offering voice at this time.
I don't think that's true.
I think that's right. So,
No, our applicant yesterday offers 24/7 and it's a US based group.
Yeah, I apologize. I said one of the few. There are only a few offering it voice right now.
Oh, thank you, Eric.
So can I
Not
ask,
the other. Yep.
sorry, Commissioner Hill.
No, I said thank you for the clarification.
So I have a follow-up to that, which is the metrics that would have you shut it down from 1 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Do those line up with a drop in usage on, say, the East Coast? I mean, where's your support so that you're using that time as opposed to what might be a drop in usage on, say, Eastern Standard?
Yeah, those were Pacific times. So it would be, what is that, 4 to 8
Yeah.
Eastern.
Mhm.
And there's very little wagering activity going on and low contacts. In addition, our old tech platform from a retail standpoint goes down for 2 hours, so there's no volume coming in during that period. It's certainly something that we continually look at and review, because as I mentioned, it is very important to have top customer service, and we make sure that we're answering the phones very quickly and that we're answering texts very quickly. And it could certainly change based on as more and more states legalize and as the volume grows.
So can I ask,
And
is
Eric, if I
there
can-
going to be a mechanism that allows for, it's not just say, if somebody's account has been hacked, which was in the paper from some other operators, and people had difficulty getting a hold of anybody to try to rectify or close the account. The close the account function on the app, is there a way that somebody immediately suspends activity even if they can't get a live body because the phones are down?
Yeah, you can close the account at any time.
was that your question, Commissioner O'Brien?
Not particularly, no. If someone's hacked your account, would you have any issues trying to get into your app and closing your account through the app then? You need to get a live body, right?
So even if you are logged out, if you don't have your login, say in one of those cases where your account has been taken over and maybe they've changed the password on you, you still have access to the live chat functionality through your app, even if you're not logged in. And that will, if it does happen 5 a.m. Eastern time, you will have a live chat option with an agent. And I believe, that would be an escalation. I don't know if Eric and Ken.
But if the live chat's not available, it's an AI chat, right?
No,
It's available 24/7, the live chat.
with an agent.
But just not on the phone to speak to the person, right? Is that it? Is that what shuts down?
Yes, that's the difference.
Voice channel only. Important clarification. So you're saying a live person is always available through the app, but not necessarily through voice.
Correct.
So
Yes. Yeah,
It's not
there's
an AI chat. There's a body on the other end of the chat.
That's
There
really
is.
helpful. That's really helpful to understand. And also, one of the concerns I have, and I imagine my fellow commissioners share, is also if someone's in distress, they have a live person to reach. So in that you'd have some kind of a process to address that person.
Yes, that's correct. There's always a live person available. As Nick mentioned, the first step to screen a lot of the inbounds that are very simple is through the chat bot, but there's always 24/7 live chat. And then there is a period of 4 hours where we don't have live voice, but otherwise it's live voice.
Yeah, and maybe said differently. So if it's 7 a.m. in Massachusetts and a user has an account issue and it's potential lockout or any other issue, they could reach a live individual through the chat function. So during that time, a live individual is available.
Commissioners, are you all set on this? Thank you, helpful.
Sure. Clicking on contact us, you'll see this information here. Customer support is 7 days a week. Quickest is live chat. Here's email for New York and our phone number there. So immediately can get the user to where they need to contact us, that information there. Done here. Help is kind of your help pages, your FAQs. You'll see this loading up. And you can type in a support or choose a topic. This is kind of self-help. A lot of people find this very valuable. They don't want to talk to anyone. They just want to find the answer quickly so they can use this. And if you have problems with the self-help, you can see that chat bot in the bottom right where you can click and get right into that agent or the AI bot to solve your solve your problem. We have feedback, which is basically we can give feedback on the app. It's less about your account. It's less about but you could say, hey, there's, it's the app is refreshing, or I like something that's happening here. This is specific feedback around either the page you're on or generic feedback. So that helps us as the developers and the technology team kind of know if we're doing something right or wrong and can make improvements. And we actually have a channel that we get those immediately. So I actually can see in my Slack right here in my laptop that I have, I think, about 10 or 15 feedbacks that have come back in the last 24 hours that I'm going to take a look at. All right, anything else on support? Okay, great. Lastly, I am going to go and log out here. And I'm going to go and switch states. So I hit this question mark at the top. And so at the very top, you can see New York Sportsbook. I have information here again that, this is in the logged out state. You can see the live chat, contact us. That's there. You're not logged in. You still have that access. If I hit change location at the very top, I'm changing out of New York because I already have account registered there. I'm going to try Maryland. And it's going to switch over. You can see at the top, switch to the Maryland Sportsbook. And I'm going to click here. Now, here's our normal sign in. But if I don't have an account, it says don't have an account, register now underneath that sign in button. I'm going to click on that, and it's going to take us into our registration flow. So I'm going to go through this flow with my real information. And then we're going to see if it's going to KYC. I'm going to try to fail it once or twice and then give my real information, and hopefully it will pass through. So email address, I'm going to provide my home email address. Promo code, I don't have one at the moment, so I'm just going to skip that and hit next. Now it's going to ask me for a password. I'm just going to put in let's see, it tells me that it's green if I need more characters, or I need a different number. It's going to tell me that information very quickly to know that my password's good enough, and then I can hide it. And then phone number. Phone number there. It says you're almost there, right? Okay. And we put this here because this is where we're asking a little bit more deeper information personally. And some people that sign up for online accounts, they never expect to give this information. So we kind of give you this warning here to say, hey, we need to make sure we confirm your identity and verify you're over 21, and we won't share these details with anyone. So please go ahead and confirm your identity. This helps people feel more comfortable with the process and understand why we're asking for the last 4 digits of your social security, your date of birth, and things like that, that sometimes most accounts online don't need for your normal kind of shopping experience or any other account creation. So once I hit confirm identity, go in here, put my information in. Date of birth. So I will give a bogus date of birth Obviously, I'm only maybe 3 months old. I'll put in my information here. Home address is going to be, this is going to do a lookup. So it's actually going to look up and give a proper address. This helps with the KYC process. So you're not typing an address and you have kind of a mismatch. This gets an exact address and really helps there. So if I agree to terms and service and hit submit, what's going to happen right now, it's not going to let me go forward because, I'm 3 months old in this scenario. It's actually going to repop the birth date picker for me. And you can actually see behind it says, please update your birth date to something correct. So I'm going to go in here. You guys are going to all know my birthday. Not September 20. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a mismatched birthday, which is over 21. And then we're going to see what happens then. And I'm going to change my birthday to the real one and you'll see it go through. So we're verifying that. We couldn't verify it because my birthday, I gave the wrong one. So I'm going to go here and put my real birthday in and hit submit. There it is. So KYC passed. Luckily, I have, good know your customer. My account's verified. It shows me my Caesars rewards and, a really nice kind of confetti. Hey, you're in. Gives you a deposit now option. Sometimes there's a sign up bonus attached depending on how I come in, and that would appear in that blank space there. Or I can explore odds, which would take me right into the sportsbook. Now, since I'm in the Maryland sportsbook, and I'm actually located in New Jersey, you will see that red bar at the top says we cannot verify your location. So I can hit view details. First it's going to say, hey, allow precise information, allow precise location. That way they can geolocate you if that's not the case. I already have it on, but I'm going to show you guys now that I can't make a bet or I can't deposit because of this. Now I'm just put it in my bet slip here. And it's also telling me at the bottom, please allow precise location because I can't, not only do I not have money in my account, so it's not a place bet button, it's deposit because I have $0. But it's also telling me to allow that precise location. If I view details, I can allow it here. It's not going to do much, but so I have precise location on because I'm not in the right state. Now it's going to recheck me and it's saying, you're still having a problem here. And you can call us, you can figure that out. If you're actually in the state and you're still not, getting that location check properly working, you can reach out to us and there's a couple steps in that process. So I won't be able to bet here, but you saw the registration process. You can see, we have errors in there. It's pretty simple to change them. And then you can see that with my mismatch information, even being above 21, it's not letting me through. And when I actually put my real information, I did get a KYC check. And if I travel to Baltimore later today, I'll be able to deposit and bet on this if I was a real customer. Obviously, I'm not going to deposit because that causes a lot of problems for our compliance team to say, hey, a real person is deposited and a real employee is deposited and they shouldn't. I'm actually going to tell them to delete these accounts out because they're not tested, not real accounts later on. But as long as I don't deposit, there's no major compliance issues.
And I might just add one point to Nick's demonstration. So I think this example, Nick signed up for an account in Maryland. If Nick was a member of the self-excluded list offered in Maryland, he would not have been able to sign up for this account. So during that KYC, we would check the Maryland excluded list, and now to prevent him from signing up for an account, those same controls will, of course, be in place in Massachusetts as well.
Okay, and that's what I had on my list. But if you guys have any other questions, I'm happy to run through any other pages or show you anything else within the application.
Commissioners, anything else that you'd like from Nick? I think we can take that down then, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, okay, and Jeff, does that conclude your presentation or do you have more?
We have more. We're going to present our deck again. We have a couple more items that we want to cover relating to the product and some compliance matters, and then we will resolve our presentation.
Thank you. Here we go.
Thanks, Nick, for the great presentation there. So
yes, it was excellent. Thank you.
agreed. So the mobile platform that Nick provided, as well as our back office that identifies critical components for gaming, that system is live in 19 different jurisdictions. And, Caesars not only incorporates a digital platform, but our retail platform with shared components, that is also live in 22 jurisdictions. So incorporating this platform, would allow the MGC to incorporate a platform that's been vetted out across, multiple markets. The system's compliant with all the GLI standards covering iGaming, kiosks, sports wagering, as well as IT audits. And also, since the system is live in Pennsylvania, Maryland, New Jersey, Nevada, Illinois, Ontario, Mississippi, Nevada has our legacy platform, but our platform itself also complies with those unique requirements. So it literally is covering, the vast majority of any technical requirement in the sports wagering industry, as well as the federal requirements such as, the Federal Wire Act and all the features regarding RG and self-exclusion. And as far as the evaluation, right, there's a number of third parties and regulatory test labs that evaluate the product as well. So GLI, of course, New Jersey, Ontario, West Virginia, and Nevada has reviewed certain aspects of the system, and we received approvals in all those markets, and as well as geolocation testing. So prior to going live in Massachusetts, we would have the mobile app, the website evaluated for geolocation within the borders and the surrounding borders, because Massachusetts the area is close to a number of states and there's a dense population. The system has the ability to identify whether a player is, say they're sports wagering and on the train and they go into Connecticut. There are checks and balances within the system that identify if that person's on a train and they pass into the state of Connecticut. As soon as they attempt the wager, the geolocation check will block them from placing that attempt with a Massachusetts account. Next slide, Lisa, please. So just, as far as our regulatory approvals go, it's been approved by lotteries, tribal commissions, and other gaming commissions and control boards, as you can see here, whether it's in a number of states where we incorporate our retail brick and mortar platform and our mobile and a website, as well as some of the other markets where we only have retail sports wagering, and such as a market like Kansas or New York where we have just the digital platform. And then just to close out, as far as the features go, like our system encompasses all the features that allow for a great customer experience, all the features that are identified within the regulatory realm. And also we incorporate third-party systems such as GeoComply, which allows us to review and audit anything related to geolocation across every single market, those 19 jurisdictions, as well as that product is also offered to our competitors. So it's not only vetted out against a Caesars Sportsbook, but it's also an offering that is incorporated across the industry. Here's another look at our wagering catalog. So on the right is our website, and on the left is our iOS platform. So it has that same look and feel. And also there is, with a number of operating platforms, there's a dark mode. So, you can have that different look and feel. And to highlight some of our cybersecurity and operational audits, we do contract Bulletproof to conduct assessments against GLI 33 and our operational audits. So within GLI 33, there is vulnerability and penetration tests. So that third party evaluates any access point to the system, whether it's customer facing, user facing, or it's the network for our servers and access to our data center. Also, there is a review of the information security management systems, those policies. So say if we have an update for a policy in Arizona and there's a security enhancement, we would incorporate that security enhancement across all markets so that we raise the bar across the board so that our IT policies would be migrated to a state such as Massachusetts. And with that, I'd like to pass it off to Ken Fuchs. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Floyd. It's Ken. I'm back. Just very quickly, I wanted to touch on Nick walked through the registration process, and that system for us is obviously a critical component to onboarding and protection of both the customer and the business. In most of our jurisdictions, for Know Your Customer, we work with LexisNexis. There is 2 jurisdictions, well, one current, one pending, where we work with GeoComply, where we pass the information to them and they do all the proper validation, including age, social security number, date of birth, last name as exact matches, as well as fuzzy matches around address and first name to ensure that the person signing up is the person that is intended to be signed up. Should there be any issue in terms of the information that is passed back for the customer, we do have a secondary waterfall in the app where they can provide a selfie picture as well as a valid identification, such as a driver's license. That can then be matched in certain jurisdictions, most of our jurisdictions. That is powered by a partner called Onfido, and that provides a secondary opportunity for the customer to be validated as a valid customer. We also have a final check, which is manual with our customer support team, where a customer can provide additional documentation such as tax, utility, financial, banking information to verify that they are who they say they are. So we have multiple checks. LexisNexis is obviously a world-class company, but we also have other companies we work with that are well validated in this space around KYC. And as Nick walked through, we've made a lot of efforts to improve our registration flows to make it as simple and communicate very clearly with the customer as they go through that sign-up process. And we touched on payments and wallets. We know from our research that this is one of the most critical components, is the ease to get money in and out for customers. We've spent a lot of time improving both the options we have, but also the team itself. We've grown the team substantially over the last year and a half, and we add 24/7 capabilities and oversight with people, so that anybody who wants a withdrawal processed can do so 24 hours a day. We process almost all withdrawals within an hour or two on our side, and then depending on the method that you've chosen to withdraw, that governs when the dollars would hit your bank account. So we talked about real-time debit card withdrawals. That's the fastest. It's fairly instantaneous once we approve, and then the other ones are really dependent on the institution. So online banking typically takes a few days for the bank to process. PayPal is fairly immediate, and so on and so forth. We're working through a lot of our designs. You can see here, these are designs that we'll launch in Q1. We want to be very transparent with the customer around the timing for when they can expect their funds based on the choice they've made in terms of withdrawal, and also be clear, obviously, on the deposit side, the various options they have and their ability to toggle between different options. And lastly, from an operational standpoint, I wanted to touch on our trading team. We showed the betting catalog, and Nick touched on some of the bet off and other components of trading. It starts with people. This is a 160, 170 person team that we've been building out. We're very proud to own this function. I think it's a critical function to have in-house because it is the beating heart of what we do. So it's a team that works 24/7 with operations mostly out of Las Vegas. And we're organized by sport leadership so that we have subject matter expertise across various sports, and a very clear kind of career tracking so that we have strong experts and experience at the top, and a lot of training. In fact, in the last year, we built a training academy specifically for onboarding and trading. There is quite a bit of change that happens around trading in terms of how we approach matches. We handle almost 200,000 different events a year with millions of different markets. We take hundreds of millions of bets coming in every year. The team really does two things. It does odds making and risk management. So they are managing what I would call our book of liabilities, understanding all the bets coming in, where we sit in terms of those bets around a variety of different markets. They're pricing, actively pricing. They're managing all of our data integrations with our partners. They're making limit adjustments. They're managing our futures markets. So will the Red Sox win the World Series next year? We keep those markets live up until almost up until the event itself. So they're constantly changing in terms of their odds. They're working with our analytics team around the models we use around pricing. And we do a lot of integrity monitoring in a partnership with US Integrity as well. And then they're also managing all wager acceptance. So much of this is seamless and automated. It's extremely fast. As you saw with Nick making a bet, there are bets that might exceed a limit, a published limit, or it's not a published limit, but exceed a set limit. Those are sent for special approval by a trader. That is all recorded, so we know who does what in terms of the auditing around those decisions. And we obviously want to make sure that the customer has funds in their wallet and that it's a bet that we want to take. Thank you. That's all I have for this part of the presentation. I believe I'm turning it back to Jeff Hendricks.
Thank you, Ken. We just have a few more slides. Before we get to our summation, I wanted to note that we have also, over the past several years since acquiring our digital business, grown an anti-money laundering team in-house to scale with that business. We're very proud of that team. Pardon me. So our in-house team provides all applicable federal AML requirements, and we'll be ready to do so in Massachusetts. Those will include CTRs, KYC reporting, and SAR reporting. That team applies industry best practices and follows an integrated enterprise-wide program that we believe is on par with anything within the industry. The last main section I want to touch on is our review of the suitability of American Wagering Inc. and our key qualifiers as applicants. We hope that through this presentation and through any additional questions that we can answer for you in the next sessions, that we have provided sufficient information demonstrating that we have been found suitable in multiple jurisdictions. We possess all attributes of integrity, honesty, good character, and reputation, that the business is financially stable, operates with integrity, and provides substantial benefits to the Commonwealth, that we have grown our sports wagering operations in multiple jurisdictions, and that we've provided all relevant information within our applications, including that relating to ongoing litigation, none of which would have any impact on our ability to offer high quality operations within the Commonwealth. So with that, I just want to briefly summarize to state that we hope that we have addressed each of the key elements within the Commission's consideration here today. I also want to note that I appreciate all of my colleagues' time on this. You've heard us mention our colleague Lisa several times on this call. She's been managing this presentation. She's our Director of Licensure. We could not do this without her, so I just want to express my appreciation before we sum up our remarks. So with that, we thank the Commission very much for its time, and we would respectfully request, in accordance with all relevant regulations, and after evaluating our license application, this presentation, and any additional questions, that the Commission find American Wagering Inc., its key persons, and any affiliated companies suitable in accordance with the relevant regulations, and grant us a temporary license. So with that, we've concluded our presentation. And I thank the Commission and staff very much for its time. Chair Steiner, Leader.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters. Very, very helpful, very clear. Commissioners, we held our questions. It is 12:30, and normally we take a short break. And then hear from GLI, IAB, and RSM. I'm wondering if we take a lunch break come back, hear from our internal team, and then go into our section by section analysis. How's that sound?
I think it makes sense since we really started at 9 this morning instead of 10. We
Right,
did.
right.
I know the presenters didn't, but
Well, I suspect that they may feel the same need to take a bit of a break after their comprehensive presentation. It was excellent. So let's plan to reconvene at 1 p.m. and then we'll go more straight through without a sort of a second intermediate break. Thank you, everyone.
I don't respectfully, ma'am, I may need that still, Madam Chair,
Oh,
but
I
I do
don't-
think it makes a sense to break for lunch now.
Oh, no, I'm just saying we may take intermediate breaks during our review before I had a
Yeah.
break for that after the presentations by the 3. So we'll see.
Yep.
See how we go. Of course, Commissioner Bryan. Thank you so much. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave.
All set.
Thank you. I was getting some good technical support. Krista, thank you. Oh. Commissioners, I hope you had a nice break. We'll do our check-in. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, public meeting number 411. And because we're holding this on a virtual platform, I will take a roll call. Commissioner O'Brien.
I am here.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
I am here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Commissioner Skinner, you moved. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
And Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm here and thank you for the popcorn during the break. Get me going.
It has a little chocolate in it, and I'm feeling like I feel like it's all over my face. So good. Okay, we'll get started. We ended with the presentation by the applicant. Thank you so much. Now we're going to turn to the presentations and analyses that are offered by first GLI, our own IEB, and then RSM providing services for us. GLI was the first to write and set gaming technical standards, which are now considered to be the industry benchmark worldwide. GLI has continuously responded to the industry by innovating new standards in testing, allowing regulators to feel confident that they are providing a safe, responsible method of revenue generation for their stakeholders and preserving integrity. And I will let you, GLI, introduce yourselves, and we also have our very own Trina Gomes, who is our Chief Information Officer, who's available for questions as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. It's good to be with you again. Kevin Mullally, Senior Vice President of Government Relations and General Counsel for GLI. We are familiar with the platform that has been presented to you here today, having tested it for other jurisdictions with similar requirements as you have before you in Massachusetts, including GLI 33, the technical standard that you have adopted. In addition to that experience and confidence level that the platform is capable of meeting your requirements, there will be essentially 3 phases of testing. One, it will be tested and evaluated. The actual local deployment in Massachusetts will be tested and evaluated against the technical standards and other regulatory requirements for online platforms. And it will be certified, and that certification will go to your lab. In addition to that, there will be extensive field testing that will validate the functionality and compliance of the geolocation solution, the KYC, the responsible gaming features, the security, and other related technical requirements that need to be tested in the field. And finally, there will be a review of the ongoing operational internal control standards and their capabilities for compliance with all your operational risk control compliance requirements. And so with that, I will turn it over to Joe Bunavith, who you have been quite familiar with over the past few days, and he can go through the details of the testing plan for the platform.
Thanks for having us, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Joseph Bunavith, Director of Client Solutions for GLI. I'll give an overview of the submittal certification and verification process regarding mobile applications and other digital platforms to be approved by the Commission. Before GLI can take submittals, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission must approve 205 CMR 138, 238, 247, and 248, which we drafted in consultation with your staff and an outside law firm. After approval, the operators will prepare to submit their code bases for the entire sports wagering systems that they intend to deploy in the Commonwealth. The submittal preparation includes the following: If it is a platform we're familiar with, a modification list from the last submission to one or more U.S. jurisdictions will be requested and reviewed to set the project and reviewed to set the project plan for Massachusetts, considering any changes to the platform and all specific Massachusetts rules and regulations. If the product is new to our lab, we will review the technology architecture documentation, which is a complete, comprehensive, and technically accurate description and explanation of all sports wagering systems. This includes a description of all hardware devices and virtual servers, of a description of all server and client software modules, including the software versions, the layout of all network communications between various software and hardware modules, and an explanation of all third-party integrated systems. Post the technical documentation review, the critical files regarding compliance will be identified and documented. Then a complete project plan is put in place, taking account the unique architecture and design of the platform and the specific rules that were approved by the commission. The lab will run a supervised compilation of the source files, the signature of those files, and the compilation steps, and the signatures of the compiled code. Once complete, the source code will be submitted for testing in a locked-down test environment. GLI will review the player account management platform, known as the PAM, for registration, age and identification verification, account controls, payments, reporting, responsible gaming controls, required disclosures, and geolocation. The geolocation testing commences in two parts. A field test to verify borders through sampling along the entire border while completing edge case technical tests. The field test will also cover any restricted areas as defined by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. The second part will include a subversive workaround detection that will commence in the lab, including but not limited to VPN and proxy usage, GPS spoofing, code manipulation, and man-in-the-middle attacks. GLI will then verify the sportsbook in total if not tested previously for retail deployment, or review the integration of the sportsbook into the PAM for events, markets, point spreads, bet acceptance, and corresponding timestamps and logging of those events. We also verify the enforcement of all betting limits and run against all edge cases. We will verify the pre-event and live data feeds, post-event bet settling, the corresponding timestamps, and logging and reporting of those instances. We'll then review the change management process and procedures. After all the technical checkoffs are met, certifications can be issued when GLI verifies the changes made for Massachusetts-specific deployments, including source code differential and change testing to the latest reviewed version. And GLI has evaluated the product has met all the Massachusetts-specific requirements. After certifications are issued and MGC accepts them, field verification will be conducted in conjunction with the MGC. This procedure will be finalized in the upcoming weeks. During that time, the following will commence: verification at the production server and verification of all critical file signatures. Reviews of all internal controls for procedures to operate the sportsbook. Will check technology for configurations such as proper setup of roles and user right assignment, and potentially interview key personnel to ensure they know and will follow procedures of the internal controls. At this point, when they have met the technical requirements for the operations of the they will have met the technical requirements for the operations of a sportsbook in the Commonwealth. That's it.
Okay, Kevin and Joe. Kevin, are you all set? Or you're trying to unmute? There we go.
Yeah. And that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you or the commissioners might have.
Commissioners, will we hold questions until our review? or any questions now? Okay,
I just have one basic overarching one, which is given their presence in the market and your presence in the market, is there anything that raises concerns at all for you in terms of technological capacity of their platform or their product?
No, I mean, you're talking about because they're in so many locations.
I'm assuming you cross paths with the company and their technology in your work. And so I'm assuming that there's nothing that you're raising in terms of the presentation to us, the process that you're going to follow. There's no reason to have any bells and whistles going off in that regard, right?
No, in every jurisdiction where they've launched, we've been able to complete the testing on time and before the stated launch date of that particular jurisdiction.
Okay. Thanks.
thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kevin and Joe and Matt. Thank you so much. Okay, then if there are no further questions for right now anyway, we'll move then to our IEB. And I believe, is it Director Lilios or is it?
Hi, Chair. It's myself. It's Loretta. I'll be doing the presentation today.
Okay, thank you. It's nice to see you, Director Lilios. Thank
Likewise. So I'll jump right in, and the IEB submitted a report regarding the preliminary suitability of this applicant, American Wagering Inc. or Caesars Sportsbook, in connection with their application for the Category 3 license to be tethered to the Category 1 licensee, Encore Boston Harbor. The IB performed our review for preliminary suitability in accordance with the standards and criteria set forth in 205 CMR 215.01 subsection 2. A full investigation for durable suitability has not been performed at this time. As a precursor to our review, the licensing division, in conjunction with the IEB, performed a scoping review of the applicant under Chapter 23N, Section 5B, and we identified one entity and 5 individuals to designate as qualifiers in connection with the application, and those qualifiers are listed on pages 1 and 2 of our report. As explained in footnote 3 of our report, we inadvertently omitted the ultimate parent company, Caesars Entertainment Inc., from the list of qualifiers, and that entity's application is forthcoming. I'll have a few more things to say about that, but for right now, please note that the company is working on an expedited basis to complete the parent company's BED. Despite the omission, because Caesars Entertainment is a public company, investigators were able to rely upon SEC information for this preliminary financial review. And that is consistent with the process that was used for yesterday's applicant as well. And also, I wanted to note that the individual qualifiers associated with the ultimate parent company were identified and are part of this preliminary review. So the licensing division has performed a review of the existing submission for deficiencies, and there is some ongoing communication with the licensing division and the applicant, but the applicant has been extremely cooperative and responsive, and that is including preparing this additional submission for the ultimate parent company on an expedited fashion. And there are no substantial deficiencies to report, again, other than the ultimate parent company, which was my error and not the applicant's. So as I said, we perform the review in conjunction with the reg, and that reg is reproduced on page 3 of the report. We utilize the same team of investigators for all Category 3 applicants. We are using them, and the team is comprised of contract investigators, including former members of our GEU and contract investigators from the firm of RSM. And their work, of course, is being performed in collaboration with the IEB and under the oversight of the IEB. The review for preliminary suitability is summarized in the report, and it includes a summary of Caesar's licensing status, Caesar's Sportsbook's licensing status as disclosed in its application, a summary of their compliance history in other jurisdictions as disclosed in their application, summary of their pending litigation, over 100,000 is disclosed in the application. I think was none reported where the applicant was listed as a defendant. An open source review of the applicant and the individual qualifiers, although pursuant to the reg, this did not include the entity qualifier. And those are summarized in the report, and there are some links to media articles. Also, the team from RSM prepared a report on preliminary financial suitability that appears in Exhibit 1. And that report summarizes the review of disclosed financial information. And in this case, again, as I mentioned, those disclosures are supplemented by the financial filings of the publicly traded parent company. Also, RSM presented financial ratios and reviewed the forecasting submissions submitted by the applicant in the general application. I did want to note two different areas of the report orally for my presentation now. The first is I wanted to bring your attention to page 8 of the report and the applicant's self-report of its withdrawal of its application in Massachusetts in 2013. At that time, Caesars Entertainment Corporation, the predecessor ultimate parent company at that time, and some of Caesars' top executives were qualifiers in connection with an application for a gaming license in Massachusetts. And at that time, the IAB performed a full suitability investigation over the course of many months and identified 4 areas of investigative concern. As self-reported by the applicant here today, the IAB recommended in 2013 that the commission hold an adjudicatory hearing to determine suitability because of those 4 areas of concern. And Caesars withdrew its application before the hearing occurred. So no determination on suitability was ever reached. So that's an important point, right? They were never found suitable. They were never found unsuitable in Massachusetts. Now, for purposes of this preliminary review for a different, the 2013 investigation, I have spoken to Executive Director Wells about this matter. And of course, she was the IAB director at the time. But I want to point out that the IAB recognizes that 2013 was almost a full decade ago, and the company has significantly evolved since that time. They have evolved financially, and financial concerns was one of the identified concerns in 2013. Since that time, they have reorganized following bankruptcy proceedings. The company has also evolved in terms of its top leadership. I note that the CEO and the general counsel at the time are no longer with the company. And one of the areas of concern involved another identified individual who is also no longer with the company. If you do, I know there are many areas that you're going to be discussing this afternoon. If in the end you do decide to move this application forward with respect to this issue in the parent company application that we do not have, my proposal is that you would consider moving it forward on the condition that the application is submitted and that IAB is able to do its preliminary review of the parent company application. I did want to make another note about the self-report from the applicant on its compliance history, which appears, I think, on page 9. You're really 7 through 9. They talk about a matter in Virginia, self-disclosed, the Massachusetts matter, self-disclosed, 3 recent fines, self-disclosed, and then a general statement on page 9 about, the applicant receives various actions, disciplinary actions from time to time. They are routine, often resolved through administrative process. So I wanted to state that I expect that the company will be responsive to the IEB's request for a more itemized and comprehensive accounting. Those requests do often come in the form of supplemental requests by the IEB once the licensing division transmits an administratively complete application. And I have, absolutely no reason to believe that the company would not be more responsive, would not be fully responsive at that time. That's just in the process that we're in now. The IEB has not made its request for supplemental information yet. So I did want to point that out. I know that we have members of our contractor team here in the meeting. At this point, I rest on the report in the exhibit, but of course we're available for any questions, as I know the applicant is available for questions.
Questions, Commissioner O'Brien?
I have a couple of comments. One of which is in a general sense, what was flagged by Director Lilios in terms of the lack of explanation in terms of 2013 and the interactions with this commission at that time. I personally want to be briefed on that as part of this. I think we'd be remiss in not being briefed on that as we move forward. We have a very limited review, but that's information within the confines of our walls. And so I would like to get briefed on that. And I do also want to ask the questions that were put forth in terms of what was flagged, pages 7, 8, 9. Some of it, I don't know whether or not it can be done openly at the end of this presentation or whether it would have to go into executive session. And in part, that's due to the lack of detail that was provided by the applicant. So I'm flagging right now my frustration with the answer that was given in the application in E3F, and that's recited again on page 9. The additional information upon request, we did request it. It was the application. And so I'm a little frustrated with the lack of detail in that area. So in terms of whether we're figuring out executive sessions and planning the rest of this day, I would point out my desire to get more information in those areas.
Madam Chair, I'd like to co-sign everything Commissioner O'Brien just stated.
So Todd, this is, I'm sure you may have anticipated that we might want to go into or consider our options for going into executive session as appropriate. Some of this discussion may be appropriate for public review, but I turn to you, I suppose, Director Wells and Executive Director Wells, former IEB Director Wells, and Director Lilios might have some sense about this as well with respect to the first matter that Commissioner O'Brien wants more details on, and then with respect to the general responses on compliance history.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm just trying to pull up, find the parts of the application, Commissioner O'Brien, that you were referencing so I could have a clear understanding. Could you?
It's
just.
It was both in the suitability report and then what, E3? Is that, I was just.
I think it's in 2 different places. One I think is E34. The same paragraph is put in response in a couple places in the application. And I think the suitability report on page 9 cites it in its entirety and references the answer to E34.
Also, G3 in particular, that's implicated.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Commissioner Skinner? I didn't hear what you said.
G3.
G3. Okay. If I may just have a moment to look at those.
Director Lilius, just for clarification, the entity that was before the commission in 2013 was the Caesars Entertainment Inc. Or was it a different entity?
It was Caesars Entertainment Corporation. I think that's a result of the reorganization. It was renamed.
I could provide a little clarity on that if that would be helpful.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sure. So the entity that was an applicant in 2013 was Caesars Entertainment Corporation. That entity is now a holding company of the ultimate publicly traded parent. So that former CEC is how I refer to it, is now Caesars Holdings Inc., which is a subsidiary company of Caesars Entertainment Inc. Go back a few years ago, Eldorado Resorts Inc. acquired CEC. Eldorado Resorts Inc., through that acquisition, moved CEC as a subsidiary of Eldorado Resorts Inc., and Eldorado Resorts Inc. changed its name to Caesars Entertainment Inc. So Caesars Entertainment Inc., or CEI, now the ultimate publicly traded parent, was not involved in those 2013 applications in any sense. And certainly we'll be happy to discuss this in any forum which you'd like. Our intention in identifying those was to note that while CEI, William Hill US, and American Wagering Inc. were not in any way associated with the company that applied in 2013, the ultimate parent, CEI, did acquire that entity in 2020, and we wanted full transparency to disclose that, to make sure the commission was aware of that relationship, even though the applicants in front of you today were not in front of you in 2013.
Thank you for that. So maybe Jeff too, you might, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think the question right now is, it would probably be helpful in terms of continuity of the meeting to maybe address these issues now rather than later. And I'm wondering if it's, if you have a sense as to what, whether any of the addressing the issues that were generally addressed in the application, whether there's any confidentiality issues that you would flag for us as we look back at that case from 2013. And if so, would you have an argument for Councillor Grossman about why it fits into our limited scheme for going into executive session?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to offer my thoughts on that. I believe there's some technical elements of the Virginia matter that was disclosed in those comments that we would request confidentiality regarding. However, I'd be happy to discuss both of them at a high level. And if there is an area of significant detail that we would request confidentiality, I would be happy to kind of identify that during these discussions and perhaps request executive session if that would be appropriate.
And can you speak to Nevada, DC? The others, the other three that are listed on page 9, can you do the same thing high level, or does that need to go into executive session?
I believe that we could discuss the Nevada matter. We could certainly discuss quite thoroughly. Some of the details surrounding the DC and Cherokee matters we would request discuss in executive session. Obviously, we'll provide full detailed transparency on all of them. So I would defer to your direction as to how you would like us to proceed.
I mean, should we start with high level on what is in your comfort level publicly discussable, for lack of a better term, and then focus on what's left in terms of going into greater detail in executive session? And, you know, Commissioner Director Wells, I'm putting you in a spot here as former director of IEB, but whether your participation provides any insight into 2013 at this time, if we were to go past what's going to be a high level discussion right now. And I obviously didn't ask that before, so I don't want to put you on the spot and not being prepared to have that level of conversation that might be necessary.
I have not reviewed the report, and that was more than 9 years ago. I have a high level understanding of what happened at that time. I'm also aware of certain things that have changed at the company since that happened. I could give a high level, but for if the commission wants any specific detail, probably just refer to the report itself, which I think has been provided, but it is very long.
It has not been provided.
Okay.
It has not, no.
Okay.
That's one of the things I do want to look at it. Just, I feel like to do due diligence, I need to at least put eyes on it.
It may have been accessible, but it wasn't provided in conjunction with our review. And as you know, there's a few thousand pages in front of us, so probably nobody thought to say, let's add another report. So why don't we try to see if questions and responses satisfy needs on this matter? Let's stick to maybe just the Massachusetts one right now for clarity, and then move on to the other matters afterward. Okay, Commissioner O'Brien, you want to go ahead?
Yep, sure.
Would it be helpful if I provided further context on the matter that we disclosed and
Yeah, so I think
have our
that
take
makes the
on it?
most sense for you, Mr. Hendricks, to start off in terms of what you feel like you can disclose publicly.
Absolutely. So in our application, we identified, I believe, 2 matters relating to withdrawals of licenses applicable to affiliated companies within our portfolio. The first matter I'll address is the withdrawal of licenses associated with a project from a now subsidiary company of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. That applied for licensure in Massachusetts in 2013. So as I mentioned earlier, the ultimate parent was not, the current ultimate parent company, CEI, was not affiliated with any of those entities that made the application in 2013 at the time of the application. CEI acquired those entities and their various holding companies in 2020 through the Eldorado Resorts Inc.'s acquisition of Caesars Entertainment Corporation. When looking at that question, we wanted to ensure that we provided full transparency, even if those matters did not directly relate to those applicants in front of you today. So I could certainly say that each of the 2 applicants, American Wagering Inc. and William Hill US, they're currently in front of you, were not associated with CEC or any of its subsidiaries in 2013, nor was Caesars Entertainment Inc., which will be an applicant in front of you very shortly. So in doing so, what we want to do is provide enough information to the staff to reference the fulsome report that was issued in 2013 and communicate that we are aware of this matter, and while we do not think it impacts the suitability of the entities in front of you today, nor the key persons in front of you today, none of whom were also associated with CEC or any of its subsidiaries. Pardon me, Commissioner O'Brien.
Wasn't there one individual qualifier who's on the list today that was also on the list in 2013?
I apologize, I misspoke. So I believe our president of our digital business, Mr. Hessian, was with CEC at the time in a very different role than he is in today. So it's an excellent point. Did not mean to exclude him. So when I'm referring to the qualifiers, I'm referring to the senior management team of Caesars Entertainment, Inc., our CEO, CLO, President Chief Operating Officer, CFO, and I apologize if I omitted any of the qualifiers associated with Caesars Entertainment, Inc. All of those individuals at Caesars Entertainment, Inc. were associated with Eldorado Resorts, Inc., and that's how they moved into their current leadership roles of the company. So yes, to summarize, we want to identify that matter for the commission's staff, though from our perspective, those matters do not actually directly relate to any of the applicants in front of you today. Just in the interest of full disclosure, we want to make sure that we could put that to you and answer any questions you might have. And then just briefly, I would note, if helpful, we would be happy to talk through why we believe the 4 items cited as concerns at CEC are no longer applicable to CEI. Lilios referenced, I believe, 2 of those matters distinctly earlier. I don't know if that would be helpful to the commission or not, but as stated in our general presentation, we believe that all of the entities in front of you today are suitable under the relevant Massachusetts provisions.
mean, I would want more detail. I mean, I appreciate the high level and the level you stopped at, obviously, because that's where you felt comfortable, but I can say that it's something I'm going to want to talk about in more depth.
So I guess that for the executive session option, Councilor Grossman, if you could go over those options and see if that's something that we could avail ourselves of.
Absolutely. So we are discussing the Massachusetts matter from 2013, the Nevada matter from September 2022, the DC matter from 2022, and the Cherokee matter from 2022. Is that accurate for starters?
I believe he said he can talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Hendricks, that you could talk to some extent publicly right now about Nevada and Virginia. The latter three, for the most part, the DC and the tribal would absolutely be executive.
That's correct, Commissioner. We could speak to the Virginia matter at a very high level, the Nevada fine in more detail, and then we would request an executive session to discuss some of the details of the last two disciplinary actions relating to DC and one of our tribal regulators.
Well, certainly, of course, to the extent that this information is competitively sensitive, because it doesn't feel like it's a trade secret or proprietary. So if it's competitively sensitive, it would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage if we talked about it publicly. Then we could go into executive session. Unless there's some personal information associated with this, but otherwise it would need to fit into that category.
That would be my, I apologize. That would be my intention, Mr. Grossman, and certainly if anything that I communicate within that session does not fit within the exception in the commissioner's views, I'd be happy to then restate it publicly.
And so the only question I have in that regard is whether anything in connection with 2013 may go into privacy interests of individuals who aren't in front of us today.
Yeah, I think we should assume that, right?
I imagine it, I have a hard time imagining that it doesn't apply.
Right. So because there is one individual qualifier that could be part of the discussion, Councilor Grossman, I do think we'd have both implicated.
Yeah, I think it's certainly on its face would seem to qualify. And we could start, as Mr. Hendricks mentioned, and if it starts to veer into territory where it seems clear that it should be discussed publicly, then we can stop the discussion and move into a public session. But as we've done a number of times, as long as we are very meticulous about the content of the conversation, this seems to fall within the parameters. The only catch with the 2013 matter is to ensure that we're not going into executive session to discuss anything that the commission has already discussed publicly in 2013. So we just need to be careful about that.
I'm sure
was the
everybody
report released publicly, Director Wells, at the time, or was it more the fact of the end recommendation was released?
Trying to remember because this was 9
Yeah,
years
no,
ago.
I know.
My recollection is I'm not sure if we ended up because the Caesars matter, they were just one qualifier with part of a larger application.
Right, the whole Suffolk Downs, yeah.
And I don't remember if that information was taken out of the report when it was public, because the commission never deliberated on it. It was never discussed in public. The issues were never hashed out. So I know that did not happen. What I don't know is if the report section remained in and was part of the packet when the suitability was done on the company, because I think some of the issues they questioned Suffolk Downs on was the due diligence on partnering with Caesars.
I mean, I know there's a Globe article from October 30th, 2013 that talks about some of what came out. And it said Suffolk asked Caesars to withdraw on October 18th. That during the background check, certain information came up, and then they do have a paragraph that publicly states raising red flags about a licensing deal with Gansevoort Hotel Group, a New York boutique hotel company whose name Caesars wanted to use in a refurb Las Vegas hotel, principal of which had been linked to Russian mobsters. And that says, according to a report from the commission's enforcement arm, which would tend to indicate some portion of it was released publicly at the time. Maybe not all of it, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think everyone knew what the issues were publicly. That was not confidential in any way. The Gansevoort matter.
Well, that's just it. I was at a different agency, and
Well,
so
no,
while
I
it was
know
fine
you
for
would
you,
be,
I
so-
don't know what it was.
Just so you know, I want to make clear that there are some people on this team and some members of the applicant that were part of this, but many of us were not.
Right.
So we don't have any information on this in terms of background. So we want to be really cautious about us making any assumptions. If it was in the public forum, then it could be and should be discussed in this public forum. If we're not able to confirm that, then I think it makes sense that we avail ourselves, if it's proper, according to our counsel, to avail ourselves of the executive session to clear this matter up. And then,
Just on, pardon me, and commissioners, if I could offer, I believe a redacted version of the report from 2013 is publicly available. I'm certain of that. So if the redacted version is sufficient to have this discussion, I guess I suggest that we could refer to that version as the basis of the public discussion. Obviously, that's your prerogative.
that seems fair, but
we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, but I also don't know if the commission.
I mean, I think what is clear is that there's portions of Nevada that in Virginia you could talk publicly about right now, and that we would at a certain point have to go in on those at least.
Could I just, I'd like to at least address this issue, because, this was just, you were just quoting a 2013 Globe article with, some reference that none of us know about, right? None of us have that available. I mean, the other four of us, I don't. Maybe you did. But I think now that's been stated, and we need to be able to decide what weight we're going to attribute to this 2013 matter and what we want to do moving forward. So I'd like to not put it aside, because I really have a sort of want to plan our day. So commissioners, Commissioner O'Brien, why don't you suggest what you think would need to happen for going forward? And then we'll go to each other commissioner.
Sure. I mean, I think in terms of moving forward right now, if we start with the public discussion of Nevada and Virginia, when we get to the point where it has to go into executive session, if by then no one's been able to get the redacted version to know what was actually publicly available, we go into executive session on so much as we know needs to be discussed on those matters.
Okay.
That keeps it moving anyway, while we're trying to figure out the parameters of what was out there beyond what I just said, which was quoted publicly.
Right, and hopefully accurately. So, so that could keep us moving. Karen, if you could track that down, please.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. But
Okay.
It sounds like the applicant may be able to also see, I mean,
yeah,
if Mr. Hendricks, you're aware that it's publicly available, a redacted version.
Or, if somehow Karen, whoever she accesses, whether it's the applicant, but if we can get the redacted version, then we'll know what's in the public forum and not. Commissioners, how does that feel to you? Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Hill?
That sounds fine with me.
Commissioner Maynard? I see you nodding, Commissioner Hill. Oh, and the thumbs up. Commissioner Maynard?
Yep, that works.
Okay, so that,
I was just wondering, Mr. Hendricks, do you have that readily available?
It might take me a few minutes to grab it, but if we went to a brief break, I could find it. Otherwise, you just have to look in my face as I search my.
Director Lilios, do you have it available by chance?
I don't have the redacted version. I have the full version.
I don't think it's on the
How about our
website.
legal team? Mr. Grossman, you were there, weren't you?
I was there. I don't remember whether there was a redacted version or not, to be honest.
This is Matt Toller with Gaming Labs. Ms. Wells, I just recently sent you an email checking to see if that is the report that's in question. If that helps everybody move forward. Not certain what the protocol is here, but wasn't.
That's very helpful. Let's see if Karen can check it. It may not be. And Matt, if it's not the right document, we really give you a thumbs up for trying here. Thank you so much.
No, and I'll be glad to post that link in the chat here if we've confirmed that it is.
I found it.
Director Lillis found it.
Understood.
Posted, so I can.
You can send it to Mr. Hendricks and then send it to the commissioners.
I also have the redacted report available, so
Okay,
whatever
see there.
easiest way to proceed.
Readily available after all. There we go. And thank you to Matt. It's nice having the tech expert handy here for us. All right. So now we'll move to the Nevada and Virginia. The Virginia matter, is that the first one, Mr. O'Brien?
Absolutely. If you'll allow me, I'll start with the Virginia matter. I think it's a slightly simpler explanation and then move to the Nevada matter. Obviously happy to double back. The Virginia item that was disclosed pertained to a withdrawal license in that state. The withdrawal was initiated based on the either pending or almost immediately then after completed acquisition of what was William Hill by Caesars Entertainment. So as Mr. Hession mentioned, this company has grown through mergers and acquisitions, including our Caesars acquisition of our sports business. So we were completing an acquisition while both Caesars and one of its subsidiaries was pursuing a brick and mortar license in Virginia. Simultaneously, William Hill was pursuing a mobile license in the same state. Based on the pending acquisition, we spoke to regulators there and made a decision to withdraw one of those licenses as we would soon combine those companies. And that license was withdrawn without any findings of unsuitability or concerns relating to the qualifications of either applicant. It was more of a kind of technical withdrawal based on the number of licenses available in the statute and the pending or soon after acquisition of William Hill by Caesars.
Any questions for Mr. Hendricks on that? Okay. Next on the list.
So the next item on the list was a recently settled disciplinary action with the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission. That matter pertained to 4 different counts within the disciplinary action. I'll speak to each of those counts in turn. I would start by saying the fact pattern that led to this disciplinary action predominantly dates from before Caesars Entertainment Inc.'s acquisition of the subsidiaries involved in this disciplinary action. Though obviously Caesars Entertainment, myself, various members of the current leadership team of Caesars Sportsbook worked very directly with the commission to resolve these matters. Additionally, I think it's really important information is that the system in place that resulted in some of these fines is different than the system that we would request for approval within Massachusetts. So today we've been speaking about our Liberty platform. We gave you a demo of the Liberty platform. All of the matters within this Nevada disciplinary action relate to a platform that we call CBS. CBS is a much older heritage platform that we are actively working to switch out within Nevada. We're working through the regulatory process to achieve necessary approvals to deploy Liberty in Nevada, which will address many of the issues referred to in this count. So as we talk through it, I just really want to make it clear, completely different system, much older system without the level of sophistication of our Liberty platform, which is, I think important predicate information for this discussion. So within that disciplinary action, there were 4 counts that we settled to Nevada Gaming Control Board. One pertained to essentially duplicate wagers that were occurring within the sports wagering system of CBS. Again, CBS, our older platform that we are not going to deploy in Massachusetts and that we are working to substitute within Nevada. We identified that matter, reported that to Nevada Gaming Control Board, and then actively worked to put in place a patch that would fix that issue. Additionally, we reviewed the transactions that were impacted by this error and, to the extent possible, reimbursed guests for any losing wagers that were made as a result of this. So our approach there was to try and ensure that a guest who won a wager based on this duplicate wagering issue still received the benefit of that winning wager. Any guest who lost a wager as a result of a duplicate, we reimburse for their loss. Additionally, there was a note that the system flaw that led to this wager was not timely identified. We have worked very intently with all of our teams to improve our training when it comes to identifying matters that require regulatory reporting and reporting those to our regulators. In this instance, we became aware of the issue through a customer complaint to the Nevada Gaming Control Board. We kept them aware of everything we were doing to further investigate and resolve the matter. And then we retrained our team members thereafter to more quickly report anything that would require some form of regulatory reporting. An additional count pertained to allegations of adequate customer service not being provided to Nevada patrons during 2021. Again, we settled this matter, I think, for context for the commissioners. Fall of 2021 had a lot of different dynamics that are currently in place today. So earlier in our presentation, Eric and Ken walked you through the robust customer service measures that we have put in place as Caesars Sportsbook. Caesars acquired William Hill in, I believe, April of 2021, and we immediately began investing resources to improve our customer service function and address these sorts of items, to include hiring substantially more staff, introducing the chatbot function, using third-party resources where allowable under various regulatory provisions, and dramatically changing the scope of our investment within that area, all of which also relate to the Nevada Gaming Control Board. And then the last count in that matter related to failure to timely notify the Gaming Control Board of a suspected theft at one of our retail sports locations within Nevada. Some context for that count is that the matter occurred at one of our smaller properties in Nevada. Also, dramatically different operating environment in Nevada, large rural state. We have a number of smaller retail sportsbook locations, and it occurred at one of those smaller locations. However, in response, again, we retrained our team members on the appropriate procedures, settled the matter with the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and continue to train and instill in our team members the requirements to report these sorts of matters in a timely fashion. So I might pause there and be happy to answer any more questions, either the Virginia or Nevada matters.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Skinner?
Thank you. Jeff, thank you. I have a question about that last count you described, failure to timely notify, and I didn't catch the rest of it. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it was a failure to timely notify the Nevada Gaming Control Board of a suspected theft at a retail sportsbook location.
Okay, thank you. And then I got inadequate customer service in 2021, duplicate wagers occurring in 2022, I believe, and I didn't get the fourth one.
So it kind of relates to the duplicate wager issues, that the duplicate wager issue is not timely reported, and we were not able to identify the root cause of the flaw that led to the duplicate wager issue, though we did resolve the matter from a system perspective.
And the flaw effectively allowed a patron to enter in one wager, but it showed up in your system twice and deducted funds from the patron's account twice.
Good question, slightly different. So the way it worked is that when the system was under a high stress or volume, again, different system that would not be in place in Massachusetts, then certain wagers in those high volume periods would be recorded twice. So, Hendricks places a bet for the Chiefs to win against the Broncos, and I do that on Sunday morning, very high volume time. I place a $10 bet. That $10 bet is struck twice, even though Hendricks intended to strike that bet once. So what we did was we put a patch in place that limits bets within a certain amount of time to ensure that essentially a bet cannot be placed more quickly than a human could place it. So we identified the specific time period by which those duplicate wagers were occurring and put a patch in place to ensure that no duplicate wagers could be issued within that time frame. And again, anyone who made a winning bet as a result of those wagers kept the benefits of that winning bet. We did not ask for refunds, and any guest who lost a duplicate wager, we credited back their lost wager.
But patrons' accounts were deducted twice for one bet. Or
In some instances, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, did you stop in terms of the detail of suspected theft because that's something you don't feel comfortable talking about in public?
There are elements of that that I could provide a little bit more detail on in private, just relating to the controls we put in place and how we maintain security over those operations.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more about that in the right setting.
I apologize. I've been kind of speaking for a minute. Was there another topic I should address?
I think that what I'm hearing is we have the two outstanding of the general update on past compliance, but we now have that redacted report in front of us. Why don't we give you a chance, Jeff, to review Loretta? Doesn't look like that. You sent us to page 219 as being the pertinent. Is that right? 219 or 230? I might be wrong.
219 starts the bottom of 219. I think starts the discussion and it continues.
That's a little bit. Okay.
Then the financial piece picks up on 265.
So 219.
There appear to be very few, if any, redactions.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But I thought that commissioners, you probably should have a chance before we start discussing this again. This is a report that was prepared by the IEB, right, Karen? And it was part of the application for Region A, connection with Region A. And this report includes information regarding Caesars Entertainment, but it's not exactly the same entity that's before us today. Is that right, Roberta? Even the parent company has somewhat shifted.
That's right.
And so I guess I'm cautioning against a little bit being cautionary here because one, none of us have had a chance to digest it. But perhaps if there is a desire to further delve into it, perhaps we could ask IEB as if we got to the end of our analysis and any determination, either condition or desire to get some kind of report back on really the relevance of this case, of this matter to what we have in front of us today. I think from my perspective, I'm just trying to put it all into perspective. I want to know, I'm appreciative of the fact that it was self-disclosed. And for that, that was exactly I think all of us would agree, we are very pleased that happened. But now I want to make sure we digest it correctly. So Commissioner, tell me what you would like to do.
Madam Chair, if I could just clarify for the record, just to make sure it's clear, because this became relevant in litigation. The actual investigation was assigned to Spectrum Gaming. So they actually did the draft report, had a recommendation. It was finalized by IEB, but the Spectrum Gaming Group was actually tasked with doing most of the investigation, and they were the lead on it and did provide a recommendation that indicated their position on the suitability. There was some dispute at litigation down the road. Spectrum Gaming itself indicated they did not recommend a finding of suitability, and the IEB agreed with that.
Okay, so this is a report that was not adopted by IEB, but rather by Spectrum?
It was initially drafted by Spectrum as consultants for the IEB, and then they worked in conjunction for the final report.
Got it. Okay. But if I look at the last page of this document, it's going to say MGC IEB, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, what would you like to do?
I, for one, would like the opportunity to actually, one, read the report or the relevant portions of it, but then two, confer with IEB as appropriate in terms of, their understanding of the landscape as it is now at the applicant entity. But then also, I would like the opportunity to really just understand and assess the risk myself, because right now I know nothing other than what's been alluded to and referenced in this meeting.
So I have one suggestion. So I directed you to the part of the report that starts on page 219. So that's page 219 to 250. Talks about 3 matters. There was a 4th matter, the financial condition of the company, that starts on page 265. I would suggest that you've already had RSM look at the financial condition of the now parent company. So if you're looking at relevance, I invite you to think about whether that is the least relevant of the four matters, if at all relevant.
I'm also just wondering, given that this is not redacted, could IEB kind of just brief us right now quickly about these items that and without going beyond the public document? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can try. I mean, certainly 10 years ago, I was much better versed in this. I have reread the report in preparation for today, but I
would like the opportunity to actually read it myself. I'm in line with Commissioner Skinner that
I guess I was wondering
at the end of the day, and I realize you want to move things along, Madam Chair.
No, I'm sorry. I think you might have misinterpreted. I wondered if we could have IEB's briefing, maybe as a background to our reading to help put context into it. I wasn't eliminating the opportunity to read it. Mr. Hendricks, though, I want to turn to you. If we get a little bit of a background from our IEB, what's available publicly, does that serve to help put things into context and then remind us of what was how it was, the resolution. And then we can pause and read, or decide to continue on today with the rest of the application and perhaps have some kind of a solve, I think, with respect to this matter.
We're happy to assist in whatever way benefits the commission. So if that's allowing time now, answer questions after you've had a chance to review it, pausing and moving into other questions, whatever most benefits you, we will be happy to facilitate.
Okay, commissioners, do you want to pause and read now?
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Maynard?
Yeah, I guess I would suggest that we take a few minutes break, though. I don't know if everyone wants to see me.
Can't read. No, we can't read. I'm going to break. We're definitely
Yeah,
going to.
yeah.
No,
Watch
actually,
each other read.
I don't want IEB to be speaking in the background while my mouth's open reading something. So that
no, we would break to read. So it's 2:11. Can somebody offer?
Oh, it's 30 pages.
2:30, 2:25, 2:30. Is that enough time?
2:11 to 2. It's like 2:19 to 2:50 if you accept the recommendation around the financial piece.
Sorry, I need more than 15 minutes to read 30 pages.
How much
2:40.
time do you need?
Mom, are you gonna come?
In a minute, Jim.
An hour, is that too much?
Oh, we're gonna have to kind of, we've got 20 minutes of an hour. So how about we do an in between something like,
What, I didn't.
I can't, I don't know if it's me, Commissioner Skinner. And I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm so sorry.
Not just you, Kathy. I think it's.
Oh, okay. I keep on playing with my speaker. Sorry. Maybe it's just that you get close to my phone, Keisha. Thanks.
Madam Chair, may I recommend a half hour? We come back at 2:45.
I need a half an hour, so I would appreciate you.
I couldn't,
I think Brad suggested 30 minutes and Commissioner Skinner said she would take the 30 minutes if that works for everybody.
Okay, thank you. So sorry. I'll figure out if it's me or something else. Thank you. We'll break to 2:45. Thank you.
Hi there.
Okay, mute yourself on the
Hold on. I'm gonna make sure.
Karen, you're on.
Oh, Karen, I'm muting you. You're good. Just give me a second.
I'll set date. Let's see if people are ready to come back.
Okay, good to go.
Thank you. Commissioners, are you all set? No. So this is a reconvening of Massachusetts Gaming Commission meeting, public meeting number 411. And we are returning to our agenda where we were discussing a point that our IEB director raised that was also disclosed in the applicant's application in response to our increase. So commissioners, have you all had a chance to review the relevant portion of the report? Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien, shall I have you lead? Any questions you have for, I guess it would be for any member of the applicant? Oh, I don't see Jeff yet. Oh, yes, I do. There are Mr. Hendricks. Thank you. Yes, thank you. There's a lot of windows. I appreciate the hand. Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
So, I mean, my takeaway from reading it, and I know that there's been a substantial, there was a bankruptcy, there was a reorg, you've got a lot of different players, but obviously the lack of sort of compliance is what jumps out at me when I read that section. So if you could speak to, in a little bit more detail, sort of your compliance structure at the current, for the current applicant.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess I briefly note by mentioning that almost all of the individuals noted within that report that were in a decision-making capacity are no longer or never were with Caesars Entertainment Inc. So the individuals that negotiated the potential transaction, identified a significant investigative issue, one are no longer with the company. The compliance committee as a whole that reviewed that matter has been completely turned over. We have a different compliance committee, which I'll walk you through in just a moment. Mm-hmm. The senior legal team that was involved in those determinations, also no longer with the company, the former chief compliance officers and senior regulatory professionals, and what I believe was the chief legal officer at the time. Those individuals are not with the company any longer as well. The second major significant investigative issue involved the review of a qualifier associated with former CEC. An individual is no longer with the company. And then in relation to item 3, which dealt with allegations of improper accommodations for a high value player, our company does not offer any such incentives or accommodations to high value players currently, nor will it in the future. And additionally, the senior management team that was responsible for those decisions is not affiliated with Caesars Entertainment Inc. So just kind of to lay the groundwork. From a compliance committee structure, we have a compliance committee at Caesars Entertainment Inc. That is comprised of several individuals. Our compliance committee chairman is an independent member, a longtime Nevada gaming regulatory attorney, Mr. Bud Hicks. Additionally, 2 independent members of our board of directors serve on our compliance committee. Mike Bagram was a longtime experience in gaming, racing matters, and then Frank Fahrenkopf, who is also an independent member of our board that sits on our compliance committee. Frank is a legendary attorney in the gaming space, helped form the AGA, and longtime affiliation with various government relations programs. Additionally, 2 of our senior executives serve on that Committee, our President Chief Operating Officer, and our Chief Administrative Officer. And lastly, our Chief Legal Officer is an ex officio member of that same committee. I serve as the compliance officer as designated by our amended and restated gaming compliance plan. In that role, I report directly to the compliance committee for independence purposes, and for day-to-day purposes, I report to our chief legal officer. I would note that that plan is also distinct from the plan that was used during this matter referred to in 2013. That plan has been in place at former Eldorado Resorts Inc. and now Caesars Entertainment Inc. For the last roughly 9 years. We applied a amended version of that plan to the consolidated enterprise following Eldorado's acquisition of Caesars. So matters like this would now be reviewed by an entirely different senior management team and under a new gaming compliance plan with multiple levels of autonomy and independence within the review process. And I firmly believe that these sorts of matters would be treated differently were they to be reviewed by the Caesars Entertainment Inc. compliance plan. That was a lot, so maybe I'll pause to say, what are those sorts of items you were looking for? Or is there anything I can give you some more detail on?
Can you tell me how, what are the terms of the people on the compliance committee?
Certainly. So the members of the compliance committee that are members of the board of directors, their terms would run commensurate with their terms on the board.
Mm-hmm.
We have a different mechanism to appoint membership to the compliance committee than we do on the board. But each year we review appointments to our various committees, and then the board of directors makes those appointments. Those all, of course, have to comply with the gaming compliance plan. Similarly, the chairman is able to be, elected on an ongoing basis, and then the individuals who are executive officers, they could be appointed or removed pursuant to the terms of the gaming compliance plan at any point. So depending on what we want that constituency of the committee to look like, that can be changed so long as, of course, the tenets of the plan were adhered to. And then I'm appointed and serve at the convenience of the committee.
So is there a separate nominating committee, or is it the board that then, like when you said we come up with recommendations to the board, to the compliance committee, is that a separate nominating committee, or what is that?
Yeah, a good question. So inadvertent royalty there. So the compliance committee has terms within the gaming compliance plan that define who and when it would be appointed to. And then from a corporate governance perspective, we do have a separate nominating and governance committee that makes recommendations and plans.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions, Commissioner Skinner, you're naming it?
There was mentioned earlier.
Commissioner Skinner, I apologize. I can't hear you very well.
Maybe we have to get really close. I don't know what happened. Is that better?
That's better.
Yeah. Giant head. All right, with the giant head, yeah. Attorney Hendricks, there was mention earlier that Mr. Hession was involved in prior incidents from 2013. And I'm sorry if this is awkward for you, Mr. Hession, but what was that involvement?
But before Eric responds, I guess I just note, if I implied that, I apologize. I know he was listed as a qualifier in the prior process. I did not mean to imply that he was involved with any of the decisions listed within these significant investigative issues.
Okay.
Just note on any comments I might have made. Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I misunderstood. I have the same questions, similar questions rather, that Commissioner O'Brien had, so I appreciate her asking them. I hate to go backwards, but I'm going to ask about the Nevada settlement again. And just if you could tell us what those terms are, if you're able to do that publicly.
The terms in what respect, Commissioner?
You signed a settlement agreement, right? There's a settlement, a stipulation for settlement and order.
Yes.
And so just asking what the terms of that settlement.
Absolutely. So within the settlement, and I'll happy to send that as a supplement to our application immediately following this meeting. I believe we presented on the record in front of the Nevada Gaming Control Board to describe the various remediation efforts that we undertook in relation to them, and then settled the fine. I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I apologize. I don't believe that there are any ongoing conditions as a result of that settlement, other than to, of course, adhere to the remediation that we described. And I will confirm that for you and send you the actual settlement agreement.
And what was the fine?
I believe it was $100,000 in total.
Thank you.
Other questions on this matter? Just for the out, because it was the reference to the Globe article that was made earlier. There's the current applicant and parent company and direct and the ultra parent company have no involvement at all with any of the individuals that were cited in the first investigative matter in that report. Kislin and Gavin's, any of those names, no involvement whatsoever.
We do not at the parent company nor in any of our subsidiary holding companies.
And as I understand it, it was a matter for that was involving a licensing agreement for a non-gaming entity.
That is correct, though that property has been completely redesigned with a totally different brand. We have no association with the individuals who negotiated the transaction or potential transaction, nor the ultimate licensing partner. So none of those individuals nor the agreement run to the current parent company today.
Yeah, thank you. And with respect to the last party, Mr. Garber, again, it's a matter of public record. He has no involvement whatsoever with any of the entities that are key individuals or qualifiers in this matter before us.
That's correct. He has no affiliation with the company or involvement with any of these applicants.
No affiliation. Okay. And there's no outstanding litigation
relating to this matter?
Relating to him, no.
None that I'm aware of.
Any other questions about those? Okay. So Director Lilios, because there was just that inadvertent scoping issue, you're expecting that the applicant is, I know that you're in discussions, I think, with the applicant to get the application in on the parent company. And then, and you're expecting that over?
Yes, we are. Lisa from the company's licensing team has been very responsive, and the latest information I had, I think we're expecting it Friday or Monday.
Okay. And I think that I know that we've got a couple of matters that Commissioner O'Brien and others may wish to address, but we need to go into executive session to do that. Should we wait till the conclusion of our review of the sections, just in case we have another executive session?
We might as well, in case anything comes up with RSM or anything like that.
Okay, and I saw Commissioner Hill nodding up and down. Okay, we're all good with that plan. Anything else further with respect to this matter? Oh, okay, we thank you and kudos to all the commissioners for their speed reading. We appreciate that. And so do we have any further questions then for Director Lilios on suitability at this time? Okay, then thank you to the applicant, and we'll turn then to RSM. RSM has been giving the Gaming Commission some assistance in interpreting the financial components of the application. RSM US LLP is one of the leading providers of audit, tax, and consulting services in the United States. RSM has been working with the Massachusetts Gaming Commission to provide insights and analyses to help the Commission. I'll let each of them introduce themselves, But I do want to be clear that the RSM team was asked to join this meeting and make a presentation really relevant to just certain aspects of the applications. And that was sections B2 subsection D on the sports wagering experience, description of sports wagering operation, and the focus was on the applicant's estimated market share within each jurisdiction. Then section C2, projected revenue. RSM has been asked to provide insights into all aspects of the applicant's projected revenue. And G3, section G3, financial stability and integrity. RSM did provide a report to IEB, part of the suitability report that we just evaluated. RSM has been asked to provide insights into all aspects of the applicant's financial stability and integrity. So it goes a little bit beyond the scope of suitability. So thank you very much. I see, perhaps it's Teresa who's leaning in first. Good afternoon, Teresa. Teresa Merlino, nice to see you.
Nice to see everybody here today. RSM appreciates the opportunity to present to the Commission, and we understand the importance of the licensing process and the importance of these meetings. We've accumulated diverse teams of professionals to present on the various topics as requested by the Commission. As noted by Madam Chair, we were very focused in our scope to sections B, particularly with an emphasis on market share and wagering activity, section C with a focus on projected revenue, and focus G with a focus on the financial stability, liquidity, and scenario analysis that the applicants were asked to perform. My name is Teresa Merlino, and I'm a principal in our gaming and hospitality practice based here in Las Vegas. I've been in gaming for the last 20 plus years, and as a firm, we've served the gaming industry since the 1960s. As different presenters present throughout the presentation, they'll briefly introduce themselves. Please note that the information that RSM will be presenting on today was received on November 21st, 2022, and the discussion prepared by RSM is based on our preliminary research to date and is subject to change if new information becomes available. Questions posed to our team may require further research, and if we are unable to respond to a question before the end of the meeting, we will circulate a response to the Commission as soon as practicable. As instructed by the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, RSM conducted a preliminary review of each Category 3 applicant's market share and submission materials in tandem with other investigations with the process. Much of the information we reviewed is likely considered confidential by the applicants, including the market share and projections. We're happy to discuss these items in detail in an executive session and as directed by the Commission. We are prepared to speak generally about the process of which each applicant shared the information within this public forum. RSM's preliminary market study, the jurisdictional rules and other nearby markets, what each of these are doing may impact any of the applicants' estimates on market share and the sportsbook composition in a given state. For example, if Massachusetts goes live, it is probable that neighboring states will see a decrease in sports wagering activity as patrons stay at home to play rather than crossing straight lines to do so. For reference, something we did not note yesterday, the New Jersey market year-to-date September 2022 shrank by 7.3%, which we anticipate is in part due to New York legalizing and initiating sports wagering. So we do anticipate that other states may see an impact by the increase of wagering in Massachusetts. RSM yesterday spoke more broadly to the industry and various sportsbook sizes, which we're happy to revisit again, but for the sake of time, we'll move on. But we spoke specifically to sportsbook, New Jersey having, for example, 25 sportsbooks, while other states have 2 or 3 or even down to 1, which may impact the market share estimates. Given the nature of the online sports wagering and the varying number of platforms in different jurisdictions, it is difficult to predict the ultimate composition of the marketplace, and even after conducting extensive market research. But we do anticipate that Massachusetts will be a very lucrative market And each of the applicants, including the current applicant, which we'll refer to throughout the presentations as Caesars Sportsbook or AWI, consistent with the rest of this hearing, has anticipated or appears to have anticipated. The commission, as noted here, has received IEB's report addressing the suitability review by Director Lilios, and which we spoke to at length. And note that RSM did provide a report to the commission of the applicant's self-disclosed financial submission, including the historical financial performance of sports wagering in other jurisdictions, liquidity and ability to fund, upstart costs and losses, financial projections in Massachusetts, and the financial impact of compliance risks, bankruptcies, and other legal items. We understand that the review of IEB's report was intentionally limited in scope, and we're prepared to speak to this broadly here today, but do anticipate, if necessary, going into an executive session if any specifics are needed. The applicant has built a U.S. sportsbook business through the recent acquisition of the 2021 transaction with William Hill PLC. As part of the application, RSM was only provided financial information for the publicly traded parent company and the pre-transaction William Hill information, which limits our ability to review, the overall sports betting operations. The applicant provided 1 year of financial projections for AWI, and making it difficult to understand assumptions and projected business trends over time. We recognize significant uncertainties in starting operations in a greenfield market, and the only 5-year projection we were able to observe within the application was related to projected handle. We utilized this 5-year projected handle to try to understand market share estimates that were provided by the Caesars Sportsbook. For the revenue projection section, an executive session may be warranted, as our discussion contains specifics on Caesars' estimated market share with the acknowledgement that it was limited to the handle projections. So we're definitely going into a lot of RSM assumptions as we go into that section. And so I'm going to utilize direction from yesterday's meeting and go at a high level. And then if you guys would like us to go into executive session on further details as appropriate, we're happy to do so. Madam Chair, is that an appropriate approach?
I think that's right. Commissioners, yes.
Okay. So we compared the projections, the limited projections as provided to market analyst Deutsche Bank and Truist Securities Research Report, both of which were issued in October 2022. Those estimates, just for context, both of them roughly estimate the Massachusetts market, sports betting market, to be between $300 and $350 million. The market share estimates for Massachusetts online sportsbook market were not shared by the applicant. So nor were those 5-year revenue projections. So we did note in section E2, E0 of the application that there's a graphic where the applicant showed their acquisition model. And based upon our review of that, it does seem to indicate that there's methodology and thought behind market share. So we don't want to imply that the applicant hasn't thought about it, but they just didn't share how that graphical presentation of market acquisition translates into revenue projections within the application specifically.
Teresa, could you repeat that section, please?
Yeah, it's section
graphic, but I don't.
Yeah, it's section E2, E0. And it's related to player acquisitions, and they talk about market share and kind of their approach. And so it does appear that they have some modeling in place to think through and build that out. And I think in their presentation earlier today, they referenced that they haven't, finalized their market plans, but are actively working to develop a market approach that I would assume aligns with that graphic.
Which I think is about page 576, unless my numbers come up different than everybody else's.
Yeah, unless we're doing the section by section, so.
Right. That's just in the overall PDF.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I would also like to highlight for the commission that Caesar Sportsbook provided a market share percentage for the various jurisdictions in B3G01. It was noted as confidential, but I think a lot of the information and calculations they're estimating for market share are based upon public data. But as the application was noted as confidential, I'm not going to reference the specifics of their market share in those other markets. And we can talk to the estimates in the executive summary of the estimates of handle and how we kind of back into their estimates of market share. But generally speaking, their market share estimates for the state of Massachusetts are in the middle range of their stated market share within the other jurisdictions. So if you look at that table there in B3G01 and kind of look in the middle of that table, it's generally in the middle of that table, I would say kind of leaning towards the higher end, and we can speak to that more in executive session as requested, but directionally you should be able to see that. And given that the revenue projections were only provided for 1 year, there's an unknown ramp up period to terminal market size, meaning we were unable to evaluate and provide the commission on kind of what those build out assumptions are, what their planned growth is year over year with the data provided. The commission may want to confirm Caesar's assumptions on market share, although it does seem to be close to what they offer in other markets. And they may have some, the numbers they provided appear to have some context based upon their historical performance. We'll also like to note that the planned relationship with Encore Boston Harbor was not detailed in the application, nor reviewed as part of our application, and we're unsure what the perception of that relationship would have on market share or marketing efforts or lack thereof, or not having marketing efforts. We've seen various jurisdictions handle that relationship differently. As the commission is aware, revenue is closely tied to hold percentage. It's important to note that Caesar's revenue projections are based on performance of their platform across the jurisdiction from November 2021 to October of 2022, which appears reasonable to us, although conservative compared to newer sports wagering markets. As discussed throughout today, this platform is in many jurisdictions and is a primary player within the Nevada market, which trends towards a little bit lower hold percentage. So the hold percentages stated in their application do seem aligned with their current performance across multiple jurisdictions, and is, I would say, conservative compared to newer markets where we'll see sometimes the hold percentage creep up a bit based upon the sophistication level of players and whatnot. And we could speak to more specific numbers in executive session if appropriate. And then I'll turn to Jeff to discuss a bit about liquidity and the overall financial stability review, and then open for questions and discussion as to the appropriate or necessity of going into executive session.
Thanks, Teresa. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Commission. Jeff Katz, I'm a director at RSM, and I lead our strategic finance and FP&A group based in Boston, and spend the bulk of my time doing financial analysis on companies in the technology industries. It is apparent that Caesars Entertainment, the parent company, is well capitalized as of its most recent quarterly SEC filing. And as touched on in the applicant's presentation this morning, as of September 30th, there was approximately $3 billion in available liquidity, comprising of $944 million in cash on hand and $2.1 billion in availability under the revolving credit facility. There are no major debt maturities in the next 12 months. And then Caesars generated $704 million in cash flow from operations during the 9-month period ending September 30th, 2022. And Caesars has also reduced their total debt by $2.6 billion during the same period. It is ultimately up to the applicant's parent on how to allocate its financial resources. If faced with losses in the future, there is no guarantee the applicant will continue its sports wagering operations in Massachusetts, but it has the current financial resources to fund operations in the Commonwealth if it so desires. We'll remain on the line to answer any questions the commission may have about this presentation or our written submission. If there are further specific questions on the contents of the report, we're happy to discuss those in the executive session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you probably heard Jeff and Teresa that we intend to go through the application to find if we have any other issues that are more appropriate in an executive session. Are you available to hang on?
Yes, I'm available, certainly. And we can make sure that others for the written submitted report are available as appropriate.
Excellent, thank you. So commissioners, that concludes our reports from our internal team members. Now we're going to start with the review and evaluation of the application section by section, and a reminder that at the conclusion of each review of each section, I'll take our temperature and find whether or not we think that the applicant has met our expectations in terms of the quality of its response. So,
Madam Chair, are we doing the executive session now, or are we going to wait until we proceed through this?
I thought I may have misunderstood. I thought that we might go through the application and find if we have
anything else. Got it. Okay.
That would go into, then we could do one executive session.
Okay.
As appropriate. Does that make sense? Should we continue on then, commissioners? All set? Okay. So turning to section B, questions for the applicant.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Teresa touched on an important point for me, and that is what the relationship, the partnership, the details of the partnership with Encore Boston Harbor are. And so definitely not interested in the fine details, but generally what the partnership entails. And I don't know if that is reserved for executive session or not, but hoping someone can speak to that either now or then.
I propose that we could give you a very high level summary if that's sufficient. Great. And if not, we'll provide additional context in the executive session. And as I say that, I'm mentally suggesting that Eric is going to actually provide that summary here in just a moment. So if that works, we'll proceed that way.
Sure, it's relatively straightforward. As in partnership with WIN, we're able to, through your review here, access their first skin or ability to use a second brand for the Commonwealth. And in exchange, we're providing them with financial payments based on our performance in the state, along with some minimum amount that we're paying per year. And also, just to be thorough, we have deals with them in other states where they operate on our licenses and have a similar arrangement where there are minimum payments that they make to us, as well as performance-based payments.
Well, Commissioner Skinner, you might be on mute.
Again.
No, and now we heard nothing. So there's something definitely going on. Sorry. I know, but then I wonder if it's on your.
How's that?
Better.
That's good.
Okay, I'm going to get to another location shortly. But I appreciate the answer to the question. It really is just as simple as that. It's just as straightforward as I guess the statute envisioned. So thank you.
Yeah, it is. We have obligations to provide you all with the responsive reporting that you're asking for through a contractual agreement with WIN. But so it ensures that we're complying with all of the reporting requirements and so forth, but it's mainly a financial transaction with them.
But could I do a follow-up question to that, Commissioner Skinner? We've concentrated a bit on what we purchased third-party affiliates and how particularly in the market advertising landscape. And I believe that I asked the question, or maybe it was one of my fellow commissioners asked the question of Encore Boston Harbor, but I would assume that you would have those third-party affiliates, and to the extent that you engage in any contracts and they have content, that you would assume control of that content. And then ultimately, Encore Boston Harbor also would have responsibility as you as a partner. Am I wrong?
No, I think that was a good summary. And I actually heard their response from yesterday and thought that it was a good response that WIN made in terms of the monitoring of the affiliates and the general relationship. We have similar structures in the states that we operate. And to the extent that they're allowed in Massachusetts and get licensed, et cetera, we would plan to utilize them. And if they're not available, then we do an alternative approach.
But you would have ultimate control over any content. And we're thinking, of course, of responsible gaming
Yes.
content. That lies with you.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
And then
That's correct. And I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please go right ahead. It's probably helpful to be interrupted.
I was going to add that all of those affiliates would abide by our marketing and advertising code, our standards. They would use our advertising guidelines, and we would be responsible for the content with which they, then distribute in the market. So the actual material would adhere to our marketing and advertising guidelines and requirements, and we would then, of course, take responsibility from that from a regulatory perspective.
Right. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. Okay. Other questions under section B? I'm just looking at my notes. I think I got a few answered earlier. I would like to explore your response in section B3. I think B3 on projected revenues and the issues that Teresa brought up. So if we could include that in our in executive session, I think we can learn a little bit more about what you're estimating. Other questions on B? Commissioner Mayhew? I'm sorry, I missed you. My apologies.
No problem. I have a features question. What's a selfie sign up? How does that work?
I can take that one, Commissioner, if you don't mind. It's Ken Fuchs. So a selfie sign up is a secondary KYC approach where, and it's fairly common with most of the major operators, where if you go through initial KYC and there's a flag for whatever reason, perhaps you recently moved and your address doesn't match your driver's license, you can submit a photo of yourself from the phone, and you can submit a photo of the front and back of your driver's license. And then the software will ensure that you are the person, that the ID is valid and that you are the person on that identification. And it's basically a secondary means of KYC that's fairly common in the industry and deployed across multiple states.
Is that an in-house, or is there some vendor that does this?
It's a third-party vendor. There's a number of them that do it. Our vendor is on FIDO.
Got it. Thank you.
So they would need to be licensed.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions on this section? with just the follow-up on that we'll get in the executive session, do we have a consensus that it met expectations?
I would say they met expectations under section B.
So do I.
Yes.
Commissioner, I see you're shaking your head, and Commissioner Skinner, all set?
I'm all set, just with the caveat that we will hear some additional information from RSM during executive session.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to section C. Excuse me. Mr. Hendricks, I think the cold is coming through the screen. Let's see. These also are marked up as confidential. So we'll tread carefully and see what everyone's comfortable with. Questions?
So just, if I'm reading this correctly, and I'm not shocked by the answer, but no anticipated jobs in the Commonwealth other than what exists already and as you described it.
I think that's generally correct. As we're exploring whether we're going to do local activations and have some, in-market employees to help, facilitate signups or to do those type of activities. We don't know how many yet, but it won't be more than a couple. And then we do allow our tech team to work remotely, and that's where the majority of the 7 that we currently have are coming from.
Right. So and if you don't want to talk about it publicly, just put your hand up and stop me. But in terms of the brand ambassadors that you talk about later, are those the potential jobs that you're talking about just now, or is that something different?
Yeah, those would be the potential jobs.
I have another question on that, but we can save it to a different section.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm sure oh, sorry, go right ahead.
Madam Chair, I wanted to point out that under the social impact statement, because I think between Commissioner Skinner, yourself, and myself, we've brought up the lottery every meeting. There's an answer that says, as the mobile sports wagering business is unrelated to the lottery business, Caesars does not anticipate its operations to affect the revenues generated by the Massachusetts State Lottery. That is well and good, and maybe this is just a little background on us being a slightly different jurisdiction and region, but we anticipated, and we've taken votes that any licensees would work with the lottery and speak to the lottery about specific issues that they have in regards to whether it affects the lottery or not. And so that's something that I would want to see. Your answer left a little bit to be desired.
Commissioner Maynard, I could speak to that. We would be happy to collaborate with any of the state agencies, obviously including the lottery. So not intentional to not indicate that we would not collaborate. We certainly will, just indicating our initial analysis from an overall market perspective. And we could certainly supplement that. And obviously, I verify here on the record that we will work with all applicable state agencies.
And to your credit, you do say that you don't anticipate acting any negatively, but that you consider cross-marketing strategies and increasing ticket sales. And I think, from my experience, that's music to the executive director of the lottery. So that alone is just something I think that Commissioner Maynard would suggest that they. Am I looking at the wrong place?
Madam Chair, that's the question. The answer is under the question.
Thank you. Well, that's what I would suggest you do. Great. The cross marketing is really, there's opportunities there to have a conversation with them, and they may come up with something. But thank you for clarifying. What I really worried about just now, Commissioner Maynard, was that I was reading somebody else's application for a moment, because I've done that accidentally today, not today, but the other day. Oops. So yes, it is including cross marketing. And so what you're saying is the answer is the word as to the end of lottery. Okay, good. So some guidance there. And I think the executive director would love to hear from you folks on. Thanks, Commissioner Maynard. Okay.
I have another question, and it crosses over a little bit into responsible gaming, but it's referenced by you guys in C, which is this 18-wheeler.
That was my question.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions for you guys coming up in terms of the responsible gaming and the under 21 and your marketing and your affiliation relationships at the college level, et cetera. So I was, on the one hand, amused, and the other hand, a little taken aback by where this might end up and what it's used for. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about that, but maybe we table that for the RG section.
Well, it was in this section, and Commissioner O'Brien, it's there. I think it's interesting that it may have marketing, and it may also have implications, of course, and be for marketing purposes. But I think you're quite right. Suggest are there RG considerations involved? I think my question was, tell me more about the truck's itinerary. Where does it go? Is that helpful, Commissioner O'Brien, for launching the discussion right now?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That's fair.
So,
You want me to handle this one, Jeff, or?
Yeah, if you could explain the itinerary a little bit, then we'll we can cover.
Sure. So, as referenced earlier, one of the things we try to do is to activate locations in the states where we're operating. And so that can be at a bar, it can be, at sporting events, et cetera. And the goal is kind of twofold. One, to highlight our brand and get people to see the brand and associate it with the sporting event. And two, to provide the ability to actually help folks in person sign up for the app, get answer any questions that they have, resolve any problems that they could have with the app if they're already customers, and those types of things. And so what this truck is a concept to try to improve our ability in those areas and have the truck be essentially a showcase that it opens up. There's an inside area. We have panels. We have people that are staffed to help answer questions as customers might have about the app. And we move it around to different locations. Most recently with the launch in Maryland, it's been at Maryland. We're doing right now it's in a parking lot of a major grocery store chain that wanted to try out the association of that with one of their products. It was at our Racino in Ohio for a number of weeks, and we'll be moving it to Cleveland when we launch the product in Ohio. And I'll pause there and see if you have any questions. I would say that the results haven't been great, and so I'm not sure that we will end up having it around in Massachusetts in February.
And I might add to Eric's comments that we obviously look to place the activation events in areas that are going to, predominantly be oriented at individuals that are over the age of 21 and able to use the product. So we also have controls around checking IDs before anyone is able to engage with the truck, make sure that all of the users who are actually experiencing that, pardon me, the truck and the kind of whole event are individuals over the age of 21. So we are checking IDs and confirming these are the right sorts of folks to be engaging with us before we're offering that to the public.
Commissioner Bryant?
It's kind of hard to bubble an 18-wheeler, to make sure that only 21 and up are seeing it, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's, what you're saying, but it'd be hard to maybe drive the 18-wheeler in a snowstorm in March here too, so.
Might need to add food to it. I think our food trucks get actually parked during the winter months. I don't know how many are out there, but I respect the answer, the clarifier that you're, looking for those locations that are predominantly over 25. And I think that probably was what Commissioner O'Brien, you might have had partly on your mind. So thank you. I just had one follow-up point that I made yesterday, so you may have heard it, that again, there's an opportunity if you do end up using your branding ambassadors. There's just a couple. It might be a little bit different than what was proposed yesterday, but I do think to the extent that you make any inroads with partnerships and local establishments, that you consider being really intentional about bringing your partnerships and business to minority-owned establishments. It's an opportunity there. Of course, an opportunity for women-owned establishments and veteran-owned establishments. And I do know that you have a relationship with Mass Military Support Foundation, so we appreciate that. But to the extent that you do work to introduce your product and recruit new players, to the extent you can do that with some intentionality around minority-owned businesses, that would be something that I certainly would look at favorably for a long-term relationship in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Chair, and we absolutely will as we, develop those relationships. We'll look at intentionality of those relationships with minority and diversity-owned and women-owned businesses.
Thank you. Thank you. So with that,
I have one other thing I wanted to ask about, and I'm probably stealing Commissioner Hill's thunder by asking this, but you talk about your community enhancements, et cetera, at the local level, and you talk about developing a relationship with the Mass Military Support Foundation. Can you be a little more specific when you say developing? Like, what stage is it in? What do you contemplate? Financial support? Like, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so that's right. We are contemplating financial support. We're identifying the individuals who are leading that organization, seeing where we can support their initiatives. Similarly, we've been reaching out to agencies that work in responsible gaming areas to develop relationships to ensure that, should we be granted a license, we can smoothly facilitate all of the responsible gaming controls within the state. So just given the time frame of the application and the process, we are early in those relationships, but we are committed to developing strong community ties.
Thanks. I don't know, Ms. Rapp, you unmuted. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to say or.
No, Jeff covered it. I'm still having technical difficulties, so I couldn't get off before he was able to speak, but he covered it beautifully.
You can repeat anything you want. We're good with that.
That was spot on.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Hill, did you want to add to that?
I was very impressed with what you've done in other jurisdictions. I didn't know if you wanted to enlighten the public of what some of the other community involvement you've had in other jurisdictions.
I would just say we've had a variety of community involvement across the countries and the jurisdictions in which we operate. We also have involvement with organizations at a national level, both with our philanthropic giving as well as with our Caesars Foundation. So we partner with, like I said, a variety of organizations, but we really look to seek partnerships that hit our strategic impact giving areas, which include social equity and education, climate change and food security, responsible play, and mental health. So a variety of organizations fall within those areas, and we work to cultivate relationships with all of them, both at a corporate level as well at a local property level.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Mayor, you're all set, right? Thank you. Commissioner Skinner, all set? Okay, then we'll move on to section. Oh, I need to just take a temperature on C. Thanks. Do we have a consensus that this applicant has met its response expectations in this response?
I would say yes. They have met expectations under section C.
Thank you.
Yes.
I would also say yes, they've met with the same caveat. We do need to hear from RSM on the financial piece and executive session.
Projected revenues, yeah.
And with the caveat that Mr. Hendricks did say they are willing to work with the lottery.
And thank you. For some reason, Commissioner Maynard, it presents a little bit differently, all full text. And so I just thought that was their B. So thank you for clarifying that was the question. All right. Then we have a consensus. We'll move on to section D, please. Any questions? And again, some degree of confidentiality. We'll exercise caution. Yes, Commissioner Skinner.
Thank you. So the diversity spend around minority and women business enterprises is commendable, actually. What is missing in this paragraph, D2, is, and I don't have a page number, I'm sorry, I'm going with one of the earlier versions of the application, but what's missing from that data is veteran business enterprises. And I know Chair Judge Stein mentioned veterans and the organizations that you can link up with to sort of increase your partnerships and spending in that area. And so looking forward to seeing that. I wonder if you had your minority and women business enterprise spending broken down.
We don't break down and report publicly by each respective group. We report as a whole. So as you can see, we have a total spend of diverse spend of 9.5% of our total addressable spend, but we don't report publicly by each respective group, women, minority, and vendor. That is something that we can look to provide and possibly discuss in executive session.
Okay. Okay, that yeah, I'm interested in understanding why you don't report that information publicly. And then I noticed that you don't have, or you haven't identified in the application goals for that spending. And so are those not available? Do you just not have them? Because I'm wondering how your 9.5% matches up to those internal goals.
Sure. Our overall goal with our supplier diversity program is really just to source quality goods and services, benefit the communities in which we operate, and engage those small, diverse, and local businesses. It doesn't have a metric tied to it. We want to identify those businesses, work to get them certified if they're not already, and then support them in the markets in which we operate, and help move their business forward as well. We don't have a specific metric tied to what the goal is. We're always striving to increase our diverse spend, both in the regulated markets and in the non-regulated markets.
So how do you measure success?
We look at our increase year over year to see where we're seeing improvement. And like I said, we're always striving to see an increase in that year over year spend. And we do report as a whole each year in our corporate social responsibility report.
You also have reference to DBE.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the disability population? Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
And just to go back to one of your comments, Commissioner, I believe you also mentioned veteran-owned businesses. We absolutely do, endeavor to work with veteran-owned businesses. My brother is a veteran who owns a small business, and we're passionate about that as a company. So is inadvertent if it was not specifically identified. We will look to do business with veteran-owned businesses where possible.
Good to hear it. Thank you.
Just to speak to that, our overall focus is women-owned, minority-owned, disadvantaged, disabled, veteran, and LGBTQ owned and certified businesses. And we partner with local chambers of commerce and organizations that help support those businesses as well and certify them within those organizations.
That's notable, Heather. So thank you. That stood out to me. Sounds like it's a worthwhile initiative for you in terms of the effect that it has, and that's increasing overall spend from year to year.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any further questions on?
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
wanted to commend the applicant on the data. The data is there. A significant portion of the data is there. I did notice the year-over-year increase. I'm not going to get into numbers. I did see the 2025 plan in D1. And I appreciate your answer on the record to Commissioner Skinner that you're not trying to set a ceiling. You're trying to work on there not being a ceiling. So I appreciate that, Ms. Rapid, and just wanted to commend on the record that the data is there.
My pleasure.
Other questions in this area? Okay.
I have one, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Or maybe it's a comment or a combo. I appreciate your commitments to increase your senior leadership roles for women and people of color. And what are your efforts? And I know you've given yourself quite some time till 2025, but any targeted efforts you'll be making to increase your numbers there? Can you talk a little bit about what it is that what's your strategy?
Absolutely. So there's strategy in a couple different areas, starting with diversity recruitment. We have our job postings as we think about using inclusive language in all of our job postings. We review those with a DEI lens before those are published. We have our candidate outreach and partnerships. We include historically Black colleges and universities in our outreach. We partner with multiple DEI-focused organizations that can help extend our reach in attracting diverse candidates and support inclusion, retention, and development of those candidates. We have an objective to ensure that we have a very diverse candidate slate. Sometimes that can be challenging depending on the market, but it's our goal to ensure that we have at least one diverse candidate for every available position. If that proves to be challenging, we may extend that timeline if possible. Hiring managers undertake a conscious inclusion training, which provides a diversity focused training to help them really understand DEI as a whole and how they can take that back not only to their hiring processes, but their management training overall. Moving on to our talent development and training and development overall, we host an Emerging Leaders Summit, which is a 2-year program for high potential managers and directors. It includes a range of learning opportunities, in-person summits, leadership panels with our senior management team, e-learning modules. We also work with McKinsey to utilize their Connected Leaders Academy, which targets different ethnic and racial groups, such as African American, Hispanic or Latino, and Asian team members of Asian descent, where it targets high-level managers. They have a program that they can work with McKinsey, as well as executive leaders, and that's a 4-month program. We also have our employee resource group or business resource groups. Ours are called BIGs, for business impact groups, which brings together self-identifying like-minded team members and their allies, which really support each other and those communities through dimensions of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Something that we're very proud of that has really kind of taken shape over the last couple of years would be our compensation and our benefits as you think about offering benefits for a diverse population. We've also recently launched last year our All In on Education program. We have several others. I could probably continue to go on. Our disability inclusion program. We are getting ready to relaunch our veterans program. So we believe we have a very firm strategy built out to achieve those goals by 2025.
Certainly sounds like a good, long, comprehensive plan. I hope it yields the results you're looking for. And if granted a license, I look forward to hearing about your successes in that area.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? So with respect to section D, how do we feel about that section in terms of our expectations?
I think it met expectations as to D.
Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Skinner? Commissioner Skinner, yes.
I agree. In fact, I would maybe say it exceeded expectations.
And we've been top graders. I would agree with Commissioner Skinner. Our first exceeds, I think. Commissioner Hill.
I agree with Commissioner Skinner on that thought.
Commissioner Maynard.
I agree with Commissioner Skinner and Commissioner Hill, and it seems like you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear and exceed, but it was a very, very thoughtful response and to the applicant's credit. So thank you. And Commissioner O'Brien, thank you. I think we've got a consensus there. All right, I think we'll have, there's one matter though, Commissioner Skinner, you want to get a little clarification on in the executive session that I think, did you note that?
I did, but I think
okay, then just
we'll go through it at the end. Yep.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Then we'll move right on to responsible gaming. If everybody's okay, and that's in section E. Commissioner O'Brien, did you want to start?
I did. So this section was not like the other sections for me in terms of, there were a couple of things that jumped out at me. One is that there was no mention at all of GameSense, I don't believe, in terms of working with GameSense, which is a huge part of the responsible gaming program that we have in the Commonwealth. And so I feel like what's in here is insufficient for me, to be honest with you. I'd like that to be specifically addressed a little bit more clearly. And if I missed this second part, please let me know. But it looked, unlike the other ones that I've looked at so far, it didn't look like Caesars was adhering and adopting the responsible marketing code for sports wagering under the AGA, that you have your own internal code that you have had for quite some time, but there's a marked difference, an omission in that code compared to this that pertains to sports wagering, promoting on colleges and universities, et cetera. So if you could please address that, because to me, that was a troubling part of this application.
Sure, Commissioner O'Brien, I'll begin to address your comments, and I'll invite some of my colleagues to speak as well. In respect to GameSense, our intention was to note that we are going to adhere to all regulatory requirements applicable to responsible gaming. We have zero concerns with adhering to the GameSense requirements and integrating that into our program. That should have been more specifically stated. I apologize for that error. We can firmly tell you we will comply with that in all respects, and we'd be happy to supplement our materials to further reflect that if that would benefit the commission. Secondly, to your question about the various codes of conduct that apply to the industry, I might offer some initial comments and ask some of my colleagues to join me. You are correct. Within our applications, we reference our adherence to Caesars Marketing and Advertising Code. That has been a hallmark tenet of our responsible gaming plan for years. And that is one of the, kind of driving philosophies of our company. It is distinct from the American Gaming Association and its code of conduct. I would note that what we aspire to do within that code, I believe, adheres to the spirit of the AGA, which is to represent our industry very well, to do so in a way that does not advertise gaming in a way that would incent problematic behaviors. And so we can kind of walk through those various tenets in a little bit more detail if that'd be beneficial to you. So that's true. We operate under the MAC versus the AGA Code of Conduct. Though I believe with the MAC and our company's responsible gaming plan, we have all of the constituent elements to drive a not just kind of routine, but industry leading responsible gaming program. In respect to your comments about sponsorship agreements with third parties, I'm going to invite my colleague Eric in to give some insight into kind of how we reached those agreements that were referenced in the New York Times article. And then I might also kind of add some additional context about the controls we placed when we were looking at that agreement and how we operate those agreements currently. So that Eric can kind of give a little insight into how those agreements were reached and your perspective.
Sure. Thanks, Jeff. When I mentioned earlier in the day, we rebranded the app, as the Caesars Sportsbook back in 2001. And as part of that process, we recognized we needed to, basically alert people to the fact that we have a sportsbook app out there. And as part of that, we did deals with a number of strong brands that we thought associating our brand with their brand would heighten that visibility. And it spanned the media companies, it spanned leagues, athletes like the Mannings that we had, and we were approached by a marketing company representing a number of universities, and we evaluated those in the context of the goal of bringing our brand forward and presenting it to their alumni. The universities we chose were Michigan State and LSU. They both have very large alumni networks, hundreds of thousands to 1 million. Their sports fans really resonate with the school. And we thought that it would be a good trial to see if those relationships with the university's alumni associations would drive affiliation to our brand and signups on behalf of the universities. We entered into the agreements and put in clauses and statements to ensure that we were only focused on their alumni and 21 plus alumni to be specific. And we also reviewed the statistics of the stadiums to ensure that a very high percentage of the attendees were over 21 and that the average age was significantly over the 21. And so in combination with what we referred to earlier, where we don't sign up anybody who's under 21, we don't take their credit cards, we don't send out marketing materials, and this is for the United States, we felt that all in concert was an appropriate effort to sign up the universities and do sponsorships with them. And so that's how we came to the decision that we made.
And I might just add a little more context, and Commissioner O'Brien, happy to answer any more questions you have. We also applied additional controls relative to how those advertisements would be portrayed within the limited stadium and arena areas, right? So we wanted to ensure that all of those materials would be directed to individuals over the age of 21, that they would only be included within the arenas and stadiums. They're not included elsewhere within a university. And that, as we've talked about, that all of our content is kind of the highest standard, does not propagate any sort of material that might suggest problematic behavior amongst our customers. So all of that was intended to provide some further control around how we manage that, while also, as Eric mentioned, explicitly avoiding any sort of direct communication to individuals who might be under the age of 21, individuals who might have a college email address. So we tried to very much distinguish any sort of direct marketing to only those over the age of 21, and all of our indirect marketing was in areas where the average age was well in excess of the legal age to wager.
So can I ask, looking at the article, looking at some of the photographs, I think, there's, correct me if I'm wrong, a picture of probably the 18-wheeler that you're talking about, sort of being in a tailgating area. So we had an applicant and a licensee come in not too long ago, within days, basically pointedly saying they rebuff requests from universities to sort of get involved, advertising, even promote the use of their facility, which is a very different approach, obviously, than what you as a company have taken. So I'm troubled by that, because when we look at the research and we look at who's the vulnerable population, it goes up to 25, 26-year-olds even, who are very susceptible to addiction and to the negative consequences of gambling. This is a new introduction across the country. This is obviously going to be brand new to the Commonwealth. We have a number of college students, university students, particularly in the Boston area. And the AGA standards pointedly say don't advertise on college and university campuses. And you guys seem to have drawn a line in yours that putting it in a stadium is a distinction from putting it on a campus or a university. So if you could explain that rationale to me and why you think that comports with responsible gaming.
Yeah, happy to. So the distinction that we made was to try and tailor any sort of advertisement or marketing material from Caesars Sportsbook to areas where the average age would be well in excess of the legal age to wager. So, we looked at the demographics where these sorts of materials would be presented. They were far north of 21, which north of the additional age of 25, 26 that you mentioned. And additionally, the goal was to reach out to alumni that would be well over the legal age to wager, and associate that group with what we're offering with Caesars Sportsbook. I appreciate that licensees can take multiple different approaches to wagering, and not everyone might agree with this particular decision, but we did design numerous controls to try and very clearly restrict any sort of direct marketing to individuals under the age of 21, avoid association with areas outside of the stadium and the arenas, and present an experience that is similar to what you might see at some of our affiliations with professional sports, by making sure that all of the individuals in that area, from a demographic standpoint, would be in compliance with our code and also with the sort of demographics that the AGA's Code of Conduct looks at. So in that respect, we took a number of efforts to distinguish what we were doing. And again, we did so on a very limited basis as the business was expanding. I can't tell you we don't have any plans to pursue such a relationship within the Commonwealth, nor are we pursuing other relationships elsewhere. These are, limited in scope that took place during 2021. And as we've refined how we, promote our product, how we engage with our customers, this is not an active part of our plans moving forward. Eric, anything you might want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it well, Jeff. We recognize that we have a lot of different constituents. We're a B2C customer, and we need the customers to recognize that our brand stands for quality, and it stands for all the different attributes that we put forward, including responsible gaming. And we have employees that we want to be able to make those statements to. We have partners, we have you as the regulators, and we have the communities in which we operate. So we take all that feedback, and it's not missed, into account, and we evaluate as we move forward what actions we're going to take. And so to Jeff's point, we have heard views from other people that were different than when we entered into these agreements.
So when you say that it's not current part of your plans, are you saying that you are no longer going to have these affiliations, or are you going to continue the affiliations? Or is that something you don't want to answer in this setting and we need to go in another setting?
What I'd say is there's some aspects of the agreements that we'd like to discuss in the executive session, but we are not pursuing any additional agreements elsewhere or specifically in Massachusetts.
But maintaining the ones you already have.
So long as we can maintain them in a way that we think adheres to all of the principles, the controls we put in place, we do expect to do so.
And can I ask you specifically about the photograph at Michigan State with the 18-wheeler? Whether you can confirm for me?
Commissioner, but I'm not sure if you could just. I'm not sure if I see that photograph. Maybe it's in the article or.
It's embedded in the article.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It looks like a Looks like a
Right, I
tailgating
forgot.
area.
I thought you said on the front page, I'm sorry.
No. That was in fact an area then that was 21 and up.
In
Can you
order to,
confirm that for me?
yeah, in order to get into the truck area where we had games, we had support staff, those types of things, you had to be 21 years old to enter the area. Yes.
Okay, and it's visible from outside the area, but you just can't get in until unless you're 21. Is that right?
That's correct. It is visible.
And again, if you need to answer this in executive session, let me know, but your standard is about 70%, it looks like in your materials, being over the legal age. The 73.6% is what the AGA code is. I'd be interested to know exactly, average age is one thing, but I'm curious what the percentage is in terms of where in the stadiums with the ones that you have the relationships with.
Yeah, we'd be happy to provide some additional information in executive session. I will say we believe that the standard was met here in both instances, but we can give you some additional context.
Great, thank you. I have something else, but I don't know if anybody else has questions on that.
I have a follow-up, but I defer first to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner O'Brien led with our game sense program and then asked quite a few RG-related questions. We still have to do our RG regulations. I thought I may have read in your application in the RG section, but I may be wrong. I was trying to find that language, but that is it fair for us to say that you will comply with all of our, that you understand that you have an obligation to comply with our regulations? And then in addition, would you be willing to work with our Director of Responsible Gaming and his division to perhaps, I'm not going to say the AGA, I'm going to say why not work with ours. So the AGAs are, tenants are superb, but we also are developed, we have our own framework. So you may go beyond what you've stated in your application.
Chair, that's absolutely fair. We will comply in the entirety with all of the published regulations, and we will work with all the stakeholders in Massachusetts to design the best responsible gaming program we possibly can.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I just make a statement? And Jeff, I'm not trying to be fresh, so please don't take it that way. But I'm trying to understand how you could put something in a college stadium where I would say, and I've been in many of them, the majority of the people that go are 18, 19, and 20. And yet today you're telling me there's data that shows otherwise. I'm really trying to juggle in my mind how that's an accurate statement. I mean, we have, as you know, many college sports here in Boston. And I've been to many, many of them. And half a section is student sections. They're 18, they're 19, they're 20, 21, 22.
It's a great question. That was the first question we asked of the potential relationship was, can you assure us what this demographic looks like within your stadiums so that we're not just kind of skirting by this, that all of these advertisements would very clearly meet our standards and standards that we think also would comply with an AGA code of conduct, for instance. And we did receive information from the partner, validated by our ultimate partners at the university, that comported with our standards, and we'll give you some additional context within executive session. So that was the first thing, one of the very first things we asked was we want to make sure this was the right sort audience for our material. And we were assured that it was. And so as we look at these relationships now and moving forward, obviously we're going to continue to evaluate that. And if we think that what you mentioned, Commissioner Hill, becomes the case, that these are not being effectively directed at individuals over the age of 21, then we would reevaluate.
Thank you.
Can I also ask, in those situations, Do you have responsible gaming messaging that goes with the advertising at those universities?
We do. We have responsible gaming messaging in all of our advertisements. So, the stadiums, not just within these contexts, but other stadiums have responsible gaming messaging in our advertisements as well.
And then do any of those, and again, if you need to talk about this in executive session, that's fine, but do any of those also entail giving mental health support or addiction support at those respective institutions?
Those resources would be available at both institutions and in both states. There are toll-free helplines where not just our customers, but
I mean, specifically at the institutions where you have the marketing relationships, those colleges and universities, Michigan and LSU.
We would direct those individuals to the statewide resource, which is our practice everywhere, is to point them to those folks who have
no specific money that bolsters addiction services or anything at those institutions, those educational institutions.
There are not currently specific teams at those institutions that provide that specific service.
Commissioner Maynard?
I'm gonna just put some food for thought out, and it's really in response to Commissioner Hill's question. It's not going to be, what I'm saying is not going to be popular probably amongst my colleagues. Being from a very a state that has no professional sports, and I am from Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is the professional sports team there. We call everyone that sits in the lower levels the gray hairs, if you've ever been to Rep Arena, right? Because there's literally no one even close except the student section to 21 or under in the entire Rep Arena. And so when I think about East Lansing, when I think of Baton Rouge, I feel very differently than thinking about and having the assurance that you're not looking to expand into the Commonwealth in the same way. I think very differently. I mean, my grandfather with an 8th grade education is a rabid University of Kentucky fan. He never set foot in the University of Kentucky, right? And so that's just, it's a way of life. It's a way, and it's something that I view very differently because I am used to seeing college sports as being predominantly over 21 crowd, depending on where you're going. Now, I do have concerns about where you're promoting, but I can see that you could reach a 21 plus crowd pretty regularly at certain universities.
And a follow-up, did I see, and Commissioner Hill, you raised a really good question because that went through my mind too. But when I read the application, I had to think about it. That when you were doing your research, you said, now I think you picked 70%, not 85%, but at least a 70% were 21 and older in wherever you are advertising. Did I read that correctly? My notes suggest that.
AGA is 73.6, but I believe Caesars is 70.
Right, but is that fair? I've seen, for in Massachusetts, I've seen 85% also being proposed. I think maybe it's in our white paper, but at least you were picking 70%, correct?
That's correct, and we would apply that to all of our, branding and promotional materials.
Right. So in Massachusetts, we haven't adopted a percentage standard, and that's something for us to think about. But it did make me think that at these particular two universities, you have what Commissioner Maynard points to. It's much more of a professional sport audience than what we might see at some of our local schools and New England universities and colleges, which would probably lean to a lower average age. Why those, I understand what Commissioner Maynard is saying. With that said, outside of the venue, I think Commissioner O'Brien, in past meetings, we've raised concerns about what's happening on the campus itself. And then just in terms of your marketing generally, I may have missed it too, but I thought I saw some commitment to ensure that you're not promoting any kind of excessive gambling, or irresponsible gambling, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. And if you have that language, I'd love to see it.
No, that's right. So one of the tenets of our marketing and advertising code is that our advertising does not depict, encourage, or condone excessive or irresponsible activities. We never imply that gambling is a rite of passage for young adults, nor that gambling is an acceptable means of satisfying other family, work, or life commitments. So
And where is
I
that?
hope you
I
can see
know
that
I
within
read
our-
that. Could you just point to that in this section, Jeff, so that I can satisfy my failure to note that more precisely? Where was it? Is it in your plan?
It's in our marketing advertising code, and I'll find where we've included that within the application. And
I certainly read it, so.
which is also publicly available on our website, and I'll send you that material here shortly.
Maybe I read it in the attachments. It was in the long attachments, and so in that, yeah.
That would like be, and we covered it in slide 19 earlier today as well.
Maybe that's also where I read it. Thank you. Okay. And go on.
Yeah, so I guess I would say, I think the proof is in the pudding as you look at our materials, right? How we use our brand, we focus on fun, we focus on customer engagement and rewards. We don't have advertising that suggests that things are risky or that customers should engage in behavior as an escape. What we're doing is providing an entertainment experience, and we want all of our customers to be here for the right reasons, to have fun. And hope as you look at our Caesar and our Cleopatra, you'll see that same sense of fun. My colleagues probably have some better ways to describe it because my description of marketing is from a very lawyerly perspective. So Eric or Ken, if you want to add to that, I think that's embedded in all of our promotional materials and the way that we operate.
I think you said it well, Jeff. And I think if you look at our advertising creative, our TV commercials over the last year, it really has been focused more on the narrative of what Caesar stands for around the customer and around the hospitality aspect of our brand. We obviously do promotions, and we will highlight those in our marketing from time to time in order to gain customers and retain customers. But the primary creative elements that we've really invested behind is the overarching storyline of what Caesar stands for. And they all include the responsible gaming elements that are required and that are in our guidelines.
Thank you. Other questions on this section?
I do. I have a comment and a request. Your answer, and it was referenced in the suitability discussion in E3F01, where we ask you to list fines, violations, citations, etc. And a couple times throughout the application and in your suitability, you put what I think I can nicely say is a rather cheeky response, which is, hey, when you do business, this is going to happen, etc. Additional information available upon request, which, the request was in the application. And you've been in business a long time. And so I realize you may have a lot that are de minimis, but you didn't even attempt to put in something saying within a last X years or, where a fine was greater than a certain amount of money. And so to me, that answer is not sufficient. And I want more information. I want a substantive response to this to be able to really gauge suitability and responsible gaming.
Commissioner O'Mara, just point out the exact sections for us, please.
It was in E3F1, which is the responsible gaming section. I believe that same paragraph appears again elsewhere in the application, and I'm trying to find it.
E3F1 isn't in our section, but I know I read it in the scrolling version last night. I have now the section by section because it's hard to do the scrolling version.
So it's in the responsible gaming section, specifically when you're asked to list out, like I said, the fines, citations, that sort of thing.
I'm not seeing it in front of me now. It's E3F1, it's not.
E3F1 is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
I'm not, I didn't make my original, I don't know, Commissioner Skinner, if you are feeling the same way, but now I have to go to a different version. But I definitely read that in the scrolling version last night. I think I went through. Is that right? E3F. Okay, and that was the other one where the same response was given, because maybe.
It's referenced, I know, in the suitability report, but I remember when I read through this the very, very first time, I was a little taken aback by it in the moment, and then I saw it a second time. I didn't write down the first reference, which was, I think, earlier in the application. The one that jumped out at me most notably was the one in E3F1.
E3F1. It's so funny.
E3F1.
I know, it's so funny. It's not in my, it must have been added after it got loaded onto my, because I'm using my desktop. So that's funny. And now I'm looking at the suitability report to see where that response is.
Commissioner O'Brien, I can speak to that. Just certainly we do not intend to apply anything cheeky in that response. I believe a separate exhibit implied a fine threshold. I think it was $50,000 to specifically enumerate those fines, which we did within that exhibit. And I think in that section, we also noted additional information could be provided on request, with the intention of noting if there were matters below $50,000 that you wanted to supplement, that we would be happy to do so. We can and will provide a comprehensive fine schedule of all matters, so including those under 50,000. So on behalf of us as an applicant, there was certainly no intentionality there about skirting the request or not being responsive. We hope that we satisfied it by addressing the specific threshold. It's clear that we did not do so in this context, and that will be very quickly resolved.
If you could direct me to that, because I'm not seeing a threshold limit in the application. So if there's another threshold that was put out there, maybe in the suitability context, if you could point me to that.
I think it may be the BED.
I'm thinking of the BED versus the application, which did
28.
not set a threshold.
Right.
We were broad with the application.
Right.
Madam Chair, if you're in the scrolling version, it's page 590 of 722. Is E3.
Yeah, I'm not in the scrolling version now. So, but could you read the section to me, Commissioner Maynard, and the response, please?
Sure.
Okay.
List any fines, violations, citations, and/or corrective actions required by the applicant in response to insufficient or improper policies, procedures, operations, advertising, marketing, and/or my eyes are strained, any other business related to sports wagering or other gambling enterprises. And the answer was the applicant and its operating affiliates and subsidiaries from time to time receive various warnings, fines, citations, and other types of disciplinary actions related to various aspects of its business. These matters are of a routine nature and are often resolved through the administrative process of the regulatory agency that issues the warning, fine, citation, or disciplinary action. Additional information is available upon request. So I believe Commissioner O'Brien's characterization is fair.
And that's the same language that appears in the suitability section.
Yeah.
G3F. I said G earlier, Todd, so I hope you realized that by now, but.
Maybe that's where I was remembering it. Mr. Hendricks, if you were to go back to your records, would you be able to do a compilation of all of those matters?
Absolutely.
I am going to call on GLI. I don't know if GLI, if you have experience with operators, and Joe, you may not be listening, but if they have experience with operators, to know what is
standard, the language that Mr. Hendricks referred, because this is a new industry to us, and so it will be helpful to have context too for that response and what we may see. I'm not sure if not sure how that response was made in other applications. So under 50,000, there's a reason why I guess it's under 50,000, right?
I actually, Chair, I heard from Kara, and there's, I stand corrected. There is no threshold amount in the penalty portion of the BED. There is a threshold amount in the litigation piece, which got me confused, but no threshold amount in the discipline portion.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, was there a specific question
Yeah.
for on the tech side?
I thought Mr. Hendricks was leaning in, Joe. The response that was given with respect to an inquiry around, again, I don't have the language in front of me, but the assessments and fines, and it was generally answered. Jeff, if you want to give that. I think for some context, I wondered if you could be helpful. You may not be able to be helpful. It's not in your realm. I was thinking maybe Kevin might be.
Chair, we're looking for the threshold right now. So just kind of looking through the application on the side as well. I guess I go back to the initial concern, which to note that hear you, appreciate that we didn't provide a fulsome response here, and that's going to be remedied post haste.
Okay. And
You should probably label it for both the E and the G.
could you say it again, please?
When they do submit and supplement, they should reference the E and the G numbers, because it's asked in both places.
And I believe that the threshold that we were referring to is in item 28B of the BED. So I think that was the reference that I used earlier. Again, if properly or not, understand that we need to supplement these materials. We do have a full fine schedule that we provide very quickly, all of which were resolved promptly and fines were paid promptly. So we apologize for that error. No intentionality behind it to be dismissive of your concerns. We were just trying to kind of respond to it separately noted threshold, and we did not do so appropriately. So we will get that resolved for you very quickly.
Okay.
I could probably speak briefly, like more generally, without even in regards to the actual application here, that since the commission is new to sports betting and the technology, if there was ever an issue post-launch that came forward, that issue could enter. Granted, everything I say here is in up to the decision of the commission, and very likely will, if there was an issue that came forward, to have an investigation on the technical and the forensic side, which GLI, I don't want to say does all the time, because this doesn't happen all the time, but we have plenty of experience in that area to issue a technical report to, if anything were to go not according to plan. So I don't know if that adds light to that situation. And on a more general sense, I don't want to speak specifically to any type of situation.
So I'm assuming some of these could be technical in nature and could be outside of technology. Jeff.
I'm sure. Yes.
Oh, no, that's Joe. But Jeff, Mr. Hendricks too.
That's correct. I mean, across the scope of the enterprise, there have been instances where there's been operational control, a technical matter, or a procedure that was not followed that resulted in a fine. So we can and will build that schedule very quickly and report this to you.
And maybe you can answer, don't want to answer this here, and maybe it's an answer for the second session, but would you be able to say whether any had to do with violations of state's expectations regarding responsible gaming? Or the jurisdiction's expectations or regulatory schemes around responsible gaming?
I want to confirm against the schedule. I mean, I don't want to give you bad information off the cuff, but I will confirm that for you.
That's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot either. Okay. All right. So in terms of this section, this is section, forgive me, section E. There are outstanding questions around the responsible gaming and issues around reporting on fines, and it includes suitability, the suitability section in G, section G. And we, is it fair to say that we've asked the applicant for additional information? Okay, and we have that ability to do so under our regulatory scheme over earlier today, Councilor Gross. Okay, so commissioners, and I want to see, do we have a consensus then that at this point we need more information and it does not meet expectations? Is that what I'm sensing?
I think that's an accurate statement.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner, thank you. Commissioner Maynard, you feel the same?
Need additional information.
Okay. Then now we'll move on to section F, where we are looking at the geofencing, the KYC, and issues around monitoring and other issues. Do we have questions for the applicant? I can say that many of my questions were addressed through the presentation today. It's very helpful for me to see that, to hear you address those in the presentation. Commissioner O'Brien.
Just a question that I probably should have asked earlier on in terms of the system, but the helpline that you have, I was wondering where it was located and also what the language capacity is on that. Do you have, English, Spanish, Mandarin, like what's the realm of languages if someone called a live person?
So the call center we have is predominantly located in Las Vegas. We have about 30 operators in New Jersey. And we do have, just through the nature of the employee base, they do speak other languages, but at this time we only offer English on the IVR and other approaches. We have considered going with some Spanish as well. And it's a very valid point that you're raising, but right now it's English.
Okay. Other questions on the technology? As I said, the presentation was very helpful. I do think that one note I noted that you stressed the limit setting, and I do think that probably our director of responsible gaming would have different nuances on limit setting, and so that's why I asked earlier, would you be willing to work with our responsible gaming division? I think you might even use the term problem gambling more, where there's been a shift from that language. If I'm wrong, correct me. But I do think there's opportunity for growth in that area. With that said, but for the piece that we just discussed, I did feel your responsible gaming section was quite responsive. We didn't ask that you adopt a particular set of tenants, and I felt that your approach was wholesome. But I do think that the issue that we just addressed still needs to be addressed. But with respect to the technology, I would just say there's probably some room for additional nuanced language around the RG piece. Looking forward on that piece of the technology evolving. Any other comments or questions? Commissioners, do you feel that they have met the responsibility, expectations under section F?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I agree.
all right, then we'll move on to G. Questions on G?
Nothing. The only thing I would say beyond what's already been said and what they're going to supplement with is ideally we would get the oversight on our part that didn't exclude the one entity qualifier. Ideally, when we get the supplemental, we can also get from IUB that entity qualifier.
Okay. Any other questions about the suitability as well as the compliance issues? I'm just looking at my notes. Anybody else need time to look at their notes? Again, I'm looking also on the financial stability piece, and I think we're going to address all of that in executive session. I know it's quite late, but I'm hoping everybody can hang right in there for the executive session. Could we choose to go into it? So some of the questions on finance would be addressed there too. So pending that, are we comfortable with section G?
I feel like we need the supplemental information. Sure, I do anyway.
Same.
Right. So with that piece being taken care of, and then with the finance piece being addressed in executive session, right now, so we're saying it does not meet expectations because of those.
I think it needs to be supplemented, both on the section we didn't put in and then what we've asked them to add.
Right. But otherwise, it met expectations.
I'm not going to say until I see the supplemental information, Madam Chair.
No, I guess, is there anything else then? Is there anything else? Maybe I should have framed it differently.
Nothing else missing from my perspective, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, those are the only outstanding items for me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Same.
All right. Commissioner Hill, there goes a cat's tail.
Yeah.
All right.
Karen and I have dueling cats today.
All right. With that said, commissioners, I'm going to recommend that we take a short break, but we should probably consider first whether we can go into executive session before we move into our virtual room. So, Councilor Grossman, help us out here.
Well, I think the challenge here is going to be to identify all of the issues that the commission has identified to discuss in executive session. I have a running list that I'd be happy to go through just to make sure I have these things right so that we can identify which provision of the law allows the commission to go into session. So if I may, there were the issues from the 2013 suitability report that were initially discussed. I know we took a pause on that. Is that still
That's been
something?
resolved.
I think we resolved it because it had been released.
Okay, so
publicly.
cross that one off the list. The next one were the 4 essentially action items out of the state of Nevada involving the duplication issues, the timely identification of those issues, the customer service matter, and the failure to notify the commission of the suspected theft at the retail location. Are
Council,
those,
I think, yeah, Nevada and Virginia were taken care of, commissioners. And
those are
then
both all set?
those are all set. And then the last
Okay.
two are outstanding. So just
Okay.
on a high level, those involve, which dates again?
Washington DC and the tribal gaming.
Cherokee, North Carolina.
North Carolina, yes. So those two, and they involve, what I understand, it would be a matter that pending, so it would put it into a competitive disadvantage. Should you disclose that? Is that the issue?
Chair, the manner in which we remediated those matters, I believe, would fall into a competitive trade secret category. So we were able to explain that and why we believe that to be the case. And then should you disagree, we'd be happy to discuss it publicly.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilor Grossman, would that work?
Sure. So those are, okay. So those are, we're on page 9 here of the IEB report. Those are the 2 matters identified at the top. That's items 2 and 3. So if I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So it's the offense date of May 3rd, 2022 and October 25th, 2021. There's no information as to what that was about, so it's hard to say. I guess we just have to, at this juncture, take Mr. Hendrick's word for it that there's competitively sensitive information and go from there.
Well, we would, if we determined that didn't meet the threshold, we would come back into a public session and discuss it, correct?
Right.
Right. Okay. So that's 1 and 2. Number 3 was questions relative to the player acquisition information. That's in response to question E2E01 in the application. And so that would seem to squarely fit within the competitively sensitive framework.
And remind me, what question is that? Which commissioners asked that question?
I think a couple of us did. Is this the RSM information?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. I think Commissioner Skinner did. I think I did too. I don't know if anybody else.
I think I heard it differently. Maybe I heard wrong. Could you just go over it again?
In section E, though, I don't recall that being in section E.
Let me pull this up here.
Maybe
It's,
G.
I'm
Were they
sorry,
answering in G?
Is it B3?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the market share. Hold on.
Yeah, market
It's the market
share
share
revenue.
question.
Yeah,
And
no,
then
it's
projected revenue in section
Yeah.
C.
E2, E01.
B and C for market share discussion. There.
Well, I got the market share one next, but as far as the player acquisition information is concerned and the modeling,
That's
that is
indeed.
response to question E2, E01.
Well, that wasn't my question.
That was
Yeah,
that was
and if I
the,
can maybe clarify, I think that was the graphic that I wanted to note to the commission as part of the market share discussion. So while it was in a different section, I think it's relevant for market share analysis,
which
but
is in section B. Yeah.
which is section B. Yeah.
Okay, so part of the market share projections, which is discussed in B3, G01, may include the player acquisition information, which is in E2. Okay, so we'll call that one subject that would seemingly fit under the competitively sensitive banner, and I think you would have grounds to move to discuss that. With the one caveat, and we can kind of navigate this, is that I believe Teresa mentioned that there is some publicly accessible information that is associated with that we should not talk about privately, but we can get to that.
the calculations that were referenced in the confidential section that, the confidential section noted by Caesars referenced that they leveraged publicly published information to estimate their handle. So I think that the underlying assumptions used in their model are public, but I don't know if their actual calculations are public. I think that those calculations could probably be created based upon public information. But so I would look to you to define what would be confidential or not.
Well, I think to the extent that we're just talking about the calculations and how they develop their market share projections, even if they use publicly available information, it would still be competitively sensitive. So that would be okay. Anyway, I think we're okay on this one. With Teresa's clarification, I think you're okay.
Okay.
So the next one I have on my list relates to the marketing agreements with the colleges and the future plans that the entity may have as to how to move forward with those. So that's one of the issues I flagged, if that's still of interest. Number 5, I have the percentage of underage individuals who may have access to or visibility to certain marketing information. And this, I think, related to what, Commissioner Hill mentioned it specifically in how the calculations were made relative to the stadium information and otherwise. Commissioner Bryan, if you're speaking to us, you're on mute.
We had the same question coming from different angles, which was what's the actual percentage demographically of that group? And then I don't know if Commissioner Hill had a different angle on that question, but it's all within sort of what is the demographic information they got in making those decisions.
That's right. Okay, so that would, it seems to me, squarely fit within the competitively sensitive area as well.
Yep.
Okay. So those are the 5 then that I have identified. Are there others that I have a couple of conditions and more supplemental information that was required, but that's not related to this.
Commissioner Skinner?
I had another one. I was asking about the diversity spend breakdown, and I believe it was Heather who said that information wasn't publicly disclosed.
Yes, I have that one down too.
And so,
on the actual spend, right?
Yeah.
Diversity spend for vendors?
Yeah,
Yes.
the diversity spend, I think in terms of dollars. Did you get project and the projected revenues? That's all. That was also part of Teresa's analysis.
Projected revenues in general?
Yeah, because there was limited information given, there's assumptions that need to be discussed, but I think she's more comfortable because the information is more confidential. Teresa, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I think there was limited information. So in order for us to kind of share our observations as it compares to what is in the application, we'd have to disclose, I think, information that the property had identified as confidential. For example, their projected handle calculations.
Okay. In that event, that would seem to fit under the competitively sensitive header neatly. So I think that would be okay as well. Any others? That's 7 we have.
Before we address whether or not we're going to vote to go into executive session, I am quite aware of the hour, but I'm also quite aware that we've had a Category 1 applicant waiting in the wings today. I know that Executive Director Wells had to go to do some other business as she continues to be Executive Director of the agency. Commissioners, if we go into executive session, we have to decide whether we're going to come back to public forum. And to the extent that we're willing to work into the evening, I'd like to know that. I don't know what everybody's sentiments are.
I mean, I think we go into executive session and close out as much of this as we can. And then we resume with the Cat 1s at the next meeting. I don't think it's a good idea to come out of this at 5:30, 6 o'clock and jump into someone else's application. But I think the Cat 1 should be resolved before we come back to finish this off, since this is a Cat 3. But I think we go into executive session to answer all the questions we have right now to make sure, other than the supplemental information, we're done.
Well, we might come back into public session once we're in here. There's some opportunities here, or maybe not. If we were to make a disposition, I'm wondering if Mr. Hendricks, if you were able to get that list to us now. I don't know if that's something that's available so that.
I'll be blunt, Madam Chair. I'd like IB to have it as well on suitability. So I don't think I'm in a posture to take a vote on this today. And I don't want to rush it. And we're to be blunt, we're also missing part of what was supposed to be in the suitability. And it's not there because of our error. So, and that's not on blaming anybody. We're doing a lot of stuff right now trying to get it done, but I think we can still keep the ball moving, wrap this up as much as possible, get to the Cat 1s, and then come back to the Cat 3s. We do have days baked in to make sure that we get to everybody.
Well, I'm just thinking this is fresh in our mind, so I'm trying to think about that too, Commissioner O'Brien. So I think that Director Emilios, I think that you, I believe it was Secretary Director Wells would suggest that this could be the issue around the missing suitability piece could be a condition.
I'm just gonna be blunt with you, Madam Chair. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Okay.
I don't know how anybody else feels, what the other three commissioners feel, but
I'm exploring options here, Commissioner O'Brien. I'm not necessarily.
I'm aware of that.
I'm not taking positions. I'm just exploring options because they were presented to me. So I want to make sure we're thinking about them. So I hear you, Commissioner O'Brien, that you wouldn't be comfortable with that being a condition. Commissioners?
And that we can reach agreement to go into the executive session. I think we should do that after a break. We've only had a lunch break. So
yes,
we are overdue, and quite frankly, I'm reaching my capacity. So I would hope that we would not plan to return to the public meeting to close out this business with Caesars, or to begin another application presentation at the late hour. We started at 9 this morning, and like I said, I'm approaching my capacity.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. And so you would not come back with, assuming all questions were answered in executive session, which we can't necessarily assume, you would not want to come back for a disposition.
I would not want to come back for my reasons, but also, I want to make sure that all the commissioners are comfortable moving forward. And I know we have at least one commissioner who's not.
Okay, Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, I'm interested to find out what we would learn in an executive session. It's hard for me to speak one way or the other. If, we're talking about, 10 instances of things that should have been reported that weren't, maybe I can make a decision. If we're talking about 1,000, maybe I need to read them. I just don't know what the universe looks like, I think, until we reach into that session. And so I would say that we go into the session, and I can't make a decision until I see what's presented.
And you know why I'm asking this question. It's not to put any pressure on us, but I'm told by my our lawyer that I have to decide this, if we're going to come back or not. So I am asking my fellow commissioners if we're coming back or not.
I think I would prefer to go into executive session and not come back into a public
Thank you.
session, Madam Chair.
Okay. All
Madam
right.
Chair?
Yeah.
I didn't say this, but I think Commissioner O'Brien said it. But Commissioner Maynard actually raised a good point. If we're hearing from the applicant for the first time, all of those other issues about all those specific incidents, I would also like to have IEB take a look at that information in the context of suitability, right? So, you know, we're all hearing it, but I think IEB needs time to assess.
So my worry is that we're going to have all this information in executive session, but we probably need to put it onto a public record, what we expect and what we're going to do. So while we may, I think I'm hearing from my fellow commissioners, we probably won't get to a disposition. We might need to we might want to keep this public meeting open so that we can come back and give direction to the applicant on the public record. Does that make sense? So that we can say what is outstanding, and then that will give direction for them on the public record as to what needs to be done. It's outstanding. Does that make sense? I'm now turning to, this is completely legal. Does that work better than us just going straight from executive session? Councilor Grossman?
Yes, if I understand what your proposal, it would be to deal with the executive session issues, then come back and just for the public record, say this is what we're doing next.
Yeah.
And really quickly, not an extended discussion or anything.
So technically we'll come back, we'll keep this open, the public, to the extent they're hearing, will understand. It sounds as though we will not make any determination, but we may give direction and for what might be outstanding. Does that make sense, commissioners? Okay, I'm seeing none. Okay, thank you. So, commissioners, as you know, I need to read this into the record, and then we would need to vote. Are we all set, Councilor Grossman, on process?
Yes, I think as far as you're reading it into the record, of course, we only have to focus, I think, on the, I'm just trying to pull up the agenda. Just up to.
I think just a competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to get into the privacy exemption or the security. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Because I think we resolved the first matter where privacy might have been a concern. All righty. The commission anticipates that it may meet in executive session in conjunction with its review of the WSI US LLC. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. And with its review of the American Wagering Inc. There's Entertainment Inc. Application in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and GL Chapter 23N, Section 6I, to consider information submitted by this applicant, again, American Wagering Inc., in the course of its application for an operator license that is a trade secret, competitively sensitive, or proprietary, in which, if disclosed publicly, would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. Do I have a motion?
Don't everybody rush at once. Madam Chair, I move we go into executive session for the reasons just stated by the chair on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien.
Second.
Any further discussion? All righty, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes. I want to point out that the public section of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session consistent with what we just discussed. Thank you. And it is now 5 o'clock. When would you like to reconvene, commissioners? State your time. Commissioner Skinner.
5:30?
Full half hour.
Can we do like 15, 20 minutes? I just
20
have
minutes.
childcare stuff on the other end that's being pushed off.
I'm good with 20. I never want to lowball myself.
And I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Okay, we'll reconvene at 5:20. Everyone grab a bite or whatever. Thank you again for the very long day.
Just as far as technical issues go, Mr. Hendricks and all, I'm not sure if you have the invite. I can send that over to you if you don't have it.
I was going to ask if you could just forward the appropriate Zoom link, we'll have our folks on.
I'm sorry that you may not have that. Again, it's been a long day for Crystal too, and I don't see, oh, there she is. I don't see her face, but I think she's still down the hall. So Crystal, if you can help Councilor Grossman with the links. We definitely need RSM, Crystal. I don't think
RSM
we need-
and or anyone else I should have.
And then
I'm not sure if we have, I'm sure someone has Mr. Hendricks' email. I certainly have Mr. Baroga's email. I can send it to him. I don't know if I have it.
And Karen must have it as well, or someone. So if we can just make sure the applicant, Mr. Hendricks, gets the invitation and make sure our team for RSM has an invitation. And
Chair, I don't think we need to forward the invitation to the investigator on the GEU side, right? We just need RSM for our outside contractor. That's what it appears.
O'Brien, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill. You want the GEU investigator?
I can have Kevin Murphy here. I know he's been on all day, but if you don't need him.
I think, would it be helpful to have them present so that they can at least hear if they're going to be the ones involved in the additional investigation? I defer to you, Director Lilios.
Okay, then I'll connect with Kevin offline then.
Okay, and you'll take care of forwarding that invitation. Yeah. All right, everyone, thank you so much. We're going to go to that a different virtual room. We will return to this virtual room at the conclusion of our executive session. Thank you so much.
Todd, I just emailed you Jeff's email.
Okay, we'll send that over. Yeah, it's on its way, Jeff.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Everyone else. Are you still there, Dave? Or who took the screaming?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, I was making sure someone still has the stream.
Yep, I still got everything going.
All right, thanks, Dave.
No problem.
There's the cat tail. Where's Mango?
Wherever there's food, there's Mango. So now that food is out and about in the kitchen for dinner and stuff, he's down there. He and the dog scrounge for the food.
Oh, my Mojo, I walk in and he just thinks I'm only there for treats. He doesn't, all he wants are treats.
Yeah.
Eileen, I heard the bird yesterday for the first time. I was
Did
all
you?
excited.
You have a bird now?
No,
No.
Oh, the purr. I heard the purr today.
well, it's a purr that sounds like a bird.
Yeah. She's got the sweetest little chirps and purrs.
Yeah.
It's so polite. Mango, on the other hand, like he's incredibly vocal and can adjust, but it's just obnoxious most of the time. You know, like just demanding.
I almost seconded a motion from Mango yesterday.
Yeah. And every once in a while, you'll see my face just in a look of pain. It usually means he wants to climb up, and I've been trying to block him, and he decides to dig in.
We can take down the, thanks. I think that was all streaming, everyone. So we had our pet check. So this is reconvening our public meeting of Massachusetts Gaming Commission, public meeting number, it's still number 411, correct? We just came from a executive session with our applicant and our advisor RSM in attendance. I'll take a roll call because we're using this virtual platform. Good evening, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good evening. I am still here.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner Hill.
I am here.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner Skinner.
Good evening, I'm here. First time I said good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all in one day in public.
And we're going to be saying good night soon. And Commissioner Maynard, good evening.
Good night, Commissioner.
There we go. Okay. So in terms of our, I see some members from MGM on board. I knew that we probably needed to verify our what our next steps would be. We thought that we have the opportunity, commissioners, to proceed and under section 7, item 7 of our agenda, to make a determination on American Wagering Inc.'s application. There was a suggestion that we might want to wait for another piece of information from IEB. I know that the one proposal that could be a condition. I want to throw that back out, but I think that there was a suggestion that we would not be making a determination. I want to revisit that in the event anybody changed their minds. Okay, so to be very clear to the applicant, we will want to revisit this matter. And I guess that from my perspective, we have MGM waiting on their category 1 application, as well as their tethered partner of that MGM. Director Wells, we've worked hard on our schedule and in our thought process. I know that Commissioner O'Brien suggested that this applicant be pushed into January. My preference would be ideally if we could, if the matters could be addressed, that we'd be able to turn to this on Monday. I'm not sure of the outstanding matters. Commissioner O'Brien, you're looking for IEB's piece.
This is for Caesars, Madam Chair, not MGM.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Just trying to keep
But
track here.
is there a way to put them at the end of MGM and PPC's main Cat 1 and address them once that's done?
In terms of what we're waiting for from IEB, Is that the application from the parent company and the
Yeah.
list of,
Yeah.
a fulsome list of the discipline? So
And
those would be
also
matters-
what the entity part that was missing because we didn't include that in the initial request.
Yeah, yes, so that would be the application. We can have our licensing division do a deficiency review of that. IEB is doing no independent review of the entity qualifiers at this point, but we can have a deficiency review performed on that and on the catalog of fines or catalog of discipline.
Loretta, IEB wouldn't do the shortened review?
We do that for the applicant entity, but we are not, under the regulation, we're not doing that for the entity qualifiers.
Yeah, unless we ask for something above and I noticed that when we did this yesterday, that had been carved out to be the applicant and then the individuals and no entity qualifiers. So
On the open
right now,
source,
unless we
that's fine.
specifically want more, that is the baseline threshold that's being done by IAB.
Correct.
That's our
Madam
regular. Yeah,
And Madam Chair, for scheduling, I've been in contact with Gus regarding MGM's application. I know he does have a personal matter longstanding on the 20th, so they're hoping they can avoid the 20th if possible. I think it's the CAT one, but I don't know, Pat Mandamus on, I don't know if you can comment on that, but that's my understanding.
Put them on Monday.
I'm sorry, Karen, what?
For scheduling, I think Gus is unavailable on the 20th, but does MGM need Gus to be there, or is it just the sports book for MGM Springfield where Gus needs to be there?
Karen, it's Gus. I just want to clarify.
Oh, I didn't realize you were on. I'm sorry.
I do, but clearly this takes precedence of anything else. So if the 20th is the best date, make it so. I'll work my schedule around that, Karen.
Well, just to be clear, we're going to go forward as soon as the commission is ready for us to go forward.
Commissioners, I know it's really late, but we've got this whole group sitting here. It looks like everybody's ready to go, but it's
I'm not available, Madam Chair. I have got kids downstairs that need attention right now. I'm not available.
It would be nice.
I also have a meeting. We have a meeting tomorrow that I need to finish looking at minutes for that I haven't had a chance to do it. So it's just not going to happen tonight.
I like the idea and it would be nice. I would love to accommodate, but for me, I can't go on beyond, another half hour or so. It's just, and it's not fair to commissioners. It's not fair to staff. And I don't think it's fair to MGM Springfield because they won't have my full attention.
Is it at all possible that this matter could be continued and could be taken up tomorrow morning? Is that at all possible?
We have reg matters and things on tomorrow morning.
We do have another matter, and is it possible? It is possible by an amendment of our agenda. I understand. I think I can say that I am alone tonight because I'm in this office and I'm willing to accompany you, but I am hearing from my fellow commissioners that they can't. And I'm very sorry. There's a lot of things that we're all weighing, and everybody is weighing their various priorities. And I'm sure myself as I think about where I am sitting right now and thinking about how I'm going to get all these meetings into the calendar the way that we need to. Because I probably have been looking at that very closely. For our applicant today, you have some, I guess we should be clear, and again, MGM, I'm hearing that Karen, I guess I'm gonna have to talk to you offline and get back to Pat and Chad about another proposal for dates. I'm hearing, tomorrow's a proposal. I'm not sure that that's.
The only thing I'll say, yeah, my only thought, Kathy.
We're starting at 9:30 anyway tomorrow.
Well, I have oh yeah, you're right, 9:30. Okay.
So,
we do appreciate it's been a very, very long day today. We're not asking at all to say, please stay tonight. It's been a very long day for all of us, including the
only one,
where you even started this public meeting.
Yeah. President Kelly and Daniel and Jed and Pat, my apologies that we couldn't be clearer earlier today. Everybody has been more than patient. This is, as you know, quite a process, and we are going to tackle this in a thorough fashion. You've already been part of this, so you can be particularly appreciative of where we are. If you will give me the opportunity to talk to the other applicant now, I feel that we need to turn back to that matter.
Or not to completely, push our luck here, just want to put sort of all options at the table. If the hearing could be continued rather than closed, is there an option on Friday for any time?
I know that day had been taken off the table for me. I am absolutely willing, because I was going to be traveling. I am taking that trip off the table now because I had already decided that, because my husband and my daughter and her boyfriend will be attending the Pats and Raiders game without me. So that day, I'm making that decision now because of the work. It was our Christmas gift, and this. So this Friday, and that's what I was going to talk to Karen about. We can open up Friday.
Yeah, if we could have this discussion and then get back to everybody, because I don't really care to publicly discuss my schedule. But
no,
Friday afternoon's tough.
I'm saying I don't know if Friday is available for anybody else, but I want it to be. I don't want my Friday to be the factor anymore. So I can do an evening flight if I decide.
We're open to Jet. We're open to anything, but we leave that to the commission. And
right, that's what I'm saying. The negotiation of our days.
Yeah, well, that's
the one day. That was the one day that was clear. And in many ways, it was kind of a gift for everybody to get caught up on.
Right.
Well, I was gonna say a lot of us, because of that, tried to have that be the one day to do a number of things before the end of the month, and so it would be very difficult for me to clear that day.
Okay, so I just wanted it to be known that it's not. That's not a factor for me anymore.
Madam Chair, and maybe I'm underestimating what we've got tomorrow in front of us. I could hop in on the morning if this was continued. I just want to throw that out there.
So
Friday morning?
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, if we started at
tomorrow,
we would have to ask our council, is this an emergency? Because it has not been properly posted.
Yeah,
Can we get it on? And if everybody was willing to do an 8 o'clock start?
I can't do an 8 o'clock start, Madam Chair. I can't do that.
Yeah, and this wasn't noticed.
The afternoon.
We really shouldn't do it tomorrow. It wasn't noticed for tomorrow.
Right.
It's just not good.
Not an emergency.
But what if it's a continuation of today? Is that a way to do it? And maybe not in the morning, but what about after the meeting tomorrow? I mean, I know.
Do after.
I would ask then that it would be I'm on public forum, but I need to be with my husband at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh, okay, then we will take care of that.
I'm going to be with him at.
That's a priority.
Yeah.
I can regroup after 3, but it'll probably be 3 to 4 and out of pocket.
I think maybe we discuss this offline and get back to everybody. I think it's been a long day for everybody. So
Just let us know. You don't have to discuss this further with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a lot of very closed windows, and there's only one I have to preserve this month.
Mhm.
And that's tomorrow, 3 to 4.
Yep, absolutely.
We could possibly, but again, we have a posting problem tomorrow. And that would be, if we didn't close out this, it would be a continuation, because I'm comfortable doing that. If we don't adjourn this, could we do a 4 o'clock, and I can find myself in front of a computer somewhere?
Madam Chair,
Yep.
No.
the schedule has been given to us for a few weeks now, and
Yeah.
some of us have tried to build our other's life around the schedules we were given. And I would not be able to come here tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so you can't be there. Okay. So I'm sorry, Brad, that I can't, I'm trying to keep everybody in mind. Yeah.
Understood. Yep. Thank
Okay.
you.
So that comes back to Monday.
Madam Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry. As Commissioner O'Brien suggested a couple times, could we take this scheduling matter up at another time? I just want to be respectful of of today's applicant.
That's why I'm talking about Monday now, because I feel we should return to the applicant if we can have all the pieces. That's where I was going from the start, Commissioner Skinner, so thank you. If we have all the pieces. If we won't have the pieces, then we have to shift and we go to MGM if they're available. I hear that Gus wouldn't be available on the 20th, but would be available on the 19th. I feel we could finish up this applicant if all the pieces could fall together on Monday morning. And then we would go to MGM at 1.
Madam Chair, just to clarify once again, I was having a private conversation with Karen about what my schedule looked like. But if the 20th is the most convenient for the commissioners, I will be here on the 20th, Madam Chair. So don't worry about me. Schedule as it suits you best and it fits your schedule.
Yeah, well, what we really work at is accommodating everybody, and it gets we're pretty good. We're pretty good. So, but I want to be respectful of this applicant. So the question is, the outstanding items, could they be resolved by Monday, the start of Monday, 10 o'clock? And if not, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I believe we could provide all of the requested material by the start of day on Monday. I guess I just want to, because we might end up working somewhat through the weekend to provide all of that in a fully completed fashion. So I would ask, when would the commissioners need to receive the material in order to digest it before discussing?
So Madam Chair, this is a Cat 3 applicant, so we do have dates baked into January. So if the prioritization is the Cat 1, then we can absolutely get to the Cat 1s next week, and then make sure we start off wrapping up this applicant. I mean, even if we can't get to it before we become unavailable next week.
I hear you, but I think I understand that there's also some issues for our testing. And Karen, if you could build into our schedule where we were doing the tethered earlier was a testing issue. Does that get implicated here?
Yes, I mean, I think a lot of this, Madam Chair, ties into tomorrow's meeting because tomorrow the commission is scheduled to approve internal controls. If those regulations pass and go forward on tomorrow, we may have a few extra days in January to give the commissioners a little wiggle room. But we had originally scheduled that all these decisions needed to be made by the 19th of January to give GLI enough time to review all the internal controls and get all this information ready for an operations certificate to allow for a pre-March Madness launch. So that's why this is so hard right now, is because if you push the determinations out too far, the operations certificate timeline gets compressed and we may not be able to finish. So I'll get more information from GLI once we see what happens tomorrow with the regulations on the internal controls.
Okay. So I'm hearing you now. I know I asked this question, but I don't know if I heard the answer. Just as this, could
Mr. Hendricks, the application that Loretta needs, has that been submitted? Not quite.
It has not yet. We are literally working on that while we're in this meeting.
So that probably is going to not be submitted until Monday. Is that what I'm hearing? Or could it be submitted before? Because Loretta's team needs to, Director Lilios's team needs to do its work. In other words, am I hearing correctly, we would not be ready to move on the applicant on Monday morning first thing?
It doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, from what we want to make sure that we give you, obviously, based on today's discussion, a very fulsome application for CEI. That will likely be filed at the earliest over the weekend, so it would be available at opening of business on Monday. But I want to acknowledge it's going to be a large application. So,
okay, so that's really helpful. So yes, MGM, would you be prepared to go forward first thing on Monday morning?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. So, gentlemen, and because I don't know if I see any of your women colleagues with you right now, I think you can go get dinner. Now back to our applicant.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your
Yeah, thank you.
patience. Kelly, thank you so much. All righty. Okay, so now we need to talk about what exactly does our applicant need to do for us so that when we do have them come before us again, everything is nice and tidy and clean. I think we should also discuss, I think we won't discuss conditions now because that would be part of our disposition. So it's really anything that supplements the application at this point, correct, Todd? Like, one is completing the application by our inadvertent matter. So that's being taken care of. And then second, the list of the, can I say, what's the word, Eileen, is it?
I would call them disciplinary actions.
Infractions or
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say assessments and fines, but it's really disciplinary actions. So look at that fulsome list. It may be in a spreadsheet. However, is there particular items of information that you want on that so that when it comes, it's fulsome enough for commissioner? You want the nature of it, where it happened, when it happened, and if there were any, what the
Is it specified in there, Loretta? I think doesn't it
We
specify?
actually,
Yeah.
we did. We sent us a communication.
Good thing.
There's a a chart in the application. We sent a supplemental communication indicating exactly what we needed.
Okay, so we'll have all of that clear. So that's going to be a supplement. What's next? Is that
Those are the
it?
two, aren't they? It's the missing piece from suitability and then that list. Unless, I don't know if any of the other commissioners had anything else that they wanted supplemented.
Okay.
I don't have anything that I think is in paper form for the applicant to provide, but we still have to close out the discussion on the diversity spend.
I think that might be part of our disposition discussion, Commissioner Skinner. I think similar to maybe what we did yesterday, Commissioner Skinner.
Yep, I agree. I'm noting it for the record.
No, I think there might be a few other items on that. But in terms of anything so that the Caesars is complete in everything we're expecting for our disposition discussion. All right. Now, with that said, Mr. Hendricks, we have marked up the 19th and the 20th for these matters. We will monitor when everything comes in, and I'll take the temperature of my fellow commissioners to see if we can get this before us before the end of the 20th. Otherwise, we don't anticipate meeting on applications again until January 4th, correct?
Yeah, the third, we have other business, and then it would be the fourth. So that's what we'd be looking at.
Well, thank you. We will endeavor to provide that material as quickly as possible, also making sure it's as robust as possible. We'd love to make an agenda on the 19th or 20th. We also understand the commission has a lot on its plate, so if it's later, we understand.
And the reason why I'm being particularly careful here is that I think you could get the piece that we're looking for on disciplinary action quickly. And it was our inadvertent, action that is causing a little bit of delay. And so I am trying to be empathetic here and try to get you heard. So that's why I was persistent in this discussion, everyone, because there was only really 2 items missing. So thank you. And thank you for your patience today. And we will reconvene on this matter as soon as it's reasonable for us to have the ability to review what's outstanding. So thank you. Commissioners, do you have anything else for the applicant?
Just to thank them for their time and their presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes, go right ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say thank you as well for all of your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Hessian. Okay, let's get out of here. Everybody is hungry. So commissioners, are all business taken care of? We'll be ready to tomorrow morning, remember 9:30 at our next meeting. Is there any other commissioners' business?
If not, Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Bryan.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, everyone.